to Massachusetts for the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 20. We thought we were going to do closing arguments by now. We have more witnesses that are testifying for the state's rebuttal. Yesterday, there was a looming threat of a mistrial. Kevin Reddington moved for a mistrial after the doctor on the stand who was testifying. He evaluated Lindsay for about 10 hours over a 3-day course period. He gave Lindsay a psych evaluation. He assessed her, and he talks about how Lindsay recap what happened the months leading up to the killing, the day of the killing, and the months afterwards. And so the reason why there was a mistrial that was looming over yet again was because there was that phrase that was brought up again called the mortal sin. Okay, the mortal sin phrase. Although I have said yesterday that when it was brought up initially by the Commonwealth, why did they bring it up? Why did they need to ask that question, especially with the witness that they were questioning at the time, which was Patrick's mother? And the second time it was brought upon, I was like, okay, I feel like the only reason why it looks a lot worse is because of the first go around. Mortal sin was said. They had to rush into sidebar. The judge got up really quickly before I think Kevin Reddington was able to object. And then the second go around, it was like, oh gosh, here we go again. Now, I think where the witness was going with the mortal sin, with that phrase, was he was trying to get the reasoning behind Lindsay killing the kids because she told her kids to go to God. And well, he's saying that from his understanding, does it make sense that a woman goes to heaven with her children if she killed her kids and if she also unalive herself? So I think that's where he was going with that. I think he was trying to see if there's any contradictions as to what Lindsay's reasoning was during that time. Or maybe, if she was so out of it that she didn't really understand that maybe it wouldn't work that way. So I think the main issue was him injecting what his thought of the Catholic religion was. The judge had an issue with, this witness not having any sort of like religion background. He's not expertise. That's not his field. But I kind of understand where he was going. But, maybe he should have just kept it as Lindsay. What are your thoughts about the Catholic, church? Oh, tell me more about this. Do you think that you can go to heaven if you do this? So I don't know. Maybe he could have done that. Maybe it would have been better. Maybe not. Anyway, so here we are in day 20, and we're going to continue the direct examination of Dr. Kirk Heilbrun, and we're going to be in cross-examination by Mr. Kevin Reddington. So let's see how, if he's going to try to take the approach of the aggressive attorney style, will it work with this witness? I think it kind of worked with the last witness, Dr. Mack. We'll see. I think Dr. Mack held better in person on Friday. And then on Monday, being behind the television, it's tough. It's tough to do your cross-examination, virtually. And I think it's easier. You come across better, I think, when you're there in person, even though I'm watching him, behind the double television. But the interaction between him and Attorney Reddington, maybe it could have gone better, if they were both in person, but maybe not. We'll see. Maybe things were getting a little bit, maybe Kevin Reddington was, really poking at him. All right, everyone. Good morning. How are you all doing today? We've been doing recaps for this trial. We have 19 days of recaps. If you guys are not caught up with certain days, feel free to go check it out. Thanks for being here. Hit the like button, subscribe, and we'll get started with day 20. All right, let's do a scan of who is in the courtroom today. The judge has not granted the mistrial. And, I feel like typically when we have motions like this, the judge will kind of like give a ruling and then he'll refer to some of the, rules of the law and maybe bring up some, I don't know, some specific cases. But the judge is like, you know what, I'm thinking about it. We're not going to do a mistrial. I don't know. I feel like this judge really wears his emotion on his sleeves. Or, he's just naturally, he's just a little aggressive. But we've seen him talk to the jury, though. I feel like I like his interaction with the jury. His interaction with the witnesses and sometimes with the attorneys is a little bit like, oh, it's a little bit rough. Oh, I see Sierra Gillespie. I think, is that Joyce from East Idaho News? I think I saw her yesterday when she was giving a recap of what happened with Nate Eaton. All right, just panning through the courtroom. Full crowd today. the clerk of court. Let's see if we have all 18 jurors.
Present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. It's nice to see everyone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask me the questions again, make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions, then go a little bit in regards to what our schedule is today, and then we'll talk maybe about kind of where we go after today. All right. So first off, let me get to those questions. Has any member of the jury...
Oh, by the way, look who popped up on my feed this morning. Is that Mr. Kevin Reddington? Is that you? Defense Attorney Reddington doing a closing argument in a different trial that we have not heard about? There's Mr. Kevin Reddington right there. Hi, Beeson. How are you doing today? Good morning. So, might take a watch at this, see how his closing was.
Jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case which would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror. All right. Next question. Is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to return to the witness who was on the stand. Commonwealth is still conducting direct examination. After that, the defense will be given the opportunity to do their cross-examination. And I believe after that, the Commonwealth has one last witness. Okay? One
last witness. Who is going to be this last witness?
And so that's the anticipated lineup that we have today. And going beyond that, I'm not going to speculate too much because I've been wrong just about every time I gave an estimate of the symbol of the schedule. But just so you understand, it's anticipated that these would be the last two witnesses. All right. And then
okay. I don't know if Kevin Reddington is going to give a sur rebuttal. I don't know if that's allowed in Massachusetts. It's when after the state goes, the defense, they might put on, some more witnesses to rebut some of the state's rebuttal. Yeah. When are we going to do closing? Maybe not tomorrow, maybe?
And then I'll talk to the lawyers. We'll kind of see where we go from there. And then I will, today, before you leave, I'll explain exactly what the next step is going to be. Okay? And so with that, we'll return. If we have the witness back on the stand and the Commonwealth.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Oh, good morning. I actually love that. I love how you guys are telling me what time it is over there for you. I'm always very curious. Good morning for Peachy Keen. 7:18 a.m. Me too. Are we in the same time zone? 3:15 p.m. over there. Tina, hello. Good morning, everyone. Oh, New Jersey. You in Jersey. Jersey. I butchered it. Erase that from your minds. All right, so Dr. Kirk Heilbrun. We've heard about him a few times already because during Dr. Mack's testimony, Reddington was like, there's that doctor that you evaluated Lindsay with. Y'all went there together. Where were you guys staying at? You guys drive together? Were you staying at the same hotel? He didn't say that when I was thinking it. I went back and listened to a portion of Dr. Mack's testimony. There was a portion where Dr. Mack sounded very evasive about where he was staying when he was evaluating Lindsay. And I don't know if he was just kind of like being really apprehensive of what Mr. Kevin Reddington was doing, or if he just didn't want to disclose where he was staying at. But he said a private home. And I was like, interesting. Okay. I don't know. I thought that was kind of interesting. Anyway, so Dr. Heilbrun, he assessed Lindsay. He was with her for about 10 hours. He did review collaterals. So, Mr. Reddington should be happy about that. He did an interview with Patrick's mother-in-law. And he said that before he met with Lindsay, April of 2026 of this year, he probably spent about 180 hours just, deep diving into the documents. He looked at digital evidence of the cell phone, the Apple Watch. He looked at all the medical records, the hospital records. He looked at, I don't know, maybe like all the other digital evidence stuff on maybe the journal entries. And so he really spent a lot of time with this case, it seems. Now, he evaluated Lindsay for 3 days. The first day was just, general questions about Lindsay's background. That's when Dr. Mack was there, and they were like, hey, the reason why we did it together was because some of these questions, it might have to be asked twice, but we wanted to just do it together to see if, it could save some time for Lindsay, not have to answer these twice or come out twice. I honestly think that it should just be separate, because what if there are some inconsistencies in some of the answers? But maybe these are questions that are not, when you're giving like background information and like maybe like, your past history, maybe they didn't think that she, like there's anything to lie about. But I don't know. I feel like, doing it separate would have probably been better. Day 2, he says that he did, that's when he did like the psych assessments of Lindsay. And so that was private. That was not videotaped, by the way. Apparently, there was a videographer there on the first day when they were doing the background questions. And then there was a videographer there on the third day when Lindsay recounts what happened. I don't know if we're going to see that video. Are we going to see that video? I think the attorney for the prosecution, entered it into evidence. They went to sidebar, and it seems like it went to evidence, because the only thing that we heard back from afterwards was no objection, and Mr. Reddington says no. So I'm like, okay, I'm assuming it got entered in. I don't know. Are they going to show it, or is it going to be one of those things where it's like, okay, jury, we got this. We didn't play in the courtroom, but y'all can watch it on your own if you want back there. Or I don't think they played it and didn't show it to us, because I felt like people in the courtroom who were sitting there would have reported about it. Dr. Heilbrun, again, talks about altruistic filicide. So that is something that we heard in the defense's expert. So it seems like both experts, which is really interesting, defense and on the state side, they both say that this was out of altruistic filicide. So Lindsay did it out of love. It wasn't resentment. It wasn't any hate. And it seems like Lindsay did not want her kids to suffer after she was gone. So she took them with her. Whether it was she felt like no one could mother the kids the way that Lindsay did, or whether it was, she didn't want the kids to grow up with the mom. Those are some of the things that were mentioned. But where it differs from the experts is whether or not she suffered from psychosis, whether or not they believed that she was experiencing these auditory hallucinations. So that's where it's going to differ. But it is interesting that it's like, oh, the motive for it was the same. Oh, okay, wow. And I feel like you don't really see that too often. And then there was something else that they agreed on. Oh, both doctors diagnosed her with bipolar 2. Bipolar 2. Alrighty, so just wanted to give you guys a little introduction of Dr. Kirk Heilbrun. All right, swear him in.
Morning, Your Honor.
Hi, Attorney Sprague.
All right, today, Commonwealth was like, hey, do you need a moment? I'm like, thank you. Because yesterday, the poor man was unpacking and they were already loading questions at him. Unloading questions at him. All right, continue. Correct.
So, Doctor, could you tell us what is traumatic, sorry, let me start over. Can you tell us what peritraumatic disassociation is and whether it factored into your evaluation in this case?
Yes, that's the kind of thing that you experience when you're going through a very frightening or traumatic set of situation or circumstances or whatever. And it's the sort of thing that you can experience in the sense that you kind of feel that things are unreal or that it's not you. It's like you're watching yourself go through actions and so on. And it's the sort of thing that if you talk about it, it sounds like it could be psychotic, but it's actually more likely to be a recognized aspect of going through a traumatic situation or set of circumstances that many people going through something like that would experience.
And when you say going through something like that, are you talking about when the defendant was strangling her children?
That would be one example because that was very traumatic for her.
And did the defendant show signs of peritraumatic disassociation in the records or in your conversation with her?
She did. She talked about feeling like it wasn't her, like she was watching herself, like she was going through what she called no thinking, no decision making, only responding to the voice and taking action.
And when she said that there was no decision making involved, did you see anything about in the records or in her detailing of what happened that was inconsistent with that claim, that there was no decision making?
Yeah, this is difficult but important to say. That there are just many ongoing decisions that have to be made to accomplish a killing like this in 18 to 20 minutes. For example, why the basement? Who among the children goes first? What do you say to the kids to keep them from panicking? There are other examples, but
Yeah, hold on.
And so what types of decisions, without getting to what she might have said or thought, what are some types of decisions that had to be made to effectuate the strangulation of the children?
Well, I tried to give some examples a minute ago, and I don't want to go too.
All right, hold on. Just answer the question, all right? Don't comment on the rulings of the court. Just answer the question, please, okay?
If I could rephrase.
Yeah.
Doctor, the choice of where to strangle the children, does that have to be a choice of where that happens?
Yes.
The decision of how to strangle them, is that a decision that needs to be made?
Yes.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
I'm sorry, I have to object.
No, overruled. I'll allow that.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Yes, it is.
The order in which to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
That's another example of the decision, yes. Decisions.
And
The camera is panning over to Lindsay. I wonder if they're checking to see if she's crying or not.
the way in which to kill herself, were those decisions that had to be made?
Yes, they were.
Now, you said that this
I can't tell.
peritraumatic disassociation seems like it would be a sign of psychosis, but isn't. Why isn't it?
It's actually something that is much more commonly experienced in that kind of set of circumstances than psychotic symptoms.
And yesterday, when you went through the two options that you considered, that this was psychosis with command hallucinations or suicide with altruistic filicide, is your testimony that it's either or it's one or the other?
It's my testimony that those were the two possibilities that seem to have some evidence. But at the end of talking to her, testing, reviewing all the information, doing the collateral interviews, everything I did as a part of this evaluation, the evidence much more strongly, in my opinion, supported the second explanation, which was the serious suicide attempt accompanied by killing the children out of love.
Now, you interviewed the defendant on 2 days, the first day and the third day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And were there any differences in her demeanor or her way of answering questions between the first day and the third day?
Yes, I interviewed her and worked with her on testing for 3 days. And during the first and the second day,
The judge makes me think he's so biased. You mean like his interaction with the witness on the stand? I've been observing the judge and his demeanor in general. I think he just comes across, I don't know, he's just like that with everyone. There were some defense experts that he was like that. Defense witnesses that he was like that too. And I'm trying to think if he was also like that to some of the lay witnesses. But yeah, his delivery, he's a very, it's very sharp.
she was quite attuned to the question. Her recollection was good, even considering that we were more than 3 years away from some of the events in question. She had, I thought, a very good memory for dates and medications and dosages and times and other relevant details. And she continued to be attentive and responsive, good attention concentration, that sort of thing on the second day. On the third day, when we were talking about mental state at the time of the offense and the circumstances of what was going on with the alleged offense, she appeared to me much more cautious and guarded.
And can you give us some examples of that?
She more frequently said, I don't remember, I don't recall, that sort of thing during the third day than the second or the first.
Yeah, I tend to not like it too, because I think when it seems like you're reprimanding someone, the jury's like, oh, did they do something that got them in trouble? Did they do something they weren't supposed to? And then also, I think it could rattle witnesses sometimes, when you're being like told that stern in that voice. I think that's just how he talks. That's just how he is.
For one example, I asked her about wearing a smartwatch, which she had carried a phone, carried a smartwatch as well. And one of the things I asked her is what wrist she wore it on. This was on the third day, and she said, I don't remember.
And did you also ask her about her statement at Brigham and Women's when she woke up and said she was horrified?
I did. Now, that statement was not a statement so much as it was a written. She woke up in having regained consciousness that evening. She was intubated, so she couldn't speak. But they asked her questions, and she wrote down the answer, and they asked her, how are you feeling or what's your mood? And what she said was, what she wrote was horrified.
And when you asked her about that on that third day of interviewing, what was her response?
She said, I don't remember writing that, and I don't remember why I would have been horrified.
And did you also ask her about the statement she made at Brigham and Women's, either verbally or on the writing it down, about how she said that one of the reasons she killed the children was because she thought they would suffer?
Where are you? Are you in my report there?
Referring to the records at Brigham and Women's where she told...
No, she can refer to where she's looking to direct his attention, if he reviewed those.
You reviewed the Brigham and Women's records, correct?
I did, yes.
I like the judge, but he's giving an impression to many people watching that he's more on the defensive side. I think he's biased on the defense side. Yesterday, he made when the comment was made at the mortal sin, he made eye contact with Red to get his attention, it seemed. I saw it more as he knew that Reddington was going to object, and that's why he looked over at Reddington, because he was waiting for that objection to come in.
And the portion where...
but there is a comment that he made afterward. He's like, yeah, let's go to sidebar. Like, he was expecting it. I don't know. I feel like maybe lay off on comments like that. Maybe things are done like this in Massachusetts. I don't know. Seems like... I also think that because a judge can be aggressive really quickly, I really wish the Commonwealth, and I know it's tough. I know it's hard. He's a lot older. And then sometimes, male, female. I really wish they would step it up and kind of push back a lot more. I feel like there are times when they'll give one try and then they're just like, oh, okay, well, not going to say anything else. But I know they want to be in his good side too. They don't want to make it seem like they're too combative. I don't know. Maybe a lot of shit went down in pretrial and everyone's trying to just be chill and not push his buttons or something. I don't know. But I just feel like I really wish they would push back at times. At times. Not all the time. Just at times.
It says that she told a treatment provider that she had to kill the kids to kill herself because the kids would suffer. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I do recall that statement.
And when you asked her about it on the third day of interviewing her, did she recall that statement?
Yes, that statement in Brigham and Women's to the attending psychiatrist was made in the context of her thinking about what happened. Well, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, she was asked about what the voice had said on that afternoon, and her response was, it had said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the kids. It also said, the kids will suffer without you. And when I asked her about that, whether the voice had said that, she said, no, the voice only said, this is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself.
So when it moves to strikers, not this point.
No, overruled. A lot.
So the two differences where at Brigham, she's saying, the voice said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the children, and that the children would suffer without her, versus after that when she says the voice only said, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, is the fact that she's giving two different statements significant in your evaluation?
As I talked about in my testimony yesterday, when there is inconsistency, that's something that alerts me to the possibility of inaccuracy. And two statements that are mutually exclusive or inconsistent suggest to me that there is a problem. One of them, at least, is not accurate.
And Doctor, did you find any significance in your evaluation to the fact that she was able to complete a phone call with her husband during this time frame of killing the children and herself?
Yes, that was very unusual in my experience to have a crucial time interrupted by something like a phone call, because one of the considerations there is that you then not only can document the time that it happened, and that helps be more precise about the time, but you also have whoever is on the other end of the phone. And this was her husband. When when he called her at 5:33, she didn't pick up, but she called back immediately at 5:34. And when I talked to him during the collateral interview, one of the things he said is that she sounded on the short call distracted and like she was in the middle of something, but it wasn't anything that struck him as that unusual. He said when she's home with 3 kids, she's always in the middle of something. So So that was one of the reasons that it was important. And then another reason, as I mentioned a minute ago, is it helps to establish a time frame. We know when her husband left the house, which was 5:15. We know when he came home, which was around 6 o'clock. And this is not quite in the middle of it, but close to that. And so it was unusual and valuable and important in trying to establish those kinds of things.
And when reviewing the records and talking to the defendant, did you notice any statements or behaviors that seemed to focus in on herself? Such as, for example, being future-oriented?
Well, one of the things I noticed from the records at Brigham and Women's is that several days after she came in, there were comments from staff and in the notes about how she was a little bit more future-oriented and thinking about what it would be like in the future, her life, and that sort of thing. So that's one of the considerations that was in response to kind of thinking about herself and being oriented toward herself.
And is there any significance to that state of mind or those thoughts in your evaluation of her?
Well, I don't think that she was in any way over this or thinking only about herself. It's something that I noticed when I evaluated her in April, is that she is still grieving. She's still in mourning for those kids. And she used language like, I have lost everything and I don't want to be here. So I would not think of Lindsay Clancy as someone who is really self-centered or oriented only to herself. She is grieving her children.
And you mentioned yesterday the emphasis she had on.
And that really helps the defense a lot. I still think that the Tewksbury records are pretty bad in terms of the birthdays and all that stuff. But I don't know. I was hoping for Reddington to come back and maybe read the rest of the records. But maybe there's nothing there that helps him.
Grieving her children.
And you mentioned yesterday the emphasis she had on control of thought and control of her life. How did that come into play in your evaluation in terms of what was done here?
One of the considerations is why she got to the point where she decided to take her own life. And she's an individual who, for most of her life, has been disciplined and liked to control things, liked to work hard, liked to accomplish things. And one of the things that was striking about what happened with her between October and January is that she seemed to be doing her best, talking to the doctors, talking to the therapists, working on trying to get things accomplished in terms of lessening the anxiety and getting the right medications. And it wasn't working, and she couldn't help make it work. She could not control that through hard work and discipline and so on. And that had to be very frustrating, and I think got her to the point where it was very difficult for her to actually think about not being hopeless and going on with her life and so on.
Now, Doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time she killed her children?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is, yes, she was. She was experiencing bipolar II disorder, depressive symptoms, and there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems and probably the continued adverse reactions to medication and so on. But yes, in my opinion, she did have a mental disease or defect on January 24th.
And Doctor, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the defendant appreciated the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct when she killed her children?
I did, yes. And I'm at the end of my report, I was very careful about how I phrased this. And so,
Sustained. If you could just answer the question regarding your opinion.
So yes, you formed an opinion?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is that she retained an awareness of the illegality of killing others, including killing her children. Her moral awareness of the wrongfulness of this killing was influenced by her strong desire to die and, if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered, I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious, suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide, killing her children out of love, rather than as a response to command hallucinations.
And did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Ms. Clancy was able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That her capacity to conform a conduct to the requirements of the law is, again, best understood by considering the seriousness of her suicide attempt and her strong desire not to leave her children. She demonstrated such self-control throughout the day on January 24th, and her actions between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that afternoon were influenced by her depression and her hopelessness about her life and the desire to end the pain she had experienced since October. Although this depression and hopelessness influenced her decisions, she retained control over whether, when, and how she carried it out, and the inclusion of her children.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was criminally responsible when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion, my clinical opinion, since I'm not the decision maker here, but my clinical opinion is that she was criminally responsible on January 24th.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Your Honor, I move to submit the PowerPoint for identification.
I'm sorry?
I move to submit the PowerPoint
Oh,
for identification.
for identification. Okay, thank you. That may be done. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you.
All right. This is basically what we heard yesterday. Diagnosed her with bipolar 2. Said that she did it out of altruistic filicide. That she does carry criminal responsibility. That she, unfortunately did not have control over her own life. She was unable to get better by the medications, through work, through discipline, through following or taking meds. And she just felt like she was very hopeless, and that she didn't want to live anymore. But she didn't want to leave her kids behind. Didn't want to have them suffer. Didn't want them to be taken care of by someone else. And he did mention this on yesterday that, she did have a track history of that, of having, anxiety with leaving her kids with someone else. When she was going on date night, hanging out with friends, when they went to school. She just did not like that. Didn't feel very comfortable. All right. What else was there? But you know what? There are some things that he acknowledged that I think is good for the defense. So, for example, he said that, yeah, she did show signs of trauma from what happened, because it's a very traumatic thing, for example, to strangle your kids. But it seems like, there were some decision making on her end. For example, where to do it in the basement. Who goes first? Dawson. What do you say to your kids to keep them from panicking? We don't know. How to do it, what to use, the order of killing the children. What else was there? Okay, the future-oriented stuff. I think this also helps the defense as well. So yeah, she was very future-oriented about, feeling hopeful about the future, getting better, her legs, maybe walking. This was when she was at Brigham still. So she was like, this is only like, several days after her children were killed, which, I think it came across as really weird to a lot of us. But he did say that, Lindsay is still grieving. She's still in mourning. And Lindsay did say that I lost everything. I don't want to be here. All right. Mr. Reddington, cross-examination. Ready? Is he going to call him Dr. Kirk?
Sorry. Doctor, I'd just like to ask you about one of the things you just said to this jury that apparently stood out in your mind, and that would be the dichotomy or the difference between two statements that Lindsay made, one being, I believe, in the hospital, and you felt that there was a subsequent statement that was made by her that contradicted that or was different from that, and that would be after 3 days of you and Mac testing her. Is that right? Can you just say, is it right or wrong?
Mr. Reddington, it's not quite right.
Okay, why don't we do it this way? You
Yeah.
just told this jury that Lindsay made a statement to you at the conclusion of the 3 days.
And so I think he does do this quite some time to get the witness to trip up, because he'll say something and then the second half of his question, he'll add something else in there. And I think that's where the hung up is. It's like they didn't really do the testing for 3 days. The testing was done on 1 day, and that was with him by himself solo without Dr. Mack there. So he's like throwing in some details in his question, and it's hard to just be like, yes, no, because the way that he asked it, it's too loaded.
Days that you and Mac were questioning her and testing her and interviewing her. Is that fair? Yes or no?
What I would say is
Yes or no?
no.
Did you tell this jury, in addition, that Lindsay made a different statement when she was in the hospital? Yes or no?
What I said to the jury
I'm
is,
asking you, sir, did you make that statement to this jury?
what I intended to say,
No, not what you intended. Can you answer my question? Yes or no?
no.
Now, is Dr. Heilbrun aware of the concept of post-intensive care syndrome?
Post-intensive care syndrome.
Yeah, PICS. It's called PICS.
No, I have not heard of post-intensive care syndrome.
Dr. Heilbrun aware of when a person is coming out of major surgery and has been subject to anesthesia, that it is known that they have delusions, hallucinations, make statements that don't make sense. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And is that from your personal experience, professional experience? Because you didn't know what PICS was when they asked you, right?
There was one nurse that did talk about that, how when she initially got out of the surgery, I think she was like pulling at her tubes, and the nurse had said like, oh, you know, that's not too abnormal, because typically when you get out of surgery, you're a little disoriented. But I could have sworn she quantified the timeline of how long that typically lasts. And at some point, Lindsay was not disoriented anymore. I don't know. Maybe I'm remembering incorrectly.
Yes, it's not from my personal experience or my professional experience.
You received a notification to evaluate Lindsay Clancy on this criminal case from the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And do you recall when you received that notification?
It would have been sometime before January of 2025, because that's when I started reviewing the documents that they provided.
Okay, so January of 25, January of 26, and then in the spring of 26, you go to the Tewksbury Hospital with Mac and you interview Lindsay, right?
Correct.
So how many months is it from the time that you were appointed or requested or asked to help the DA's office to the time you saw Lindsay? How much time passed?
Probably about 18 months.
About a year and a half. And how much time passed from that point going backwards to January of 23?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, January of 23, you add a year, that's January of 24, right?
Yeah.
That's 1 year.
Yeah.
January of 24, you add a year up to January 25, that's 2 years, right?
Yes.
January of 25 up to when you and Mac finally go out to Tewksbury to interview this young lady is how many months?
Well, it would be about 3 years.
Okay. And are you telling this jury that it's good, using the term loosely, medical practice to interview a young lady like this 3 years after the event for purposes of helping the DA, in your opinion?
Do you mean in the context of a forensic mental health assessment, sir?
That's the only reason you're here, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So can you answer my question?
The answer to your question is the sooner that I'm able to evaluate somebody after their involvement in the alleged offense, the more closely I can come to using that current state information as something that is relevant to their mental state at the time of the offense.
Okay. So in other words, yes, it is better to see them sooner rather than later, to coin a phrase, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have in mind January of 25 that you were retained. And again, you know, normally this isn't an issue, who cares, but how much money did you make on this case, since they want to ask my doctor? How much money did you make on this case?
Did they? I still don't think they ever asked Zeisel how much money he made. Maybe, you know what? I might go back to Zeisel's cross-examination. Maybe she did, and I missed it.
Depends when I'm finished, but I mentioned earlier that I had spent 180 hours before coming to
How
Plymouth.
much money did you make on the case, Dr. Simple?
Well, it's not that simple, but I'm being paid at $300 an hour.
Okay, so how much money did you make on the case?
Well, $300 an hour times 180.
What's your last billing?
I've been billing monthly, sir.
Okay, you must know what the total billing is up to this point, don't you?
I actually have not added it up.
How about you just
Maybe he doesn't do the billing. Maybe someone else does.
give us your best estimate, Doctor?
Well, let's see. Probably up to this point, it's been about $54,000.
$54,000. And it will be more, right, when we get finished with you today, right? It'll be more.
Yes.
Okay. So you received from me by certified mail video interview of Lindsay by my guy, Dr. Resnick, right?
Correct.
You received the notes from Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
You received the notes from my Dr. Paul Zeisel, right?
Yes.
You received the report that was prepared and submitted by Dr. Philip Resnick, right?
Yes.
You received the report prepared and submitted by Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
And you received the report prepared by Dr. Zeisel, right?
Yes.
And then I said, if you have any questions, give me a call, drop me a line, whatever, but we never talked until today, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you have a curriculum
How much money did Zeisel made?
vitae, that talks about that you are a clinical psychologist, correct, as you've told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
Have you ever treated a woman in postpartum psychosis?
When I was a staff psychologist at the forensic service at Florida State Hospital,
When was that, please?
that was back in 1982.
82?
Yes. I had a therapy group which was comprised of women who had killed their children. They were severely mentally ill, and at that time, it was important to recognize the severity of their mental illness, and so I worked with them in a group at that time.
Okay. And this is 44 years ago?
Yes.
All right. And where was it?
It was at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, forensic unit. Forensic service.
How many of these people did you have a chance to interview in group or whatever you did?
There were 4 or 5 in the group.
4 or 5, okay. Well, you are also a forensic psychology expert working for Park Dietz and Associates, right?
I have an affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates, yes.
That's basically, that's the letterhead that you have on all your stuff, right? Park Dietz and Associates, Inc. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You know Mac, do
We
you?
didn't get to see it.
Do I know
Yeah.
Dr. Mack?
Yeah, Dr. Mack, yeah, the guy that was here testifying for the last 2 days, Friday and Monday. You know
Yes,
him?
I do know him,
All right.
yes.
And he works with Park Dietz as well, right?
I think he has the same kind of affiliation I do, which is we both have jobs and do things elsewhere, but we occasionally do cases in affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates.
Right. And continuing on, and if you have it, you can certainly take a look at it. Make sure I don't misrepresent anything on your V-Day, as you refer to it. You also were involved with Giant Food
The
Corporation.
way that he always does that, oh, your work, you know, the type of work that you do or whatever, your vitae, the way that he says it. Like, I don't know, it just seems like he's kind of like, you know, just like throwing jabs at their credentials and stuff. And I wonder if maybe someone told him like, hey, you know, instead of saying gelada, maybe you should say nurse practitioner gelada. Because I did notice he started doing that after his expert kept correcting him. Dr. Condi.
You do fitness for duty assessments. What is that?
Huh? Fitness for
What are
duty
fitness for
assessment?
duty assessments?
Yeah, Giant Food Corp. What's Giant Food Corporation?
Oh, that's something that I did many years ago. Basically, a company or an organization might refer someone who is having difficulty at work, having symptoms, making threats, that sort of thing, and they would ask for an evaluation from a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And I did that for a while for Giant Food Corporations.
Wait, does anyone here? Oh my gosh, these captions are going crazy. Does anyone here remember Giant? Anyone remember Giant? I don't know if Giant is out anymore. It might be an East Coast thing. I don't know if they were bought out by a different company.
And you also did it for U.S. Airways, apparently, evaluations and consultation, right?
Yes.
You also did it for the Texas Education Commission. You put on your resume the forensic clinical site visitor, Sam Houston State Hospital or University, right?
Yes.
You were a grant reviewer for the Office of Victims of Crime for the United States Department of Justice. That's the feds. That's the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also worked, and you did violence risk assessment consultant as a consultant to the New Jersey Department of Mental Health Services, right?
Yes.
So the last time Mr. Reddington went through someone's resume, and it was Dr. Mack's resume, he was like, where does it say here that you are ever within a living, breathing, pregnant woman? Is that where we're going, do you think?
You also consulted as a research consultant with the community education centers in New Jersey, right?
Yes.
Research Advisory Board, the Center for the Analysis of, actually the FBI. You work for the FBI?
I consulted with the FBI, yes.
And in consulting with the FBI, you also consult with the Bureau of Prisons, right? BOP?
Yes.
When you're consulting for, well, okay, look, site visit a juvenile justice.
Man, I wonder if that's a way of Mr. Reddington of trying to, dismantle the witness in the stand and put him at ease. Like, oh wow, you work for the FBI. Okay, that's pretty impressive. Let me keep on reading your resume. I'm gonna get you later though. I'm gonna get you.
Justice and psychology. You were involved with that, right?
Yes.
Consultant forensic psychology service for the Walter Reed Medical Center, correct?
Yes.
When you work on the consulting with the Bureau of Prisons, basically what you're doing is you're evaluating, as you told us a couple of times, people that are wrongfully convicted and they're in jail for decades, and you would evaluate them for the Bureau of Prisons to see if they're okay to release to society, right?
That does not sound like a typical question that I would evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons.
All right. Well, what would you evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons?
Well, for example...
Wait, hold on. Just so we know, Bureau of Prisons is federal as opposed to the Department of Correction, which is state, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
So go ahead. Tell me what you do for the Bureau of Prisons.
Well, one of the things that I might do is conduct a meeting or a workshop on a topic such as violence risk assessment or something like that. So I have done that, deliver a workshop or provide an organizational meeting, provide information and so on a number of occasions.
And do you evaluate people to see if they're able to be reintegrated into society?
I do that as well, yes.
Okay. You also are involved with sexual violence risk, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You also are involved with specialized police response and collaboration with behavioral health systems in Pennsylvania, right?
Correct.
Sexual violence risk, again, for purposes of the Department of Correction. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
Principles of forensic assessments that you would be assessing juveniles for purposes of juvenile assessment and risk assessment, right?
Yes.
You also are involved with violence risk and sexual violence risk, correct?
Yes, correct.
Juvenile assessments, risk assessments, and principles of forensic assessment for the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And also a focus on juvenile assessment and risk assessment of juveniles, right?
Yes, correct.
Violence towards others, psychiatrically hospitalized populations. That would be what? Patient-on-patient assaults or something like that when somebody's in a mental institution?
Patients against patients, against staff, that sort of thing.
They can be pretty violent places, can't they?
They can be sometimes, yes.
Sexual violence risk. You involved with New Orleans, Louisiana. Sexual violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Obtaining and using mental health experts. Obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation for the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? What did you do with that when you were dealing with obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation?
Well, I have had the occasion to provide workshops to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, to judges, and so on. And depending on some of the questions that arise, such as what's the most effective way to obtain and present a forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist expert, I might do a half-day or a full-day workshop on that.
Okay, so my question, sir, I know you get in there, but where did you lecture or give a lecture to criminal defense attorneys?
I've given a number of those lectures over the years. I can't recall them all offhand.
Okay. But my question, sir, was that you were working on behalf of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, federal courts, right?
Yes,
I answered
that's
that
right.
question? Okay.
Yeah.
You also worked for the Forensic Mental Health Assessment for the Ohio Forensic Psychiatric Center.
Yes,
Inmates, right?
Yes.
You also participate and have written about To Kill or Not Kill, that is the question, for Drexel University, where you were a professor, correct?
Yes.
All right. Assessing risk of violence towards others in psychiatrically hospitalized populations. You focused on that, right?
Yes,
You
that's
had
right.
a chance, sir, to give a total of 131 lectures or workshops presented in the area of violence, risk assessment, sexual offenses, and forensic mental health and ethics, right?
Yes,
Is that
that's
right?
Yes.
Aggression, forensic psychological assessment, risk assessment, treatment of mentally disordered offenders and juveniles. That's another focus, correct?
Yes, it is.
You've had a number of publications that you put on your CV. Basically, you're talking about justice-involved youths, correct?
Yes, that's one of the things I talk about.
Appraising Jackson-based unrestorability to competence to stand trial deals with a standard of competence to stand trial, correct?
Yes, it is.
Public perception on policies to address prenatal substance use recommendations regarding maternal criminal prosecutions. Wait, what is that? Prosecute a woman that's pregnant who's involved with drug use?
Yeah, that sounds like something that would have been a dissertation where I served on the committee and was a co-author of some kind, but the individual who
Okay.
wrote the dissertation would have been the first author there.
All right. And life sentence for juveniles, sequential model for juvenile justice, justice involving men, forced medication, and competency to stand trial. These are interests or focuses of yours, sir?
Yes.
Urine drug screens as a baseline for predictors of graduation from drug court.
Yes.
What does that mean? That you were involved with drug court?
Yes, I've been involved in writing about and consulting to drug courts over the years, yes.
And disputed paraphilia diagnoses and legal decision making is one of your other focuses, right?
That was one of my graduate students, and I was a supervising and second author.
Paraphilias would be in the, I mean, that's basically if you have some kind of weird sexual things that you do, right?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. Continuing on, juvenile, a lot of juvenile focus on your resume, correct, sir?
Yes, there's a fair amount of juvenile work that I've done for years.
Involuntary medication, trial competence, clinical dilemmas, substance abusing adjudicated adolescents. And your resume basically is a number of pages, correct? Would you agree with me? It's almost 70 pages, right?
Yes, I would agree with you.
Okay. Flipping through and jumping ahead, sir, you wrote book chapters, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You dealt with forensic mental health assessments, principles, and standards of care, right?
That's right.
Violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Juvenile violence risk assessment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Managing high.
Oh, give me 1 second. I just need to grab something. All right. Do you think Reddington's going to get there? We're just slowly going through the resume. All right. Yeah, no. Doing what he does at 75, solar practitioner, that is pretty impressive.
Hindsight bias and unstructured judgments, implications for legal decision making is an article that you have, chapter or whatever that you wrote, right?
Yes, it is.
Again, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency. A lot of focus on juveniles, right?
Yes, there's a fair amount of
Then you
focus
have
on juveniles over the years, yes.
A number of reviews that you have published, presentations that you've presented, a lot of them dealing again with juveniles and dealing with assessments of prisoners to have them released into society, things of that nature, right? Life sentence juveniles, for example, is one of the things you focus on, right?
Yes, again, there's been a fair amount of juvenile work and
Handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style and learning. What does that mean? Handling difficult cross-examination.
well, one of the things that people as forensic psychologists need to do is convey what they have done in a way that is effective. And so there are things that you,
To a jury?
to a jury, to a judge, to an attorney, various kinds of.
Well, when you're dealing with an attorney, sir, you're presenting information to the attorney. You're not dealing with difficult cross-examination, are you?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You wrote about Handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style.
Yes.
And what is 25 words or less? What is that basically telling people? How to withstand cross-examination?
Well, even though it's a cross-examination and the dialogue between you and the defense attorney, the judge still has to understand what you're saying. The jury still has to understand what you're saying. Prosecution still has to understand what you're saying.
It's how most effectively to convey the results of the evaluation that you have done.
And then, again, just hundreds of articles on topics that the jurors can look at because your resume is in evidence. Finishing it off on that end, sexual abuse behavior, juvenile forensic mental health, violence risk assessment of juveniles, behavioral measure of sexual offense behavior, influencing third-party informant observations dealing with juveniles. Should the courts coerce offenders into substance abuse treatment? Is there one article, one, that you wrote about a woman who is pregnant, who is undergoing postpartum depression, and God forbid, psychosis?
No.
But you did write an article 49 years ago. You published an article on psychosis in 1977 with your dad. Well, you were in college, apparently, right? Right?
Yeah, I was his
so
research assistant at that time when I was in college, yes.
Okay. And this is before you entered graduate school, and you used the diagnostic framework that no longer exists, didn't you, back then?
It was a long time ago.
Right. And actually, it was 3 years before the DSM was even written. DSM-1, back in the Stone Age.
It was a while ago.
That's the only article you ever wrote dealing with that issue. Is that correct, sir?
Dealing with what issue, sir?
Postpartum psychosis.
Ah. Yes.
Says, I mean, yes, thank you. So, you make arrangements with the district attorney's office to get all this discovery that I sent you, that the DA sent you, police reports that you went through with the jury, and you read it.
He did the same thing with doctors Goodhart from McLean. And there was another doctor, or was it a nurse practitioner? I forgot who it was. Because Dr. Goodhart never had a patient that was going through postpartum psychosis. And I don't know if it was her or the other person, but they were like, but I've seen and treated a lot of people who had psychosis.
Right?
Yes, that's right.
And you must have talked to the DAs before you saw Lindsay, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
I don't remember how many times.
Well, you billed them for it, I'll bet, right?
Any time I spend on a case like this, I record and it gets billed.
Of course. So you do have records, but who cares at this point? I mean, you're here testifying based on your opinion at the request of the prosecutors, right?
I'm here based on, yes, at this point, I've completed the evaluation and don't remember things like how many times I talked to the DAs. That's part of it.
But basically, in your conversations with these two prosecutors, sir, did you talk to the state police at all, detectives?
I reviewed a massive amount of reports, some by the state police, some by other individuals. So I reviewed records for many, many hours.
And when you got involved with this case 3 years later, or 2.5 years later, you'd agree with me that it was quite publicized, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You've heard of confirmation bias, I'm sure, right?
I have indeed.
Yes. And however many times you talked to the DAs and reviewed the information, would you agree with me, sir, that before you met with Lindsay in Tewksbury, you pretty much had an idea that this woman was a beast, killed her 3 kids?
Oh, what?
I would not agree with you at all.
So you had an open mind when you went in there to Tewksbury to see
Did he say beast? She was a beast? Okay.
and speak to for 3 days, Lindsay Clancy?
I did my best to have an open mind,
Thank
yes.
You told us yesterday you had some difficult decisions to make, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So when did you first meet Avram?
When did I first meet him?
He's Mr. Reddington is on a first name basis with Dr. Avram Macnell. He's like, you know what? After spending 2 days with him, one behind the television and one in person, we homies now. Avram. I wonder if there's any doctors on the jury, or anyone in a profession that usually it's like a doctor or there's some sort of what do you call it, like honorific or something. I wonder what their thoughts about it with him just saying Avram. When he said Kirk yesterday, he was doing it because of what Dr. Mack said. So I was like, okay, I get it. He's poking at Dr. Mack right now, but right now he's like Avram.
That probably would have been late 2025, early 2026.
Okay. Around the same time that you first got involved with the case?
No, it would have been considerably after I first got involved with the
Where did
case.
you meet him?
Where did I meet him?
That's what I said. Where did you meet him?
Virtually.
Oh, virtually?
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a Zoom thing or
Yeah.
FaceTime or something?
Oh,
Exactly.
he knows
You ever
Zoom.
meet him in person before you went to Tewksbury?
No, I didn't.
So did you guys have a plan to meet up somewhere before you went to evaluate Lindsay?
In the lobby of the hospital.
Did you stay somewhere the night before?
I did, yes.
Yeah, where'd you stay?
I don't remember.
You know, were you with Mac that night?
No.
No? Did you stay in a private house?
No.
You stay in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't a van down by the river, for sure, right?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a hotel in
All
Tewksbury.
right. So you're in a hotel, you meet with Abram Mack in the parking lot, and then you go into Tewksbury Hospital to meet with this young lady, right?
Correct.
Is there something happening here that Mr. Reddington is pointing out? Because he did the same thing with Dr. Mack. What's like, oh, where'd you guys stay? Where are you at? And then Dr. Mack was like, not answering the question. Well, he was answering, but then he was being a little weird about it. And he was like, it was a private house. And then was this witness in the courtroom and heard about that? So he did not stay at a private house. He stayed in a hotel in Tewksbury. I don't know. Where is Mr. Reddington going with this? Is he trying to allude that they were staying at the same private house or something? I mean, he's staying at a hotel. I'm sure you'll see it when it's being billed. I don't know. Why did he ask that?
Did you stay somewhere the night before?
I did, yes.
Yeah, where'd you stay?
I don't remember.
You know, were you with Mac that night?
No.
No? Did you stay in a private house?
No.
You stay in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't a van down by the river, for sure, right?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a hotel in
All
Tewksbury.
right. So you're in a hotel, you meet with Abram Mack in the parking lot, and then you go into Tewksbury Hospital to meet with this young lady, right?
Correct.
And the two of you, day number one, you spend how many hours, the two of you, questioning her?
4.5.
And day number two, you don't bring Mac with you, you're by yourself, and you administer the psychological testing, correct?
Correct.
And how long was that, sir?
3 hours.
And day number three, how long did you speak to Lindsay in the hospital?
3 hours.
So what was your total period of time over a 3-day period that this young woman was dealing with you and Abram Mack?
10.5 hours.
So for 10 and a
I think he went with this line of questioning with, was it Dr. Mack or someone else? He's like, are you saying that you know everything about her life? Really? And you only met with her with, X amount of hours? I don't know if he said the same thing with Dr. Mack or was it someone else?
half hours, this young lady is in a room, in a wheelchair, being questioned by you and Abram Mack while she's on medication, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was still answering your questions, trying to be cooperative and being affable and friendly, you put in your report, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did at any time she express to you that she was tired and wanted to take a break?
We offered her in the beginning.
My question, sir, was...
Objection, if you could answer.
No, he's not going to use
No,
his mic.
hold on. Would you ask a specific question, Doctor, if you listen to that question, okay?
My question, sir, was at any time did you or Abram Mack offer to her to take a break?
Yes.
Did she accept that offer?
Once she did, and once she did not.
And basically indicated that she wanted to get through this interview and get it over with, right?
Yes.
You weren't her buddy going there to talk to her those 3 days, were you?
No.
She knew that you were there on behalf of the district attorney's office to testify against her in a trial and say to a jury that she knew and was able to conform to the law when she killed her 3 kids. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
So
Where was he trying to go with that? When he asked the same line of questioning to Dr. Mack, he made it seem like, oh, you guys did this, interview of Lindsay, poor Lindsay. She was in a wheelchair, and he brought up like continence issues, or was it the other doctor? I don't remember. I don't know who brought it up. So I was like, okay, maybe that's where he's going. Like, oh, you guys are questioning her. You guys are ganging up on her. Like, that's terrible. And then today, I think he tried to do the same thing, but then now I'm like, I don't know. It's like, oh, but you guys let her take a break. You did. Okay. And did she accept? She did. Okay. I don't know what's going on there. The steam died really quick.
your diagnosis is depressive bipolar 2, right?
Bipolar 2 disorder. Right.
Okay. And that's a serious mental disease, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You would agree with me, sir, that Lindsay is in your opinion, testified she's a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You testified to that yesterday, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right, that's funny?
No, it's not funny. It's just that you asked me whether I agree with something that I testified to yesterday.
So what does that mean?
It means that I testified to it yesterday, and that means I do believe it. Yes.
Okay, so we established that. In your opinion, granted, for those 3 days that you had,
I know he was going to use that at one point because he said it to Mac too. Like, oh, was this funny? Why were you laughing?
interactions with Lindsay, is it your opinion that she is a controlling individual, sir?
It depends what you mean by controlling.
Well, let me ask you, for example, would you agree that if a young mother prepares lists for a babysitter, for example, to chop up the carrots and dice them up small, and how to prepare the spinach, and how to prepare the chicken McNuggets, and then leaves them in a note and puts them on the kitchen table, is that controlling, in your opinion, of that individual?
That is something that is working hard and being disciplined and exerting a certain amount of control, yes.
That's not something that you would use against her in this opinion you have for this jury, is it?
What I do is do my best to describe what she does, what she thinks, what she feels at certain times, what symptoms she has, and so on. And if that's a part of that overall picture, then it's not that I'm using it in favor of her or against her. It's just part of the overall picture which I'm trying to present.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to chop up the carrots and tell somebody this is how I like my child to be fed, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Not that I know.
And you would agree, sir, that she was a good student. You told us about, she got all A's, she was hard driving, and actually drove herself pretty good to try to succeed in college and in nursing school, right?
I would.
And
So what was the Commonwealth thinking? Because there were things that they seem to have been pitching to us over and over again. And I mean us as in the jury. And then they'll have this expert or different expert that will testify and say that, no, it wasn't this way. And I'm like, huh? Was the Commonwealth just planning on ignoring some of the things that was in the expert's report? And then, you know what? He didn't think it was controlling, but we're going to pitch it as controlling. And then we're going to try to get the nanny to agree to it. And then the nanny doesn't agree to it. It's like, okay, like, why the fuck did you guys go with that line of questioning?
did you interview any of her coworkers, or did you review any of her 5-star reviews from Mass General Hospital, flagship hospitals?
I reviewed every record that was provided to me.
And that would be by them, right?
It was records that were provided to me by individuals who were a part of the investigation, and a lot of that were interviews with people who had known her before or were currently friends with her, things like that.
Okay, so things like that. I'm asking you, sir, about with her 7-year career as a nurse, labor and delivery nurse at a very, very well-established hospital. Did you talk to any of the nurses that you worked with, or did you review any of the records of her work reviews? Anything like that?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that she also, by all accounts, is and was an incredible mother, taking care of her kids?
I would describe her as a very good mother, yes.
And in fact, sir, in the past 6 weeks or 5 weeks, there hasn't been one person that's had one thing bad to say about her other than these two. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, come into this court in front of this jury and say that Lindsay Clancy was a bad wife?
I don't know.
How about bad mother?
Again, I don't know.
So in your readings about her as a mother, you were able to see that she would sing to her daughter when she put her to bed. That's in the reports. You read the reports, right?
You might have to ask me that question.
You know Rascal Flatts?
I'm sorry?
Rascal Flatts. You ever heard of them?
No.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that Lindsay would sing to her daughter every night, is that important to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
You didn't know that, though, apparently, right?
I knew that she was very good with her kids, paid a lot of attention to them, spent a lot of time with them, and really enjoyed it.
Even right up to within hours of their killing, she was making snowmen with them, right?
Yes, she was playing with the 2 older children out in the backyard.
And then bringing her life experience, which you testified yesterday that she never had any abuse in her life, was raised by loving mother and father, good student, hard worker, great mother, good friend, wonderful wife. She then randomly decides to kill her children by strangling them?
Well, not randomly. You know, this doctor went over it yesterday in direct examination.
It's the facts we're dealing with, yes, sir, right?
No, not right.
So, one of the things you testified to yesterday is that, and you went like this and said that this is difficult, but then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
And this is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of
Oh, some bailiff action happening over here. Someone's pointing. Oh, what's going on? Is that some drama in the courtroom?
But then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
And this is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of my evaluation that she did not like to leave her kids, and it made her anxious. Yes.
That's not a bad thing, is it? For a mother not to want to leave her children and be anxious when they're out of her home, right?
It depends on the severity of it.
Well, it depends. It could be difficult and so on, depending on how anxious and even disabling it was if she just couldn't leave her kids. But on the other hand, if it just reflected that she was close to them and wanted to be with them and wasn't a problem or disabling, then it's not a problem.
Did you know, sir, that Pat's mother and father would come over to the house and babysit for the kids when Lindsay and her husband would go out to dinner or go out to a movie or go out with their friends? Did you know that, sir?
Yes.
Did you know that the children were actually in learning Sprouts school? Did you know that?
Yes.
They had to leave the house to go to school, didn't they?
Yes.
She wasn't anxious when they would go to school, was she?
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not, on occasion, would cry, like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious.
But that could be on the kid's end. You know, you could still not be anxious. Your kid is crying and you know that, they got to go to school.
It's only when they cried.
You know that in addition to you drop them off.
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not, on occasion, would cry, like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious only when they cried.
You know that in addition to the date nights, in addition to socializing with friends, in addition to the children leaving to go to the Little Sprouts school, you know that there were a number of occasions that Lindsay alone or Lindsay with her husband would leave the kids and go out and do any number of things. Shopping, socializing, go to Boston, things like that. Did you ask third-party contacts about that?
I asked Patrick about that, and one of the things he said is that it was difficult for her to leave the kids, and he used as an example date night for their 5th anniversary. It was hard for her to leave.
Was that in 22?
Was date night for their 5th anniversary in 22?
Mention it to the jury. Was that in 2022, the 5th anniversary? Your anniversary is in December.
Remember the date night anniversary when Patrick was testifying? It seems like the Commonwealth was trying to urge him that he forgot that Lindsay and him booked like massages together and that they went. But then he was like, no, we didn't go. We stayed home. We didn't go. We didn't celebrate our anniversary. And so it seems like the Commonwealth had the wrong date. But then she was like, oh, well, it's because I went through your text messages and I saw that, there was a confirmation for your massages. So, it's not like I just made it up, right? It's just I was mistaken because of this text message. That's basically what she was saying. But then, I don't know if Mr. Reddington realized where this was going, because if they skipped out on their anniversary celebration because Lindsay was too anxious to leave the kids alone, that's not good for the defense. Let's see what happens.
Was date night for their 5th anniversary in 22?
Mention it to the jury. Was that in 2022, the 5th anniversary? Your anniversary is in December, right?
I don't know what year it was in,
Well,
Mr. Reddington.
What was the problem? What did he say? Third-party collateral. What did he tell you?
What he said in response to that question is that on date night for their 5th anniversary, she was anxious about leaving the kids.
Right. Did they ultimately go out that night?
They did.
You know where they went?
I don't.
Did she have fun? Did she appear to be enjoying herself away from the kids?
That was not part of the question I asked him.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her babies when she's not at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I wasn't presenting it as something that is wrong.
I'll back off. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Heilbrun considered in his opinion. But that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her children leaving them out of the house, right?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay.
One of the things that
No, never mind one of the things. They can ask you on,
Okay. The answer is you did not say that.
Judge, I'm getting a little confused here between.
Well, listen, no. Let's see if my question is not that confusing.
Okay.
Did you testify? You're done saying that you did not say what Mr. Reddington said.
Yes, I'm done saying
Okay.
that.
All right. That's good. Next question.
one of the other issues is that also factored into when Tufts prescribed her the SSRI, she didn't want to take it because she was afraid of the breast milk being contaminated by this.
I can go back a little bit.
They can ask you on,
Oh,
right? Considered in his opinion, but I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Heilbrun considered in his opinion, but that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her children, leaving them out of the house, right?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay.
One of the things that
No, never mind one of the things. They can ask you on,
okay. The answer is you did not say that.
Judge, I'm getting a little confused here between.
Well, listen, no. Let's see if my question is not that confusing.
Okay.
Did you testify? You're done saying that you did not.
one of the other issues is that also factored into when Tufts prescribed her the SSRI, she didn't want to take it because she was afraid of the breast milk being contaminated by this drug, right?
Yes.
And then ultimately, when she stopped breastfeeding, at that point, she was able to take the SSRI, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Tufts increased it to 50, right?
I don't recall offhand what
Okay. Well, you agree that Tufts increased the SSRI, right?
I do.
You agree that before the end of September of 2022, this young woman was living her life with her husband and her kids. Summer of 22, happy, had a great time. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do.
And when she saw Tufts from September end up until the killing of these children and the state of her condition that you told the jury was confusing. Remember using that word yesterday? It was confusing with these number of diagnoses that she dealt with?
Yes, I did use that word.
And the confusing with the number of drugs that was one drug on top of another drug and stop this drug, stop that drug. That was confusing, wasn't it, sir?
Yes, it was.
And it was a confusing and upsetting to her and her husband to the point where they went to these doctors and said to them, you're turning her into a zombie, right?
Yes, that's right.
But prior to seeing Tufts and the other healthcare providers, she was a happy woman, wasn't she?
She was in many respects happy, pleased with her life. So she wasn't happy in an unqualified way, but she was, yes, she was very happy with certain aspects of her life.
So as September turns into October, middle of October, thereabouts, how is she doing at that point between her depression, anxiety?
But it's not like she was, she was having a great summer and then Tufts came out of nowhere, gave her these medications. She started having that, severe anxiety. Patrick was going back to work and she was also supposed to go back to work. And then she was struggling with, one, trying to get baby Callan to sleep train. She struggled with that. And then afterwards it was taking the bottle. And then when that was resolved, it was also her being the caretaker of the 3 children. And it's a lot of work. They're all young. So, there was a lot of things that were happening in her life. It wasn't just like she was just happy-go-lucky and then boom, medication just fucked her up. Like, yeah, medication could have made it worse, right? Probably made it worse. Or maybe her life was things were already spiraling for her. I don't know. That's what we heard from the testimonies of the other healthcare providers. They were like, she was blaming the medications, but it seems like she was already on this road to, depression.
The drugs prescribed, how was she doing?
She was anxious about going back to work, but she hadn't started taking the drugs that were prescribed.
Okay, let him finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish.
Middle of October, thereabouts, how was she doing at that point between her depression, anxiety, drugs prescribed? How was she doing?
She was anxious about going back to work, but she hadn't started taking the drugs that were prescribed.
Okay, let him finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, Doug.
Yes. In September, she was anxious about returning to work. She had not yet started taking the medications that Dr. Tufts had prescribed, though.
How about a text that she had sent to her mother on October 20th, sir? I know you indicate in your report that you had a chance to review all of the computer searches, text messages, Apple Watches, all that stuff, right?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Read that text, please. October 20th. This is a text that she sent to her mother. Read it.
Would you like me to read it out loud?
I'd like you to read it out loud.
All right. Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Did her mother come up the next day and stay with her?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
I'm sure. You know, sir, that she actually climbed into the bed with her mother to sleep with her mother when the mother was staying with her during this period of time?
No, I didn't know that.
In the middle of November, sir, she texted her mother-in-law, which would be Pat's mother, Sue. This would be Sue Clancy, who was also a labor and delivery nurse, right?
Yes, that's correct.
She texted Sue while she was at work as a nurse, right?
Yes.
And Sue was in the emergency room and actually realized that Lindsay was at the hospital and stated that she felt unwell. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Sue see her in the hospital, if you know?
I think she met with her in the emergency room.
Okay. And then her mother-in-law was trying to help her out and referred her to another person that was a friend of a friend, so to speak, right? To help her out?
The nurse practitioner, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And she was able to meet with that individual, Paul, until she left, I think like a week later. She went on to another job, right?
I think that's right, yes.
And that's when she saw Nurse Gelada. Was that correct?
To my memory, that's correct, yes.
And then would you agree with me, sir, that at this time frame in November, she was having real difficulty with sleep disruption, yes?
Yes, I would.
You had concerns all along about this starting in mid-October about the impact of the medications on her insomnia, correct?
Yes, insomnia was one of the first problems that she experienced when she started taking the medication in October.
And she expressed the fact that she believed that the medications were obviously having an adverse effect on her. They were damaging her brain, right?
She did express that view, yes.
And then she still, however, had a positive outlook and was hoping that things would turn around in her life and that she could get back to being herself, is a quote, right?
Yes, that's right.
But instead, and I quote your words yesterday, it got worse.
Yes.
Late in November, she's still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to, and I quote, the end of her rope. Bad analogy, but nevertheless, that's what she said, right?
Yes, it is.
She was feeling off, disconnected, sort of like a zombie, your words, testifying here yesterday, sir, correct?
Correct.
She was reporting at this point panic symptoms, concerns about the benzodiazepines, correct?
Yes.
Indicated that she was disoriented and forgetful, correct?
Correct.
You told us that she stated that she was disconnected from her body. Isn't that correct?
That's how she described feeling, yes.
Could not relate to people, felt that she was in a disassociative state. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is right.
Thought that the medication was resulting in this type of development in her life, correct? She felt the medications were contributing to this.
Yes, that's correct.
And in December, and I quote you, it's not getting better. It got from worse, it got better. Well, actually, not better. It got worse again, didn't it, in December?
December was probably the worst month for her, as she described it.
And in December, sir, you recall that she indicated, and I quote in your testimony, horrible intrusive thoughts. She had thoughts about harming herself, potentially as she continued to experience these thoughts later into December, correct?
Yes, that's right.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voices? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? Female voice. Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your guess.
That's a standard kind of question when you're
My
being
question,
treated.
sir, is you read the medical records.
No, overruled.
Can you answer that question based on Dr. Heilbrun's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if I come
thoughts?
to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, and God forbid, I'm thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head, would you ask me? Voices? Thoughts? What are they? Does anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed.
Oh, I was wondering why he would go into the voices thing again, because she's already told this doctor that she didn't hear any voices before January 24th and after January 24th. I'm confused why he's trying to go back to, oh, could have been that these intrusive thoughts were just voices? Is he trying to help Zizou out?
well, actually, not better. Got word indicated, and I quote from your testimony, horrible, intrusive thoughts. She had thoughts about harming herself, potentially as she continued to experience these thoughts later into December, correct?
Yes, that's right.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voices? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your guess.
That's a standard kind of question when you're
My
being
question, sir, is you read the medical records.
No, overruled.
Can you answer that question based on Dr. Heilbrun's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if I come
thoughts?
to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, and God forbid, I'm thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head, would you ask me? Voices? Thoughts? What are they? Does anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed the answer to those questions
What
on a
question?
number of occasions,
Sir,
if
what
I might.
questions?
No, go ahead.
What
No,
questions?
Finish that question, and I'll let you have that question.
Okay.
Finish the answer.
Questions such as, are you hearing voices? If so, describe those and so on. And the typical response that she gave as part of a question like that was no.
How about when someone says, I've got dark thoughts? Does anybody, professionals, ask, what are the dark thoughts?
If somebody said, I'm having dark
Is he pivoting now? Hold on a second. Hold on. First of all, I don't know why we're going this line of questioning. Lindsay has already told 2 people now that she did not hear voices, or maybe even more. I don't know how many people she told that she did not hear any voices before or after the date of the killings, and that she only heard it that one day. Now, I know Zizelle was trying to say that, oh, you know, when she heard these intrusive thoughts, maybe it was a voice. I have to go back and play the cross-examination to see what he said exactly, which maybe I will. Maybe I'll do that. Now, this expert on the stand is like, well, I mean, she did complete the questionnaire, and there is that question, are you hearing voices? She said no. So, and now Mr. Reddington's like, okay, well, what about dark thoughts? What are we doing? Okay, I don't know. Let me be patient. Let me let this do this thing.
Dark thoughts. Does anybody, professionals, ask, what are the dark thoughts?
If somebody said, I'm having dark thoughts, then the follow-up question would be, tell me more. What are the thoughts? Tell me, just give me some descriptions of what you're having, what you're thinking, what it's like, and so on.
So if a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, I'm having dark thoughts.
And that's just a natural course of questions, right? You would naturally ask that. So I don't think it's out of the ordinary that they would ask that. It's like, I'm having these really dark thoughts. Oh, what kind of thoughts are you talking about? Or I have these thoughts of harming my children. Oh, what do you mean by that? Or harming myself. What do you mean by that?
Thoughts. I'm having thoughts of, and at the same time frame in December, she's talking about harming the children, correct?
She said that those thoughts had come to her at times.
At times.
Yes.
And she mentioned that to her husband, didn't she?
That's what she said, yes.
She mentioned, did you talk to her husband about it?
Yes, I did talk to her husband.
Tell you that she said that to him?
Yes.
A couple of times she said it to him, right?
A couple of times she said, I'm having thoughts, and he asked her, give me more detail if he could, and she said, they're just thoughts, it's not a plan, that sort of thing.
You got this girl living in her house with her kids, saying she's having dark thoughts, saying she's thinking of harming the children, and Patrick's response, according to your testimony, is just basically just power through it, you'll be okay?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Huh?
No, that was not.
Patrick already testified to this, by the way, on day 1. And he said that Lindsay would say that she had these, like, I'm summarizing here, but dark thoughts or intrusive thoughts. And it was like of harming herself. And then he would say that, oh, you know, did you have a plan? Was there intent? And because he asked that in that manner, it makes me think that he was following through with what the providers would ask Lindsay. Like, oh, do you have an intent? You know, like, what's your plan?
Not his response as he described it. He asked more questions because one of the things that she had been dealing with for some time are thoughts about hurting herself and possibly the kids. And so what he did was try to get more information about the details. He asked questions that a mental health professional would also ask, which is how often, what are they like? Do you have a plan? Things like that. And she pretty consistently said, no, I don't have a plan. this is how often it happens, but they're just thoughts.
So let's talk about that, because that's apparently the standard reaction if a patient comes to a doctor and says, I'm having dark thoughts, intrusive thoughts, I'm thinking of hurting myself, I'm thinking of hurting the kids. You say, do you have a plan? That's the question you ask, right?
That's one of the questions that you ask,
And
yes.
the person says, nah, I don't have a plan, I'm just having these thoughts, and you just basically move on, give them more drugs. What do you do?
No, you don't move on. You're aware that the person has reported having those thoughts, and you've appraised the risk, and the risk has to do with things like how imminent is it, how serious is it, are there means, how is there a plan, what sort of detail is involved, and so on. And so basically what you do at that point is you take it seriously, but you also try to describe how seriously to take it.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that if she was complaining through December about...
But you know what Mr. Reddington's really good at? I think he's really good at, and I don't know if it's obvious for the jury, but it seems obvious to me. If he ends up stepping in shit, he's really good at just powering through and then moving on to the next and then being aggressive at that point to make it seem like, I didn't do anything wrong. This expert is doing something wrong because I'm continually asking aggressive questions as if I'm interrogating him.
about these unwelcome and internal thoughts? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's important for your evaluation because when you ask the question, when you're experiencing these thoughts, were they your own thoughts or were they auditory hallucinations? And she indicated to you they're my own thoughts. That's what your testimony was, right, yesterday?
That's correct.
But she made clear that these were unwelcome and that they were intrusive. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
So she's answering your questions honestly. She certainly isn't trying to fake that she's hearing all sorts of voices yelling at her and things like that. She's answering honestly, correct?
Yes.
Very cooperative, correct?
Yes, correct.
You then would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on,
Very interesting tactic there. So after attacking the professionals from his perspective, not asking, oh, are you hearing voices? Did you hear voices? Did you not ask about dark thoughts? Now he's going to say that, okay, well, Lindsay did tell you that, she had these unwelcome, intrusive thoughts, and she was very open about how these were her own voice. Like this was her own thoughts, and it wasn't a voice, an outside voice. Well, you know what? Let me use it to my advantage. Yeah, she was very forthcoming with you, wasn't she? So it's like, wait, what is it? Was she forthcoming and saying that these voices were hers, or was she not forthcoming and these voices were a male voice, which seemed like we were trying to argue earlier. Oh.
for your evaluation, because when you ask the question, when you're
Obviously, to take it.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that if she was complaining through December about these unwelcome and internal thoughts? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's important for your evaluation because when you ask the question, when you're experiencing these thoughts, were they your own thoughts or were they auditory hallucinations? And she indicated to you they're my own thoughts. That's what your testimony was, right, yesterday?
That's correct.
But she made clear that these were unwelcome and that they were intrusive. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
So she's answering your questions honestly. She certainly isn't trying to fake that she's hearing all sorts of voices yelling at her and things like that. She's answering honestly, correct?
Yes.
Very cooperative, correct?
Yes, correct.
Maybe it's just a Massachusetts thing. It's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to come at you. Let's see if it sticks. You know what I like? I like the term shotgun approach. I'm going to shotgun approach this, okay? If it doesn't stick and it seems like, you know what, maybe it didn't work, let me just contradict myself. And just in case, if that sticks, let's blast you away with that too. Because I'm so confused. The Commonwealth does this also. They'll contradict themselves and be like, well, you know what? It's actually good for my case because of XYZ, right? Okay, cool.
You then would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on, that she described an experience on December 15th. And she described December 15th as being literally one of the worst days in her life, right?
Yes.
All right.
And that's, why was it one of the worst days of her life?
Hold on. I found Mr. Zeisel, but the captions have been kind of wonky. So let's see if it works. All right. Dr. Zeisel, you are on the screen. Ready, set, go.
Did she have, at this point, intrusive thoughts continuing regarding voices in her head that she heard constantly?
Yes.
What were these voices saying to her?
They were getting worse, and they were telling her to kill herself.
And as January continued...
Oh, so Reddington did elicit this in direct examination. I either missed it or I forgot it because I thought it only came up in cross-examination. So I thought maybe the Commonwealth was trying to purposely misframe Dr. Zeisel's testimony, but then Dr. Zeisel went with it. Was like, yeah, she was hearing voices, and these were the intrusive thoughts. I was like, huh, what the fuck happened? Oh my gosh, what is happening here? What is it with Massachusetts? Why are we doing this? Hello, is Lindsay telling the truth or not? I thought we can trust her, but now y'all don't trust her and say that no, she was hearing voices back then. When Lindsay said that these were her own unwelcome thoughts, I don't know. You think they're going to try to pivot and say, well, I actually meant that it was Lindsay's unwelcome thoughts that was in her voice.
Did she have, at this point, intrusive thoughts continuing regarding voices in her head that she heard constantly?
Yes.
What were these voices saying to her?
They were getting worse, and they were telling her to kill herself.
I don't know. I feel like strategy is like just changing as each day goes by. I don't know. I feel that with the Commonwealth, and I feel that with the defense.
Easily.
Did the
Yes.
voices or the intrusive thoughts to your interview and your understanding abate or stop at that point on January 24th?
No.
Did they continue?
Yes.
And
Of what that meant. She left the message, and we left it at that.
But in that subsequent conversation that you were a witness to, where they were speaking on the phone and she told them about these voices or explained about the voices, did she ask about the kids?
That's not what I wanted.
Now, in all of the times over the course of the last few years that you've met with Ms. Clancy, how many times has she told you since the incident that she's heard a voice currently?
She has not heard voices since the event took place in 2023.
And you've now testified that over the course of a period of time that she did hear voices, right?
Yes.
And is that based on one of these 35 hours worth of conversations you had with her? How do you know that?
Well, they were collateral contacts. I spoke to other people who I asked the nature of their interactions with Ms. Clancy, and it was not a fishing expedition. I asked them if they can tell me what happened.
Well, I'm asking
but they
you.
disclosed, pardon me.
You have to let him finish.
So they disclosed information to me that Ms. Clancy shared
What? Why is the judge letting him finish on that one?
that information with them.
So who did she tell that she had a voice that told her to kill herself?
She spoke to a chaplain named Sheila Kavanaugh, who I spoke with, and Chaplain Kavanaugh told me that Ms. Clancy told her that she heard a male voice instructing her to first kill her children.
And so from all of the records that you reviewed of her treatment and all of the interviews with her family, who did she tell that she heard voices telling her to kill herself?
I believe she told family members.
Which family members?
I believe she may have said that to her mother. She, I believe, told her husband that she felt like killing herself as well.
In the records with the providers, you're aware, you've reviewed them all and you've sat through all of their testimony. You're aware that when she described intrusive thoughts, she never referred to them as a voice telling her to kill herself, did she?
No, she was referring to...
It's just a yes or no?
No.
So as far as her reports of these intrusive thoughts that appear over and over in the notes, you would agree that it was simply, when asked about what they were, it was simply that she felt like she wanted to die, right?
Yes, and...
It's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay. Finally got to listen to Dr. Zeisel. I don't know what was happening with the defense there. All right, let's go back. Where the hell were we? All right, cross-examination.
And would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on, that she described an experience on December 15th. And she described December 15th as being literally one of the worst days in her life, right?
Yes.
And that's, why was it one of the worst days of her life?
Well, it was one of the worst days because things were getting more intense and difficult, and the thoughts that she was experiencing were harder to handle for her.
As a result of that, her husband, Pat, took her to the hospital, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that it looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms, right? That's your testimony yesterday.
It looked from what the records reflected that anxiety was something that they were focusing on her experiencing.
And then you said in your testimony, but not so much the postpartum. What does that mean?
It means that in December, she would have been 7 months away from giving birth to Callan. And consequently, it was less likely to be postpartum than depression for other reasons, or bipolar or major depression or something like that, rather than postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, something like that.
Because you know that postpartum is not a medical diagnosis. That's just the fact that you had a baby, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And when she went to that hospital, did they provide any help for her or any medication, or what happened on December 15th?
She did not stay in the hospital very long, and so no, she didn't remain there long enough to get the kind of help that you would usually get on an inpatient basis.
But the next day or thereabouts, she goes back to see Tuss, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she immediately tries to reach out for help to anybody that would listen to her, right?
She was
Yeah, I wondered that too. Why didn't she want to be hospitalized? I guess maybe at that point, I mean, if things were really, really bad, the meds weren't helping, she felt like the doctors, nurse practitioners were all useless to her. Why did she not want to commit herself? I guess it could be separation from the kids, money. Not sure if the insurance is going to cover it. Optics.
trying hard to get help.
Now we get to December 20th. December 20th wasn't a very good day either, was it?
Well, that was the day she went to the she went to the Rhode Island hospital that had a postpartum program.
Now, you know from looking at the medical records that, in fact, it was recommended to her, I think by maybe the LASCW young lady, Letitia Dukes, but maybe I'm wrong. You're in the records. Someone told her to get in touch with this Rhode Island hospital, right?
Yeah, it was Letitia Dukes sent a referral, and Gelada was working with Letitia too.
Yes.
They specialized in postpartum care for women that possibly are going through postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, right?
Yes.
And Pat, her husband, took her and dropped her off, and then he went skiing with Cora. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he dropped her off in that hospital, and she was evaluated by a doctor and some people, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those medical records, right?
I did.
And when you reviewed the medical records, did you see that she was also involved in group discussions and crayons and coloring and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Did that help her out, do you think, coloring?
There's a number of things that they try to do. I think coloring as such would not be helpful, but there's art therapy and there's various other kinds of things that people are involved in.
All right, so various other things that people are involved in. So I assume the people you're referring to would be the employees of the hospital.
Or the patients who are attending the postpartum program.
Okay. So what exactly was the program? What did they do? That one day that she was there for 8 hours. What did they do?
She wasn't accepted as part of
I
that
didn't
program.
ask you about that. I asked you, what did they do?
Well, they evaluated her, is my understanding from reviewing the records.
And then what happened, sir, when they evaluated her?
They evaluated her and they indicated that she was not appropriate for their program.
And you testified.
Wait, I thought we were talking about McLean because he brought up coloring and all that stuff. So we were talking about Rhode Island. Letitia Dukes sent the referral in. Okay, Patrick took Cora skiing.
And dropped her off, and then he went skiing with Cora. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he dropped her off in that hospital, and she was evaluated by a doctor and some people, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed those medical records, right?
I did.
And when you
I'm going to boost up the audio so you can hear Mr. Reddington more.
reviewed the medical records, did you see that she was also involved in group discussions and crayons and coloring and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Did that help her out, do you think, coloring?
There's a number of things that they try to do. I think coloring as such would not be helpful, but there's art therapy and there's various other kinds of things that people are involved in.
All right, so various other things that people are involved in. So I assume the people you're referring to would be the employees of the hospital.
Or the patients who are attending the postpartum program.
Okay. So what exactly was the program? What did they do? That one day that she was there for 8 hours. What did they do?
She wasn't accepted as part of
I
that
didn't ask you
program.
about that. I asked you, what did they do?
Well, they evaluated her as my
What did they do? I don't know. The way that he asked it was confusing.
understanding from reviewing the records.
And then what happened, sir, when they evaluated her?
They evaluated her and they indicated that she was not appropriate for their program.
And you testified yesterday that, and I quote, they said she did not necessarily fit into their postpartum program. They did offer her 3 other programs. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that patient was offered several options, including inpatient treatment for medication management, right?
Yes.
A partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Where was that program?
I don't know.
Or continued outpatient management, right?
Yes.
What is that, like going to see Tufts? Outpatient management?
Yes, that's living at home in the community and being treated by a psychiatrist, which is what Dr. Tufts was.
Right. Well, okay. So patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she did the next day, right?
Yes.
And do you think that a doctor who has been licensed as a physician psychiatrist advertising that they specialize in postpartum, postnatal issues is qualified to treat a young woman with this symptomology that she brought to that desk, to the television set?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you know that she
Can there be an objection here? Didn't they already dispel this, that it wasn't her advertising that she had an expertise in postpartum issues, that it was listed as like one of her interests on her bio page that she had no control over? It's probably done by the marketing department. Also, could they not have gotten a screen grab of this advertisement that Mr. Reddington was talking about? It's not an advertisement, by the way. It's just like probably like your About Me bio page.
Tufts never met this girl. She never met her, ever, until she sat in that witness stand.
I understand that their treatment was done remotely.
It was remotely? So when I say the television, that's what I mean. It's like you run Zoom, you run whatever. I apologize for that.
Yes. Yeah.
So she went the next day and actually remotely accessed a meeting with Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And then she went back onto her schedule with Dr. Tufts, but that didn't help so much. Is that correct? You indicated that she was still numb. She was still having suicidal ideation, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you said, though, sir, yesterday is that her admission to the hospital was because they did not feel, and I quote, that she did not necessarily fit into their program. You recall that?
You mean their failure to accept her into the day program?
The failure to help her, period. They told her to leave.
It's my understanding that what they said was that you don't fit with our program because it's not a postpartum phenomenon, and that's what the program is about.
Did you really read those records?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And
So tell
I
me
wrote
again.
something about, in my report, I wrote something about it.
Wait for the next question, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you read the records from that Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island?
Yes.
On this jury, right?
Yes.
And what was the language, the word salad you just said to me that they didn't accept her because of what?
Objection.
Yeah. You rephrase that.
What was it you just said to this jury they wouldn't accept her? Why?
It was a day program for women experiencing postpartum difficulties. And their evaluation of Ms. Clancy was that her difficulties were more related to general mental health, but not particularly to postpartum difficulties.
Would it
And so
suppress-
she did not,
Go ahead.
if I might,
Yeah, you might.
if she
Which I think, wonder if that helps convince the jury that she wasn't suffering from the postpartum difficulties, because the defense is pushing, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. He went through this with Dr. Mack very intensively, going through the DSM, and with some other doctors as well. And it seems like Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, who else was there, thought that Lindsay was suffering because, she was having depression, the depression and the anxiety. So I think having Rhode Island deny her entrance because of them also saying that these aren't postpartum difficulties, but it's more related to mental health. Although I do remember there was mentioning of the medications, that maybe there was like some mismanagement of medications or something, and maybe she needs to wean off the medication. That should be the focus.
Might be more appropriate for somebody. She might be more appropriate for a general mental health program, but not so much for a postpartum day program, which is what they had. So they didn't say that you don't need help. They just said that you don't fit with our program.
Would it surprise you to know, sir, that they said that she didn't fit with their program, as you put it, because of the overlay of over-medication that her doctors had caused to that point? Do you have any memory of that at all?
There were questions that they raised about the medication.
It wasn't just questions. They said that's the reason. The secondary diagnosis as to why they wouldn't accept this young lady is because of the medications that she had been prescribed. Over-medicated. Do you recall seeing that in those records?
Yes, I recall a diagnosis of depression, which was not specified further because there were medicine complications.
Do I have to get the medical records and read them to you?
Sure.
I actually have something in my report, so I can read it back to you.
Can you pull it out and tell me
Yes.
what the discharge diagnosis was?
All right, he's reading his report. There's still one break. Oh my gosh, they're on like a very long, what is it, a sidebar?
Which ones are you looking for?
The records indicate a diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder and depressive disorder without further specification, and I quote, due to adverse drug effects.
Anything else?
Yes, they indicate that her chief complaint was feeling numb and crazy depressed, identified passive suicidal ideation, notes that
I'm sure you can read all the diagnoses. My question, sir, is simple. It's on the discharge diagnosis. That's all.
yes, the discharge diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And secondary to what?
They didn't specify more about the depression because it was due to adverse drug effects.
Okay. And in your review of the record, sir, did you then see that the doctor at the Women and Infants at least was concerned enough about the overprescriptions that she reached out to Dr. Gelada to speak to her?
Dr. Gelata?
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. It's like Captain Major, that type of thing. Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
Captain Major.
At least was concerned enough about the overprescriptions that she reached out to Dr. Gelada to speak to her.
Dr. Gelata?
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. It's like Captain Major, that type of thing. Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
You know who she
Did they reach out to nurse practitioner Gelada?
I did not see that in the records.
Can we break here, Judge, because I got to get the records?
All right, it's 11 o'clock. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time, and we'll come back shortly. Okay?
All right, please. Sir, I close the notebook.
Okay, come back, and then they go on break again. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Let's get up and stretch. Use the restroom. Be back in 2 minutes. Stuck. Hold on a second. My dog is stuck behind my PC. He doesn't know how to get out. Dogs are so funny. I went up to use the restroom and I was like, huh, it's too quiet. Where's the young one? And I was like, oh, maybe he went back in the crate or something. And then I was like, wait, he shouldn't be in the crate. He was in my room. And so I found him stuck behind the computer. He didn't make a peep. He was just standing there. And I was trying to airlift him out of there. All right, don't judge my cables. He was just there. Like, help me. Excuse me. Ma'am. Ma'am, I'm stuck here. Stuck here, ma'am. And he couldn't back out. Okay, all right. They went on a short break. They're back. They're back from break again. It's a long cross-examination. Oh boy.
Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, we ready for the jury, counsel? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Reddington also made a comment about this expert the other day. Yesterday afternoon, after they all left, after the whole, mistrial fiasco possibility, he said that, I think the doctor's a nice guy until he stabbed me in the back with a shiv. I was like, you're talking about this nice doctor? I can't imagine this doctor stabbing anyone with a shiv. Alrighty, y'all. And I would do it again. I hope not. He's unplugged my computer before. Hey, veggies. How you doing today?
George Enter.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present.
So I now have, sir, Exhibit 220, which would be the records from the Women and Infants Hospital that you read prior to coming in here today, correct?
Yes.
And when you read the records, would you agree with me, sir, that there was a history of present illness, which means they would ask Lindsay questions about how she felt, what her medications were, things like that, right?
Yes, I would.
And when you were reviewing this, did you note that she indicated that she was feeling, and I quote, because it's in quotes, crazy, depressed, numb to all emotion, end quote, quote, can't feel love, end quote, quote, my life is becoming a disaster, end quote. You saw those?
Are you quoting from the records or from my report?
Records, Exhibit 220.
Okay, yes, I would agree that those were words that were used when I reviewed the records.
And when you were talking with Lindsay, you asked her what she meant by saying she can't feel love?
Yes, she said that she felt like a shell. She felt hollow. She felt like a zombie. She felt emotionally flat as a pancake, which is also one of the phrases that was used in those records to describe her mood.
Okay. My life is becoming a disaster, quote, can't feel fear, end quote. What did that mean? Did you ask her anything like that? Can't feel fear.
I didn't ask her specifically about can't feel fear. She indicated that she couldn't feel things emotionally that.
Worried that she is, quote, messed up beyond repair, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
That was several places, yes, including the records.
Quote, takes all the effort in the world just to breathe, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
Yes.
And in the interviews of friends and family, would you agree in this time frame, which was in December, to the end of December, that she was having difficulty even getting out of bed?
Yes.
She felt very heavy. She couldn't even walk. She had difficulty with her personal hygiene, correct?
Yes.
Was worried about how she's going to take care of her kids and feed them and watch them while Patrick was working, right?
Yes.
And one of her goals, and I quote, was to come off meds and be able to sleep, end quote.
Yes.
Now, insomnia, you agree with me, is very serious.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with you,
I
yes.
mean, that can lead to any number of things, right?
Yes.
It can even lead to psychosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you about the treatment plan and recommendations that the district attorney had asked you about as well. And if I may, and if you need to look at it, let me know. It says treatment plan, admit to DHP. Do you know what DHP is?
No.
Okay. Medication, recommended tapering off Seroquel, starting with 200 milligrams tonight and follow up with outpatient provider. That would be who, Gelada?
At the time, it could have been Gelada or Tufts.
And then indicating, sir, that diagnosis that we talked about, if I may.
Gelada.
George,
Major Captain Gelato.
right here. Just read number 1 and 2.
Number 1 is GAD, which stands for Generalized Anxiety Disorder. And number two is depression unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects.
So when you rule out, you have a concern about adverse drug effects, one of the things that I imagine one would do is to reach out to the person that's prescribing the drugs, right?
It's possible. There could be other strategies as well. You could change the medication. You could discontinue it. There could be a number of things.
And when you read the record, sir, again, page 9 on the treatment plan, did you make note of the fact, and I quote, "Of note, we attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, NP, but did not receive a call back." You see that?
I may have seen that. I didn't note it in what I wrote here.
In any event, patient plans to reach out to a previous provider who would be.
But how many times did you try to reach out? Was it just one time? I mean, multiple. It has to be like multiple times. You got to reach out, a few times, get the office, email. You can go to the website, figure out what her email is. I don't know. I just wonder how on top of it were they of reaching out to nurse practitioner Delata?
Jennifer Tufts, and she did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on, is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window, he spoke with her, is what you told the jury, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself." And then he said, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "In the basement."
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was in the records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage, not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
So is he trying to say that she was in so much pain that she had no idea what was going on? But she was able to answer his questions.
No, I would not be surprised.
Accurately tell him where the kids were.
She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
Can you never listen to that tape?
I did not.
Is he going to say that Is he going to say that Patrick lied on the stand about that?
Went into McLean Hospital, and that would be the locked wards of McLean Hospital. She was there for 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And then she was released at her request to attend Cora's birthday.
How did she even talk when her temperature was 82 degrees and her throat had slit? The throat one was not slit in a way that you would think, like deep cuts or anything like that. The doctor said that it was a superficial laceration and it did not require any stitches. However, there were cuts to her wrists where one wrist required 1 stitch and then the other wrist required 2 stitch. And then 82 degrees, maybe she mumbled it.
Right?
Yes.
When she was released, would you agree, sir?
Maybe she whispered it. I don't know. You can see she says basement in. You can hear? I don't know. I didn't think he would take that approach with Patrick, but I don't know. We'll see.
Would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
Can you never listen to that tape?
I did not.
Went into McLean Hospital, and that would be the locked wards of McLean Hospital. She was there for 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And then she was released at her request to attend Cora's birthday, right?
Yes.
When she was released, would you agree, sir, that, well, while she was there, she continued to describe her mood as numb, denying things like that she's not having hallucinations and suicidal thoughts or homicidal thinking at the time, and that would be prior to her discharge. Is that right?
There was a lot in that question, so if you could break it down for me, I'd appreciate it.
No, I'm just going to ask her if, would you agree with me that she indicated what her mood was prior to discharge, right? Well, as a doctor, you're not going to let somebody walk out the door of a locked ward in a hospital without making sure that in Europe.
It's funny. He asked like a compound question, and then this doctor was like, "Can you just ask him one by one?" He's like, "I'm not going to do that," but then he just did. I feel like there are times when, I feel like Reddington It's like, I'm not going to do that. But then he ends up doing it. I'm like, okay, like, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know if it's an ego thing or, you know, you can give the witness on the stand a win here and there. Why not? You know, it's not a bad thing.
Opinion that it's okay for the person to be released to their home, family, things of that nature, right?
I'm looking at the part of my
Sir,
report.
can you understand my question? I don't care about your report. I'm asking you about when someone is in a hospital, you don't release them unless you feel they're not a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to that question is yes.
And she was released, right, from the hospital.
Yes,
And she then was allowed to go home and go to her daughter Cara's birthday, right?
that's correct.
And this was on January 5?
January 5, yes.
And she was described in the records as being cooperative and pleasant, right?
Cooperative, pleasant, no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal ideation, mood described as good, in quotes, and not anxious.
Good for you.
How does that help the defense? Lindsay was discharged. I thought he was going to say, oh, is it a bad thing to want to be discharged to go to your daughter's birthday? Maybe not. Maybe will. Oh, maybe he's trying to say that Lindsay was pleasant, cooperative, no psychosis until she took the medication prescribed by Dr. Tufts, which was the amitriptyline. Is that where we're going?
Anything else you want to add?
Objection.
That's sustained. Next question.
So after discharge, would you agree, sir, that she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she thought that she was off the Seroquel and felt that was what was causing her a lot of her problems, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. But the intrusive, suicidal ideation and thoughts returned. Isn't that right?
Within a week, yes.
And they were pretty bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And again, she's describing, according to your testimony yesterday, symptomology that you said of combined 2 and 3. That would be on the little diagram you put up on the board, right? For the jurors to look at, the blue thing that you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The PowerPoint slide, yes.
Right.
Your little diagram thingamajig over there?
So you combined 2 and 3 on the slide, but you talked about this before.
I know this is heavy, but did anyone bring up the way she cut her wrist? Only in the chat, in the trial, no. I'm trying to think if they brought it up maybe a little bit more covertly, that Lindsay is a nurse and that she would have known how to do it. Maybe, but I don't know if that was ever something that was brought up in the presence of the jury or not. I don't know if it was mentioned in opening. I don't remember.
Is what you indicate. And this is after she started taking the medication. Anxiety didn't get better. She had difficulty, great difficulty with insomnia, and that she was numb. You said up bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And again, she's describing, according to your testimony yesterday, symptomology that you said of combined 2 and 3. That would be on the little diagram you put up on the board, right? For the jurors to look at, the blue thing that you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The PowerPoint slide, yes.
Right. So you combined 2 and 3 on the slide, but you talked about this before, is what you indicate. And this is after she started taking the medication. Anxiety didn't get better. She had difficulty, great difficulty with insomnia, and that she was numb, right? Yet again,
Yes,
right? And a zombie, yet again, right?
Yes.
And she didn't see any improvement. Is that right, sir?
No, that's not right.
Okay, well, quote, in fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medications prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly new symptoms, which were insomnia. It's page 126 of your testimony.
Okay,
Yes, okay. All
I
right.
misunderstood your
That's
question.
all right, no problem.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then you further indicated that, moving on to number 5 on your chart, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on helping the anxiety getting better through medication, right?
Yes.
It was also counseling. She went to counseling through Latasha Dukes. Miss Gelada was still treating her, correct?
The counseling was limited, but yes, that is correct. She was involved in some counseling.
So it was limited. Is that a bad thing? Did this woman not want to go to anybody that would help her, sir? Are you trying to tell the jury that she was avoiding help?
Sustained. Next question.
So it was limited? How is it limited?
It was short-term and supportive, as opposed to something where in the field you might pick a cognitive behavioral therapist, which is empirically supported for things like anxiety and depression and patience and things like that.
Who makes that decision? Does a person like this make that decision, sir? Is it up to the patient to make a decision, a cognitive, whatever it is you just said?
Yes, it's certainly one.
I don't think he was trying to say that when he answered that question the way that he did. I don't think he was trying to say that it was Lindsay's fault. But I did go back and look at the testimonies and see how many times cognitive behavioral therapy was mentioned. Gelada recommended her to do cognitive behavioral therapy, gave her some documents or some, stuff about it. Letitia Dukes also recommended cognitive behavioral therapy. But I was really confused though, because I thought Letitia Dukes was able to do cognitive behavioral therapy. And I assumed that she was doing that with Letitia Dukes.
One of the things that an individual can do is looking for a referral from somebody who would be a cognitive behavior therapist or something like that. So yes.
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm finished. I'm finished.
She was focusing on trying to make this anxiety and make her feelings about her feelings go away. She wanted to be herself again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that, right? For a person to want to do that?
Not at all.
Okay. You indicated that she was concerned about resolving her problems, and the district attorney then asked you about if this is some type of her taking control of her life. You indicated that she is trying to take control of her life. Remember that?
I testified that it was important that she felt in control and that she could make things happen and improve things through focusing and discipline and hard work.
And that's what you've already agreed, that she was a person that wasn't afraid of hard work, right?
Yeah, on the contrary, she worked hard and she got a lot of results from work.
So that's not an issue that would be something that would be a black mark against her, that she's trying to take control of her life as it relates to these medications and what they're doing to her and her internal feelings of postpartum, if that's what she believed?
I was not trying to develop black marks against her. I was just trying to
I'm sorry. I
describe
thought
how
you
she
said,
thinks and feels and behaves.
Sorry, you're right.
Right. Next question.
I thought you said yesterday that, you put 2 marks over this category, 3 marks over this category. This is possible. That's possible. You were considering these things, right?
That was on another issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as it relates to resolving the problems, that would include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own. This is your testimony. Asking friends and family for tips. Really? You're supposed to ask friends and family for tips about your mental psychosis, your mental state?
I'm not sure what the question is.
He was saying that that's what she did. She was asking tips from friends and family.
Well, Dr. Heilbrun testified yesterday as it relates to, in response to questions from the district attorney about her resolving her problems, including talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, and asking friends and family for tips.
That's what she did.
Objection, is there a question?
Yeah, the question is that good medical advice, sir, to tell a sick person who comes to a doctor for help to go ask their friends and family for tips?
One of the things I would say is that when you want very much to improve, you, of course, ask your doctor and whoever else you're working with, but you might also ask other people in the family or friends any recommendations that they might have. That's sort of something that you do.
And when you say sort of something you do, what are you referring to? The women that come to a doctor and the postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and ask for help, that they should go talk to their neighbors?
I think that one of the things that's kind of a natural human inclination is to talk to people who are close to you, friends and family and so on, and say, this is a problem I'm having. Do you have any advice, or can you help in any way?
And then over the course of the time that she was going through this experience into late January, she had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicated considerations, so much so that the diagnosis that was given to her, being at that time adjustment disorder with anxiety and depressions, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, postpartum stress disorder. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that was all in January, wasn't it? Right? Stop saying no.
Are you asking me whether she had all the symptoms of all those disorders in January?
Your word, sir. Your word, sir, for late January.
Objection. If we can have the question and the response.
Yeah. Good. Next question. Good.
Did I just read right what you said in your testimony yesterday?
I'm not understanding your question, Mr. Reddington.
She also had psychotropic medication with adverse reaction. Your words to this jury yesterday.
Yes.
What is psychotropic medication with adverse reaction? What does that mean?
It's pronounced psychotropic. And
sorry?
Okay. It's psychotropic medication is medication that is prescribed to help treat symptoms of mental or emotional disorder. And it helps to improve, hopefully, the symptoms that you experience. And there was another part to your question, I think.
Yeah, it's called adverse.
Yes. These medications are available because for what they're prescribed for, they help most people. They have to go through clinical trials and all sorts of things. But for a few people, there are side effects and what we call adverse reactions, and they don't help. In fact, they might make things worse. And it appeared to me from reviewing the records that for Ms. Clancy, she's one of those few people where the reactions were very different, very poor, they were not the kind of reactions that were designed to have the medication prescribed for her and improve the symptoms. She just had sort of the opposite happen.
Look at her. You look at her, sir. Did she have adverse reactions in your mind after you evaluated her, looked at the medical records, and looked at all of the scripts that she had? Did you believe that she had adverse reactions?
Sustained as the form.
Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
To the medication that she had been prescribed since September?
Did she have adverse reactions, sir, up to the time of late January when you had no problem answering questions for the DA yesterday? Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking.
Well, it's because the way that you're asking questions are kind of convoluted in times, you know? It's a little confusing.
Questions for the DA yesterday. Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking the medication in October up to and including January.
Do you think that the treatment that she got from Tufts?
That's literally what he said earlier. He was like, yeah, she had adverse reactions, you know? He wasn't being combatant about that. And then Reddington goes to Lindsay, do you think this woman had more adverse reactions? Like, he just said that she did. He already gave you that win, you know? And he said that in direct examination, too. He wasn't being shady about it. He wasn't minimizing. Like, that's the thing with this doctor's testimony. I felt like he wasn't minimizing what Lindsay was going through 4 months before killing her children.
January.
Do you think that the treatment that she got from Tufts and Gelada was good?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't know. That's not something that I evaluated as part of my evaluation of Ms. Clancy.
You testified yesterday that she was returning to exercising in December. And then the district attorney followed up and indicated, well, she went to the Kingsbury Club in December. Remember that question?
I don't, actually.
No? Do you know what the Kingsbury Club is? It sounds pretty fancy.
I don't, actually.
Do you really?
The Commonwealth brought it up.
Do you know that it's just an exercise place with a pool? You can bring your kids in a little restaurant?
Once again, I don't know what the Kingsbury Club is.
Well, there's no problem with a woman trying to exercise to try to avoid drugs and try to get herself out of any depression.
He literally said there was no problems yesterday, and it's something that they might recommend for you to do.
A state that she might be in after having a baby, right? No problem with that.
Didn't he say that yesterday?
Contrary, it's a good idea if she can do it, and it's something that she used exercise all her life to help manage her mood and do better.
One of the questions the DA asked you yesterday is about the manic state or hypomanic state, and exercise or things of that nature. And you answered that she did some exercise. Well, she did more than some exercise right after having Calvin, didn't she?
She did.
What did she do?
She got up at 4 a.m. She ran 3 miles. She did half an hour on the Peloton, did an exercise class. So she was doing a fair amount of exercise.
How about a road race shortly after she had the baby?
Yes, it's my understanding that she did that too, yes.
During that period of time while she's exercising and running and road races and all the rest, sir, would you agree, sir, that that coincided at the same time that they were involved with the cleaning out of the garage and removing property and selling things? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that at the same time she was doing the beach blanket bingo or whatever it is on television where she's
The beach blanket bingo. Oh, okay. So again, he wants to really reinforce that these romantic episodes. I don't know why we're even going here. He already said that Patrick said that, I don't know, maybe he should have cross-examined Patrick. Hey, Patrick, you know, when you guys were cleaning the garage, whose idea was it? Did you participate? Was it all Lindsay? Was it kind of like crazy, disorganized?
selling people things like videos and lost money doing it?
Would I agree what?
Would you agree that she was selling videos online and it turned out that it was a scam and she lost her money?
I would agree that she was involved in something like that. I didn't know that she lost her
we have
money.
the exercise, we have the scam, we have the hypo cleaning, all of that. Would you agree that that is just a little bit indicative of what you said to this jury that you were
A little bit indicative. A little bit. Okay.
struggling over trying to find manic, hypomania? Agree with that?
I would agree that those could be symptoms of a manic episode, which I was having a hard time identifying as she was clearly experiencing something like that. But I did end up with a diagnosis of bipolar 2, and that reflected my thinking that some of those things that Mr. Reddington has just described could be symptoms of a manic disorder, although less serious than a bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about anxiety that you felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
Will you approach sidebar?
Sure. Yeah, Counsel.
All right. Where was he going with that? Beach ball
anxiety that you
bingo.
felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
Than a bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about anxiety that you felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
Objection, will you mute? Approach sidebar.
Sure. Yeah, Counsel.
Okay. Sidebar over. That was a win for the defense. I wasn't convinced about the mania thing.
So, District Attorney asked you a question.
With the garage, no. Marathon, it seems like her and Patrick typically do that. Working out, it seems like she typically did do workouts. And then the beach blanket bingo, I mean, it was like a workout thing. It seems like, you know, sometimes you get sucked into it. But I don't know. I don't know how extensive that was. I feel like if it was really that bad, get Patrick and cross-examine it on that and really get him to talk about how Lindsay was chaotic during that time.
Yesterday, sir, and it was in reference to doing things, and I quote, like exercise to complement medication and therapy. And your answer, and I quote, well, if it works, if it doesn't work for some people, it and the use effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere your life a little bit. What did you mean by that?
I mean that exercise is something that isn't useful for managing anxiety for some people, but for other people it's quite useful.
Okay. In reference to determination as to a manic episode, that after the birth of different children, she felt good. She felt on top of the world. She felt really close to them, her husband and her kids and so on, but it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode, so much that it looked like she was feeling good and getting back into exercise and stuff.
Yes.
That was your answer yesterday. Is that in reference to the struggle that you had to try to get to a manic episode? That's what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
the answer is yes. She can cover it? Okay. Hospital interview. Wilkes-Barre, either you or the other guy in the hospital interviewing her one of those 3 days.
yes.
Let me back up. Would you agree with me, sir, that if a person has a memory while they're in a psychosis, that it's very possible that they could be imagining that they did something, but in fact the facts, objective facts, would show she didn't?
It's possible that being in an actively psychotic condition could affect the way information is processed and therefore could affect the accuracy of their memory.
So, for example, she told you that after she slashed her wrists and after she tried to slit her throat, that she used the knife to cut the screen before she threw herself out the window, right?
Yes.
Was the screen cut?
I understand that it was not.
Did that give you pause?
There are a number of things that I don't think are all that important in terms of memory difficulties and accuracy of memory, and that was one of them.
Do you recall this morning indicating that you recounted that Lindsay told you that she felt, quote, like it wasn't her, end quote, as though she were watching herself commit the killings and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do? Do you remember saying that this morning?
I do, yes.
Would you agree that that description is consistent, almost black letter definition, with profound disassociation?
My testimony was...
No. Is that, sir, consistent with profound disassociation?
No, it is consistent.
So the answer is no. The answer is no?
Well, I was about to give the rest
I'm sure
of the
you
answer.
were, but the answer is no, is what you're saying, right? I just read to you what you testified to this jury this morning, right? Did I?
You
Did I
used...
read, sir? Hello? Did I read what your words were this morning?
I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Heilbrun told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and or Mac in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes?
Well, you said profound dissociation, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah.
Is it consistent
Okay.
with disassociation?
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes.
Briefly, what is disassociation?
Dissociation is sort of the sense that you are removed from yourself. You're not feeling like yourself. It's something like you're in a position where your sense of time and your sense of self are altered, and it's also the sort of thing where you don't feel as if it's you anymore. Sometimes you feel as though you're watching a body that's you, but it's not really you.
And disassociation, you'd agree, in the DSM, using that book, is in fact defined as an altered mental state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in your evaluations of Lindsay, after you guys had the chance to speak to her and consider all of the documentation, your opinion ended up, using your words, being in your mind two possible explanations? We talked about that, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were some possible things that made me believe that there was severe mental illness involved, right?
Yes,
And there was severe mental illness involved, right?
there were some possible things that made me think that it might have been a psychotic episode.
Right, but there were severe mental illnesses involved here, right?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
It's just a question of which kind.
Semantics.
Yes.
You talked about thought broadcasting, right?
Yes, I
And
did.
thought broadcasting, sir, would be if somebody hears a voice and is concerned that somebody else might have heard it, right?
No.
Okay, well,
Thought broadcasting.
That's what thought broadcasting is. Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy indicated to anybody that she was hearing or having these intrusive thoughts in her mind? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was afraid that people could read her mind or knew what these thoughts were or whatever they were in her mind, intrusive thoughts?
She was afraid of that, and so one of the reasons that I asked her about the difference between hallucinations.
All right, hold on, please.
It can't be more clear,
Question,
Judge.
all right? And then if the Commonwealth wants to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
All right.
Go ahead. Did she, according to Dr. Heilbrun's review, all the information in all the hours of talking,
Yes.
determine that she was afraid that people could read her thoughts or knew what her intrusive dark thoughts were?
Yes.
Who did she say that to? Just who?
Well, she said it to me.
Okay.
She said it to Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I'm sure she said it to Mac, too. Put you guys aside. Who else, like people, normal people, did she say that to? Not that you're not normal, but I mean people like friends or family or citizens or whatever.
I believe she said it to Patrick,
Okay.
and she may have said it to others as well.
She may have said it to others as well.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud and, I mean, that sort of thing. And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
Like even worried about dropping little Cora off at the school, and she was afraid that the teachers could hear her voices or thoughts? Did you read that?
I did read that, and that's one of the reasons I asked her for the difference.
Right, but when I asked you if there were any, so that refreshed your memory, that there was another person that she was concerned about?
Yes, I believe that's right, yes.
How about her friends? Do you recall her telling her friends that she was worried about the teachers being able to read her thoughts?
I do not.
You indicated yesterday that one of the concerns or one of the issues or possibilities was, at the time of the killings, was acute psychosis, right?
I thought one of the possible explanations.
I don't want to let you run off, sir.
No, Counsel, next question.
Do you agree, sir, that you testified yesterday that at the time of the killings, one of the possible concerns that you had was whether or not there was an acute psychosis?
One of the possible explanations for her motivation and her state.
So the answer is yes, right?
Objection.
No, overruled.
That's what you said yesterday, right?
Not exactly the way you phrased it, and that's what
Okay.
I'm responding to.
Today, sir, you were asked. The next part of the evidence or what you saw against acute psychosis, and you referenced this discussion of whether this was postpartum. So let's stop there for a minute. Again, you know that postpartum is not a diagnosis, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. But the reason that it was not, as you put it, postpartum, is because she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Calvin, right?
Yes.
And most of the explanations from the authorities, like DSM-5, would point to maybe 1 month after birth. Or maybe give a little bit, maybe 2 months after birth, or something like that. That's what you said yesterday.
Yes.
And what's that based on in Dr. Heilbrun's mind? What's that cutoff about? 1 month, maybe 2?
It's based on what DSM-5 says, or the Cleveland Clinic actually said 6 to 8 weeks, if you look at their website. So it's based on accepted authority within the field.
Uh-huh. Is it World Health Organization accepted authority in the field?
It's one accepted authority, yes.
Okay, what do they say?
I don't know what they say.
Right, would you be surprised if I told you they say up to a year that a woman can be experiencing postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression? Up to a year or even longer?
There are different kinds of outcomes and time periods that different
I'm
organizations
not asking
use.
about outcomes and time periods. I'm asking about the World Health Organization cutoff for a woman with postpartum depression or psychosis. What's the time frame?
Well, I don't know.
And then you indicated, now, it could be something else, and there was certainly some stuff that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January, but it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. What did you mean by that?
I meant that she was 8 months after giving birth to Callan. And if you look at two sources of authority, which I relied on, the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic, then neither one of those would suggest that postpartum was the more likely explanation as opposed to something else.
So, if we put aside the DSM, when was the DSM? Strike that. Would you agree that the DSM virtually only mentions the whole concept of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression in 2 paragraphs?
I would agree that they don't consider it to be a mental diagnosis in the same sense that other diagnostic areas are described in that manual.
Okay. Think that should change?
Objection.
No, overruled. Do I think it should change?
Yeah, you.
The way I look at this is that the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic and the World Health Organization reflect different outcomes, and I think that one of the things that they do on the conservative end is they reflect something that is basically a month, a month or 2 months, and something else on the very extended end is a good bit longer. I think it depends on a number of things in terms of how it changes, and I'm not in a position to offer informed opinion on that, really.
Obviously.
Objection.
It'll be stricken.
Doctor, if Ms. Clancy had a genuine command hallucination, which in fact did cause her to feel compelled to carry out the killing of her children
Yes.
and herself, would you agree that she lacked substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? If, in fact, that was a genuine command hallucination that she believed?
That would depend on a number of things. It would depend, for
Let's
example.
not go through a number of things. So your answer is no?
And my answer would be it depends.
Okay, so it depends.
Next question.
Would you agree, sir, that in December of 2022, and she told you that at that time frame she had these
I forgot what I said. What was I saying? I forgot.
thoughts
Nothing important.
that were in her head that would, quote, pop into her head?
I was wondering if the Commonwealth was going to object to more of his statements. Because they've been kind of quiet over there. I don't know.
Intrusive thoughts that included that her brain was damaged and that she had to kill herself. And she told you that, right?
She did.
Do you believe she was telling you the truth, sir?
Yes.
I stand corrected in one regard, sir. This morning I started off my questions by asking you about 49 years ago when you published an article on postpartum psychosis, and you agreed. You were in college or something. But in fact, it was not postpartum psychosis. It was about schizophrenia, wasn't it?
I have to think back 49 years, but I think that's right. Yes.
Transcripts of interviews with 32 schizophrenic patients, 15 male, 17 female, all with primary or secondary paranoid symptomology, were edited only to delusion-relevant material. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
It does.
Okay, so it wasn't postpartum psychosis. You've never written about postpartum psychosis, right?
Wait, how did he make that mistake? That was like the first opening thing that he went out with his witness.
That's right.
Okay. So, finally, sir, would you agree, and if you don't, just say, no, I don't agree. Postpartum depression. Are there tests that can be administered to? I'm not talking about a guy who's upset about his job. I'm talking about a woman who's just had a baby, who's going through the postpartum period, exhibiting signs of depression and or psychosis, okay?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with me? A person can complain that they're less able to laugh or see the funny side of their life. Is that a symptom, sir, if you know?
Are you asking me if that's a symptom of postpartum depression specifically or depression more generally?
Oh, no, I'm asking you about postpartum depression, sir. That's what I'm talking about right now.
All right.
Okay? Do you agree that a patient would complain that they're less able to laugh and see the funny side of life?
That's a symptom of depression.
No, you're going to tell me it's a symptom of depression
be...
constantly. My question is, do you agree that it's a symptom of postpartum depression?
He was doing this with Dr. Mack yesterday, and Dr. Mack was also having difficulty answering it the way that he would ask it.
Yes.
Okay. Not looking forward to things.
And let me just say...
Oh, no, I don't want to let you do anything. Can you just tell me if stopping looking forward to things is a complaint that is common to postpartum depression?
Yes.
Anxious and worried.
It's moving with it's messing with his steam because, you know, typically when you're asking questions, you get yes, 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 yes. It gives the impression that like, oh, wait, this expert said yes to so many of the defense attorneys questioning. Well, that's a good impression to leave with. Oh, well, maybe, you know, maybe the defense attorney was right after all.
Worried for no good reason.
Yes.
And Lindsay complained of anxiety and being worried for no good reason constantly, right?
Yes.
She blamed herself for a lot of things in her life.
He's almost done. He's ending right now. Cross-examination or redirect is coming back.
Isn't that right?
She did, yes.
And she was not looking forward to the future. She was not happy with her life in the sense of the way she felt and wanted to go back to the way she was, right?
That's right.
How about complain? When I say complain, I don't mean complaining. It's just that's a language you guys use. Complained about overwhelmed. Her day is overwhelming.
Yes.
So unhappy that she would cry constantly.
Yes.
Sad and miserable.
Yes.
Thoughts of harming herself, which is, according to the Mass Department of Mental Health, a flag in and of itself. She had thoughts of harming herself, right?
She did.
Okay. So those are all of the postpartum depression symptoms that a person can have, according to Mass General Hospital's 3-year review of postpartum depression and psychosis. So she hit all of these symptoms, right?
Those are symptoms of postpartum depression. They're also symptoms of depression.
I don't care what I'm asking you, sir. Are they symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
All right. And there's a tool that psychologists can use with a woman who's coming to a doctor for help because of the symptoms of postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that tool?
I don't know what the tool is, but I'm sure there is a measure of it, yes, of postpartum depression.
Okay. Have you ever used that measure?
I have not.
Have you ever read about it?
Possibly.
Do you even know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
How about postpartum psychosis, sir? Same study. Hearing voices or a voice commanding a person to act. That's in the DSM, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Command hallucinations, yes.
Delusional beliefs or distorted reality is a symptom that a person can complain of, right?
Delusional beliefs, yes, or fixed false beliefs,
reality.
yes.
Yeah, it's just next statement. Confused, disorganized thinking. She had that, right? It's in your report, I think, that she was baking or making a pie or something and forgot where she was.
Yes, she was having trouble with memory, attention, and concentration.
All right. Anxious and worried for no good, strike that, apologize. Severe sleep deprivation, she had that, right?
Yes.
Rapid mood swings, she had that, right?
Not sure she had that.
Well, how about the time that Patrick told you that she would repeatedly find herself in the living room on the sofa and bury her head in the pillow and rock back and forth, crying hysterically?
When you said mood swings, that implies that at one moment you're feeling down and sad and depressed, and in another moment you're feeling quite differently. So
Right,
I don't
she
see
took
that
the kids.
mood swings she had.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see that she was experiencing mood swings so much as she was experiencing symptoms of sadness and feeling down and lack of motivation, which are symptoms of depression.
What is akathisia? A-K-A-S-T-H-E-S-I-A, I believe.
Yeah, I'd have to look that one up.
Okay. Feeling overwhelmed. She felt overwhelmed?
She did, yes.
Not herself, family seeing the change? Obviously, right?
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, not herself. Semicolon, family seeing the change.
Yes, correct.
Right. Lord knows. I mean, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, her mother, her father, her husband, neighbors, people could see the change in her, right?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Continuing on with postpartum psychosis. Not herself, thoughts of harming her children. That's a big red flag, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Thoughts of suicide. She complained of that, right?
Correct.
Poor insight. She had poor insight at the end of January, didn't she?
I would not say she had poor insight. No, I think she...
I don't know. He did this with Dr. Mack yesterday, and I don't know if it feels as powerful as how he's delivering it. Like, I get what he's doing. He's like, here are all the symptoms of postpartum depression. Let's go to the symptoms, and you're going to say yes to these because it's what Lindsay experienced. Oh, therefore, she has postpartum depression. We're going to do the same thing with postpartum psychosis. We're going to do the list of all the symptoms, and oh, there we go. Lindsay went through these. Of course, now she has postpartum psychosis.
She understood pretty much where she was and the difficulty she was having, and was aware of a number of things about that.
So, Your Honor, thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, those symptoms that Attorney Reddington just read you about postpartum depression, are those also symptoms for general depression?
I think Mr. Reddington was able to get away with this with Dr. Mack, because Dr. Mack was starting to push back, and then it was being a little bit more careful and conservative with how he was answering his questions, which I think could be interpreted as being evasive, which I don't think is good for an expert. I think because his witness on the stand, for the most part, kept calm, cool, collected. At some points, he would laugh or cross his legs or lean back or try to push back a little bit by trying to, continue answering. I think for the most part, he stayed pretty chill. And there were times when, there were wins for Lindsay, things that were positive for Lindsay. And he was like, yeah, she was a good mother. Yeah, I didn't have any issues with that. Or there's something else that he said. And I don't know. I think Mr. Reddington was trying to get a reaction out of him. And it's like, wait, hold on a second. This witness already agreed to you. What do you mean? What are we doing here?
They're symptoms for general depression. They are, to some extent, symptoms of major depression, which is a more extreme example, a more extreme version of general depression. And they're also symptoms of bipolar disorder and bipolar 2. And I thought at the end of this evaluation that her correct diagnosis was bipolar 2.
And why was that?
One of the reasons, as I testified yesterday, is that she has been in Tewksbury for 3.5 years, and that is her diagnosis.
Oh no, Stacey, what happened? You were so chill earlier. Why are you spamming in the chat, Stacey?
Of record bipolar disorder. But what that indicates to me is that having had the chance to see her, prescribe medications, and do a number of things, that they really think that she has a mood disorder of a fluctuating kind, a bipolar sort, as opposed to a major depression or some other kind of disorder.
Now, you were asked by defense counsel about the fact that you interviewed Ms. Clancy a little over 3 years after she killed her children. And your testimony was it's better to interview the person as soon as possible, right?
Correct.
But you were able to watch Dr. Resnick's interview of the defendant about 3.5 months after the incident happened, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to review all of her records leading up to when she killed the children and then after she killed the children all the way up to present day, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you typically have when you do these forensic reviews, that much information, medical history and information on a patient?
I had more records information in this case than I have ever had in my career.
And so, also, were you aware that you weren't allowed to interview the defendant until the court gave permission?
I really wasn't. I didn't know how the process worked.
But as soon as you were informed that you could meet with the defendant, you did, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that you had all of these resources, the records, the prior interviews, the recorded interviews of witnesses, the criminal file, the collateral interviews that you did that in any way aid you in overcoming whatever deficits you might have had in interviewing her 3 years later?
It did, yes.
And how so?
Because of how extensive the records were from different people, different observations, different times, and so on, they, in effect, created something that I would have tried to do myself if there had been fewer records available. So I would have tried, for example, to...
I'm going to object to what he would have done.
No, overruled.
I would have tried to conduct a number of collateral interviews. I would have tried to go out and get some of the records myself if they'd not been available and provided to me. Usually I have to work a lot harder to get 10% of the records that I had in this case.
And you were provided with her complete psychiatric history from September through present day, correct?
I was.
Now, you were asked about being retained by our office and speaking to the prosecutors in the case. Did anyone from my office or myself or Ms. Buckingham ever tell you what your decision or what your evaluations to say in this case?
No.
And did we ever put any pressure on you in any way, shape, or form to come out on what defense counsel calls our side?
No.
And he also asked you about your interview itself with the defendant. At any point in time, was your conversation with Ms. Clancy hostile or aggressive or rude in any way?
No.
Did she ever ask you to stop and say she couldn't do it any longer?
She did not.
In fact, she declined a break at one point in time, correct?
For one of the days, yes. That was the third day.
Prior to reading the records in this case, did you form an opinion as to what her criminal responsibility was?
No. In fact, I worked very hard to avoid forming any kind of opinion until very late in the process when I'd had the chance to go through all the records, do the 3 days of evaluation, do the collateral interviews, and get everything I could have, because that's the kind of thing that helps you handle what's been referred to as confirmation bias, which is starting out with a good idea or a conclusion and then being drawn to the things that support that and avoiding the things that don't.
Would an example of confirmation bias be giving a press conference in which you diagnose a patient before you even do an evaluation of that patient? And then finding that same diagnosis that you initially made?
Well, an example of that would be saying before you had ever met with somebody that I have a diagnosis, and then meeting with them, and then possibly resulting in your providing that diagnosis. So it could well be an influence of associated with confirmation bias.
Now, you were asked about the defendant telling you that she didn't like to leave the children, and how that was how that impacted your evaluation of the defendant. And I think you were cut off on your answer. So if you could just tell us what you saw in terms of, or heard from the defendant in terms of her not wanting to leave her children, and how that impacted or influenced your evaluation.
That was an important consideration.
Objection. It's not responsive.
No, I'll go ahead.
If you could answer.
Yeah. That was an important consideration because one of the things that would go through your mind if you decided to take your own life would be something very important to you, like your children. And over a number of years and in a number of different...
Sorry?
This is way outside the scope of cross-examination.
No, I would allow this. Go ahead.
Proceed.
Over a number of years and in a number of different contexts, she didn't like to leave the kids. So the question might be if you were possibly inclined to think about taking your own life, what would happen with the kids? And would they suffer without you? And could other people take care of them? And that turned out to be something that I thought was consistent with not wanting to leave your kids and not wanting them to suffer and so on. It all went together in how she thought about her own kids, felt about her own kids.
You were also asked by defense counsel in cross-examination about the defendant's concerns about taking Zoloft while breastfeeding. Do you recall in your interview with the defendant when she mentioned that as a result of her practice in labor and delivery as a nurse, she was aware that millions of pregnant women and postpartum women took Zoloft with no problem?
I do not recall that, no.
But that would be in your interview if it happened?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you about your answer from direct testimony about all of the prescriptions and the different doctors being confusing. But being confusing was your description of seeing all that information, not the defendant's description, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And could you explain that and how it was confusing in what way?
She had a number of diagnoses that people assigned to her, a number of symptoms. And one of the things that she experienced is that people were saying that she had something pretty minor, adjustment disorder with anxiety or adjustment disorder with mild depression or things like that, all the way up to things that were really major and really severe, postpartum psychosis, that sort of thing. And there were a number of things in between. So she was not sure what they were saying, and she was not sure whether they were prescribing the right medication for her, and even if it was something that she experienced, whether she was reacting badly to that medication. So that's basically my understanding, that there were a lot of things that people said, mental health care providers. Some of them were pretty minor as far as what was wrong with her, and some of them were not minor.
And in terms of the defendant being unsure about the effects the medication was having on her, she expressed a specific concern about Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And what was her concern about Seroquel?
It was giving her big problems with sleeping, and she thought that part of the numbness and not being able to feel and that sort of thing was associated with that medication as well. So she thought it was really affecting her badly.
And after she went to McLean Hospital, she was no longer on any of those medications that she had been on from September through December, correct?
Correct.
And she had been weaned off the Seroquel in particular, correct?
Yes.
And so after leaving McLean Hospital, the two medications she was on upon discharge was trazodone and Valium, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about thought broadcasting and the defendant thinking that people could hear her thoughts. And you said that there was some difference there between thought broadcasting and what the defendant explained to you was happening. Could you tell us what she said to you in your interview and how that impacted your evaluation?
Yeah, she said that they were thoughts. They were unwelcome and intrusive thoughts, but they were thoughts, just like many people would have. And if they were particularly insistent, or they were particularly vivid thoughts, then you might think that, oh, people can pick this up from what I'm experiencing. But that is not a psychotic symptom, having vivid thoughts. On the other hand, if you hear a voice like somebody might hear my voice, it's an external sort of a thing, then that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And so I tried to ask her to describe the difference between the two and specify whether it was an external voice, which would have been an hallucination, or an internal thought, which would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. And she said, except for on January 24th, what she was experiencing were thoughts rather than hallucinations.
So internal thoughts versus external auditory hallucinations. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you if, before all of these medications and before all the treatment, if Lindsay Clancy was a happy woman. But didn't she go to Dr. Tufts in the first place because she was struggling?
She was anxious about returning to work. She had been having a very good time with her family that summer, but as the fall approached and Patrick's paternity leave expired and she was thinking about returning to work and scheduled to return to work, that made her anxious.
And so it's not as if Dr. Tufts went to her home randomly and handed her a prescription. She actually went to Dr. Tufts with some mental health concerns, and Dr. Tufts treated her, correct?
Yes.
That's what I mentioned earlier.
And from your review of the records and from everything that you've learned in this case, including your interviews with her, is it accurate that Ms. Clancy never told any of her providers, any of her medical providers, or any of the hospitals that she visited that she had thoughts of harming her children?
That is my recollection, that she did not share that information with any mental health providers.
And in your review of the records for Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Delata, mental health workers Letitia Dukes, and also at McLean Hospital, isn't it true, isn't it accurate, that in all of those records, it indicates that the defendant denied suicidal ideation, denied homicidal ideation, denied auditory hallucinations, denied visual hallucinations, except for saying that she felt suicidal in December?
Yes, that is accurate.
And isn't it accurate that throughout those records, they all document, all those providers document that there are no signs or symptoms of psychosis that are either observable or that she reported?
Yes, that is accurate.
Now, you were asked about her visit to women and infants in Rhode Island, and defense counsel asked you if they refused to help her and told her to leave. But they did offer to help her, didn't they? They offered her 3 different programs. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they referred her elsewhere to programs that they thought were more appropriate for what was wrong with her.
And reading from page 9 of Exhibit 220 in the records, it states, currently she is complaining of insomnia and mental numbness, which she attributes to taking Seroquel. She desires to down titrate the Seroquel and work on getting better sleep. Because her symptoms occurred late in postpartum period and are not clearly related to perinatal factors, the patient was advised that the WIH-DHP, which would be the Women and Infants Hospital postpartum program, is not a suitable treatment facility for her. This was discussed with both patient and husband, and both are in agreement with this. Patient's husband feels strongly that patient has been over-medicated and misdiagnosed. Patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And so it was Patrick who said that she was over-medicated, correct?
Well, he was one of the 2 of them who said that. She also thought that she was over-medicated.
But the people at Women and Infants Hospital, the ones who are doing the evaluation, don't say in their diagnosis that she was over-medicated. They list adverse drug effects, correct?
They listed rule out adverse drug effects.
And what does it mean when they write in a diagnosis, rule out adverse drug effects?
It means it's possible, but it has yet to be confirmed.
And there's nowhere in the diagnosis any doctor or mental health professional saying that she was, in fact, over-medicated, correct? In the diagnosis portion here?
Oh, of women and infants?
Yes, I'm sorry, women and infants.
Yes, I did not see anything like that.
And is there a difference between being over-medicated and having adverse drug effects?
Well, I think you're asking a medical question right now, and I'm a psychologist, not a medical professional, so I don't think I'm going to answer that.
Okay. Now, in the diagnosis, you stated earlier that there was general anxiety disorder, correct?
Among the diagnoses, yes.
And depression unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects, correct?
Yes.
So that means depression, but you have to look further into it to rule out or rule in whether or not the medication is having an effect.
Yes.
So that's not sure. That's not saying she's depressed because of the medication, correct?
They was just saying it's possible. Need to look into it.
And in this, what I just read to you, the defendant was telling them that she thought it was the Seroquel and she wanted to titrate down, meaning slowly go off of the medication, correct?
Yes.
And then she went to Dr. Tufts after this and to nurse practitioner Delata, and nurse practitioner Delata actually gave her a prescription to titrate down, correct?
Yes.
Exactly what the defendant was looking for, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked by defense counsel about the defendant getting worse and worse and worse. But was that between September and December, or was that in January?
It didn't begin until October when she began taking the medication. And she seemed to get worse and worse into November and December. And then following her discharge from McLean on January 5th, she seemed to be somewhat improved in different ways, including her sleep was better and her mood was slightly better and things like that. So if I had to describe it, it was worse from October into November into December, and then somewhat better and somewhat improving in January.
And you were asked by defense counsel about, you had mentioned cognitive behavioral therapy might be something that someone would look into, and he asked you if that was on the patient to do that, correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Were you aware that there are searches on the defendant's cell phone where she looked up cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT therapy?
Yes.
And so she was actively engaging in her treatment and looking up that type of therapy, correct?
That was one of a number of things that she was searching for information on and looking for, yes.
And despite searching for information on it and looking for, she never made an appointment, to your knowledge, for that type of therapy?
To my knowledge, she did not.
You were asked about peritraumatic disassociation, about how a person feels outside of their body watching what they're doing. Did I describe that accurately?
Yes.
And in that scenario where someone might be experiencing that during a traumatic event, does that mean they're not in control of what they're doing?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means it kind of influences their perception and their memory and so on, but it doesn't completely remove their self-control.
You were asked about psychosis and whether someone in psychosis would automatically act on a command hallucination, and you said, but not be responsible, and you said it depends. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Why does it depend?
Because symptoms of psychosis, including command hallucinations, don't necessarily take away your knowledge, your understanding, or your self-control. They can in some instances, but in other instances, they don't. And one of the things that people do to try to retain more control is things like distracting themselves, praying, doing other things that that basically make a difference in terms of supporting and boosting their self-control. And so there's no automatic connection between any mental disorder, including psychotic mental disorders, and the legal standard for knowing that something is wrong or conforming one's conduct to the requirements of the law. That's why we go through all this in such detail.
Next question.
Doctor, can someone who is experiencing psychosis with a command hallucination, can that person know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
It's way outside the scope of questions.
Next question.
And can someone who is experiencing psychosis conform their behavior to the law?
Same objection.
No, overruled.
In some cases, they can, yes.
And is that what you were talking about
All right, I think she's wrapping up.
just a few moments ago, when someone can be in a state of psychosis, hearing a command telling them to do something, and they try to avoid doing what they're told to do?
Yes.
And you gave some examples, but someone trying to distract themselves with music or something like that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop objecting, but I have a standing objection to the leading judge. This is my objection.
All right. It's redirect. I'll allow Commonwealth to use a leading question to direct the witness to a certain area of inquiry, and then just non-leading questions at that point.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
Couple of things. Sir, first of all,
I mean, she basically just went over everything that we already went over in direct. I don't think there was anything too crazy happening cross-examination where I was like, okay, I need the Commonwealth to come and cure this. There was some interesting that happened in cross-examination, but nothing where I was like, okay, I need to hear the answer to this. You know, what's the rebuttal on that?
counsel was asking you a question about the inconsistent statement or what have you. You indicated, sir, if I stand corrected, you administered a test, the MMP editor, right?
Yes, I did.
And one of the sub categories.
On the scope.
No, she asked about inconsistent statements.
No, yeah, overruled.
Is the K scale or the lie scale, right? Yes or no? Just please, yes or no?
The MMPI does have a K scale.
Okay.
And it
And
does
that
have an
measures-
L scale.
That measures if a person, to you, as the administering psychologist, is bluntly lying, right?
No.
Okay. Does it also, in your testing, determine if the person is exaggerating their symptoms?
Yes, it's much
Okay, the answer is
closer
yes.
to
The
that.
answer is yes, thank you. And when you administered the test to Lindsay, close to 3 years later, you indicated that it was the fact that it was late that you administered the test. It was testing her at the time it was administered, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that, the results, by the way, if I understand, looking at your transcript of testimony, is regardless of all of your explanations about MMPI and the other psychological testing, she was not elevated on anything except a suicide scale, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So she wasn't, according to the testing you administered when you saw her with Mac, exaggerating, lying, malingering, anything like that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you did in your report, sir, is regarding the lying or the malingering, is you made reference to, I believe, Dr. Resnick, Philip Resnick. You know him, right?
I do.
He's a significant authority in the field of filicide. Is that right?
He is.
And Dr. Resnick indicated, sir, that his opinion as to the lack of
Dr. Resnick. Yes, I mix Dr. Resnick and Dr. Condi sometimes.
of malingering as well as yours, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you made reference to one of Dr. Resnick's articles, actually, in your report, correct?
Some of his research on...
The answer is yes. We can make this easy. The answer is yes. Did you look at and cite Dr. Philip Resnick's research report?
His research, yes, I
Okay.
did.
And are you aware, sir, that what you cited is outdated? Are you familiar with the 2012 article by Dr. McCarthy Jones collaborating with Dr. Resnick talking about the largest study of hallucinations ever conducted in the world?
I'm aware that as a researcher, you build on some of the
No,
things...
not what researchers do. Are you aware of that report?
No.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that that study was after the report that you cited in your report, and it involved 191 individuals who were asked almost 400 questions about auditory hallucinations? You aware of that?
No.
And are you aware, sir, that in fact it was determined that auditory hallucinations can come from within and it can come from without in that report? You're not aware of that, right? No?
No.
Okay. Only other thing, there's been a lot of talk about how you had to wait, it took a while, you had to get court orders to visit with Lindsay to conduct your investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not suggesting or trying to leave with this jury that it was me or my office that interfered or impeded. I think the question was that you were unable to see her. I had nothing to do with that, right?
Objection. Sidebar.
No.
Yeah, come on.
I guess you would assume that it was maybe the court order. They had to wait until the court or the experts be allowed to meet with Lindsay. I guess you could assume that it was a defense. All right, sidebar. I think they sidebar for quite some time. Sidebar. Lunch break. Long sidebar.
All right. Well, members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. We'll come back, call their last witness. So during lunch, you know the drill. Don't talk about it. Don't read about it. Don't listen to it. Put it out of your head. I'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right. Guys, thoughts on Dr. Heilbrun's testimony, direct examination, cross-examination, redirect, recross. What are our thoughts so far?
Anything we need to discuss before 2 o'clock? Counsel? All right. We'll see everybody at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Was he the best expert for the Commonwealth? Yes or no? Only yes or no. Don't give me long answers. Yes or no's only. What are our thoughts? Yesterday, when I re-listened to Dr. Max Cross's examination, I was like, ooh, that kind of went kind of south. I did not think the cross-examination was that bad. I think he kept it cool, calm, and collected, And I think that's what you have to do when you're, going up against a very seasoned, aggressive defense attorney. He got burned. Yes. They had terrible witnesses prior. They say he works alone because he has a team. He still needs to go through everything they prepare, and he's handling the trial questions. I just feel like, I know he likes to be a solo practitioner, but you know how we got the fired up Mr. Reddington yesterday during the cross-examination of Dr. Mack? And then I felt like Mr. Reddington had like some really good fiery moments, in the beginning of the trial. Well, I guess it was opening statements, and then we heard from a lot of the first responders. There weren't a lot of actually, there were no cross-examinations for a bit because there was nothing that he was contesting. But I felt like, at least like the past week or two, I felt like he kind of just like, I don't know, the steam was losing a little bit or something. It will come here and there. But I think if, maybe if he had someone to help him, we'll get the fiery Mr. Red like all the time. Can you imagine that? All the time. Sherry says yes, but the bar was low. He also said that cray about Catholics. I don't know what you meant by that. I was on the 2-hour Zoom call and damn, near had a mistrial. Oh yeah, I remember you had to disappear for the Zoom. Alrighty, guys. Anyways, let's see what we're doing here. All right, guys. turn down the temperature a little bit. I can't be policing the chat because like sometimes I'm trying to listen to this. I see like things here and there. Turn the temperature down. All right, guys, chill out a little bit, and let's just not be aggressive and go aggro. All right, chill out, guys. All right, let me see if I can try to recap what happened today. I don't know if I can. There's just a lot of stuff. Continuing with a direct examination of Dr. Heilbrun. And oh man, I didn't have time to highlight because I was spending too much time typing all this. Alrighty, what do we have here? He gets into trauma. So he talks about how, you know, Lindsay strangled her children. It could be very traumatic. That's how they describe the peri-traumatic. Peri-traumatic. Did I spell it right? Peri-traumatic. Hold on a second. My highlighter's not working. Peri-traumatic. All right. Defendant strangled her children. Could be traumatic. He talked about how, you know, there was some decision making from what he observed as to, you know, why the children were strangled in the basement. Who goes first? What do you say to keep the kids from panicking? What to use, how to do it, the order of killing the children. And yes, that is very grim, but this case is very grim. It has to do with the killings of 3 children. He said that she had very good memory of the dates, meds, dosages, time. She was very attentive, responsive. It continued on to the second day. However, on the third day, he felt like she was being a little more cautious and guarded as to how she was answering. And we know that on day 1, it was like history, background. On day 2, it was the evaluation that was done. And then on day 3 is when she recounts the day of the killings. Then they went back to the inconsistency in Lindsay's statements. For example, her saying that she heard a voice telling her, this is your last chance. You have to kill your kids. You have to kill yourself. Versus what she told to an attending psychiatrist. And I'm like, who is that? Because we haven't heard from that person. Why didn't defense call that person? Wouldn't that help with their consistency story that, look, Lindsay told all these people that she heard the voice? Anyways, apparently she told the attending psych that the kids would suffer without you. And there was something else. And it was different because if there's inconsistency, you know, there's a problem there. It's a possibility that's inaccurate. Hey, Pandora's, how are you doing today? How's it going? Dr. Heilbrun was an excellent person for the Commonwealth. All right. Future-oriented. You know what? So we heard testimonies from many different health providers, nurses, psychiatrists at Brigham Women's Health. And this is after Lindsay, you know, after the killings, she was hospitalized. We did hear about how she was very future-oriented, how she was concerned about her paralysis. She felt hopeful about her transfer to Spalding. And, you know, I think it did come across as, oh, wow, did she just kind of get over her kids? Like, she hasn't mentioned her kids. Like, that's kind of off. That's kind of weird, right? But this doctor, I think, did give a little nugget to the defense and said that Lindsay is still grieving. She's still mourning. And then she said she lost everything and she doesn't want to be here. And again, you know, he did mention that she's on the 101 suicide watch from yesterday, which, you know, to be on that watch for that period of time, for what, she's been there for 3.5 years, that's very, very long. It made it seem like, you know, maybe even unusual. All right, the thought of life and control. Again, it goes back to, you know, Lindsay was a very disciplined person. She was a very accomplished person. She was hoping she could talk to a doctor or therapist. She wanted to lessen anxiety. She wanted to, you know, take medications. And unfortunately, she was just not getting better. And no matter what type of hard work, no matter what type of discipline, you know, that she would put on upon herself, it was just very difficult for her. And that she had experienced this hopelessness. Again, going back to, you know, why she would unalive herself. He talks about the bipolar 2 disorder, depressive symptoms. Let's see. Ooh, this was like a long one. Let me see if I can make it shorter. Again, talks about how, you know, Lindsay was aware of the legality behind the strong desire of. She was wait, hold on a second. Ugh. This is so long. It's like a giant fat paragraph. Okay, so she was experiencing from a mental disease and defect. However, he thought that she was able to preach the criminality or the wrongfulness. His opinion was that she was able to retain awareness of the legality, the moral influence. She had a strong desire to die. If she was dead, she didn't want to leave her children behind. It was realistic in terms of she didn't want her children to suffer without her, but the distortion was that no one can care for her children. No one else can care. Oh, I hate saying the word distortion because, when I say distortion, I always think of fucking the Hildebrand. What's her name again? Ruby Frankie. I almost called her Judy Frankie. I believe the CW should have objected Reddington's line of questioning more often. I wonder if they just want to be careful, not piss this judge off or something. I don't know. All right. And then he saw that she was criminally responsible. Seems like she had control over some of the decision making that was happening right there. But he does believe that it was a serious suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide. All right, cross-examination of Dr. Heilbrun. So again, Mr. Reddington goes through the resume and was like, where the hell in this did you ever treat a woman with, postpartum psychosis? And the doctor said that I was a staff at Florida State Hospital in 1982. And he's like, well, that was 44 years ago. Reddington brings up Park Dietz again. And again, it's an affiliation that these experts have. They are independent consultants. They do work elsewhere. But occasionally they get cases that are referred to them by Park Dietz. It seems like Park Dietz has maybe a bad rep or a stain on the reputation. Or if it's something that's only brought up to attention now because Lindsay Clancy's case. And, when people are looking at Lindsay Clancy, they're looking at Andrea Yates. All right. He goes through the resume again, which I already mentioned, talks about the confirmation bias. He asks about where he didn't say doctor, he said Avram, he's on a first name basis with Avram now, who's Dr. Mack. He was asking them where they stayed at. Was it a private home? Was it a hotel? I don't know where he's going with that. Is there some funny business happening here? Or what are we doing? I don't know. Again, he tries to bring up that Lindsay was in a wheelchair. You guys are you guys have interviewed her for 10.5 hours. And did she ever express that she was tired or want to take a break? Again, trying to make it seem like these people are soulless and they did not give Lindsay any break time while doing their evaluations. But they did say that, I don't know, it's really weird. Mr. Brenton would get some line of questionings and then it will quickly just be dispelled. And it would just make him look, I don't know, a little bad. Why are we going with this? Because the expert did say that, I did offer her a break. She accepted it once. The other time she said no, and she said she wanted to get through the interview. No, Reddington said that. She wanted to just get through the interview, right? You're not her buddy. It's okay. Why were you spending time trying to make it seem like they were evil for doing this interview evaluation of her? I don't know. Yeah, they're on lunch break right now. Mr. Reddington tried to pull is that funny to you when the expert laughed about something? But then the expert explained why he was laughing about it. And it's okay, that's understandable. Some of the tactics that he used against Mr. Mack, I think it was, it did work because Mr. Mack, or Dr. Mack, sorry. Dr. Mack started pushing back and he was, behind the television. When you're doing with a person that's there in person, it's a little bit tougher to be aggressive with them. This witness had said that Lindsay was a very incredible mother, and he would describe her as a very good mother. Yes. And Reddington's well, why would a good mother just randomly kill her kids? That's what you made it seem like. And he's like, no, that's not what I said. I went through the thought process, and he did explain why a good mother like Lindsay did end up killing her kids. He gets into the altruistic filicide, and then that's the same thing that defense's own expert got into, altruistic filicide with Dr. Resnick. Oh my God. Hold on a second. Chicken tenders and tater tots. Oh, I'm fucking hungry. Oh, that sounds good. Peanut butter sandwich. Oh my God, guys, shut up. I'm so hungry now. Well, at least you guys can bond over food, okay? Why don't we just talk about food from now on? Oh my gosh, English muffin, sausage, potato salad. Dude, I'm so hungry. Did I paint your room? I did. Okay. As Rain said it, I de-hulkified my room. All right. It's this color now. It's old paint that I had left over, so I wasn't trying to be too picky with it. I don't know. Paint's kind of expensive. Alrighty. What else was there? We got into Lindsay living a happy life, but Reddington is trying to pivot and, not pivot, sorry. Reddington is trying to portray it as Lindsay Life was great. Summer was awesome. And then Dr. Tufts ruined her life with these medications. But the pushback was with that was, oh, well, you know, she was suffering. She did have anxiety, severe anxiety. And that's why she sought medications from Dr. Tufts. Oh my gosh, green chili chicken quesadilla. No, it was green chili chicken enchiladas. Okay. Get it right, Rain. I will say though, like after the trial and then them bringing up how Lori, the Cuckoo Vallow, would make green chili chicken enchiladas, I made green chili chicken enchiladas and I was obsessed with it for a few weeks. I ate that like nonstop. It was, yeah. Recap timeline. Okay, so Mr. Reddington likes to go through the timeline again and he does this with every witness, which I don't know. At some point, I feel like it just gets really repetitive. But I get it. You know, I feel like he should have been really picky, a little bit picky with which witnesses he did this to, because him doing it over and over and over and over and over again. I don't know. Maybe it is helpful for the jury. You know, maybe it really does embed in their mind. Like the more repetitive you are, the more the jury's like, you know what? Okay, that's what happened. Again, he goes through, you know, Lindsay's history. I think it was appropriate for this witness, though. Don't get me wrong. And how, you know, Lindsay was, you know, getting worse. She was getting medications. He lists the symptoms that she was feeling: zombie, disconnected, panic symptoms, disoriented. Again, you know, he's really trying to bolster that Lindsay was, you know, maybe having signs, symptoms of psychosis, bipolar, all that stuff. We actually went to, okay, there are some things where I'm like, there's some weird things happening here. For example, when today, again, Mr. Reddington decides to visit that Lindsay's thoughts that she was having before January. Is it possible that it could have been auditory hallucinations? And he asked it in a way where he said, did the providers ever ask her about these thoughts? Did they actually get into it? And the expert in the center was like, well, I mean, as a psychologist, psychiatrist, you know, anyone that's doing these evaluations at these beginning of the appointments, you know, typically, yeah, you do ask about it. And then he gets into how, look at the questionnaire that Lindsay filled out. It says, did you hear voices? And Lindsay says no. And then Mr. Reddington was like, shit. That's what I was like. I think in his head, he's like, fuck, let me just move on to the next point really quickly. All right. What else we got here? Oh, we also went back to Dr. Zeisel's testimony. Yeah, they were trying to say that Lindsay heard voices. This was under direct examination with Mr. Reddington and in cross-examination. I'm like, why? Lindsay has already told this expert and another expert, and I don't know who else she told, but she told them that she did not hear voices before January 24th. So why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Oh, man. All right. I do apologize for the shenanigans. All right, apology accepted. Rhode Island referred by Letitia Dukes. Also, I don't know. So Mr. Reddington goes after these experts, and I was like, oh, how much money are you making? You know, I usually don't ask this, but they went after Zeisel. You know, it's fair game. I don't know if you guys know if that ever happened. Send me the clip. Because I don't remember that. It's not a huge deal, but I'm just, you know, I'm nosy. I'm curious. They talk about Lindsay not getting, you know, she wasn't appropriate for the program at Rhode Island. Whether it was over medication, again, him trying to blame Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada. Again, he goes through with the women's health records and, you know, Lindsay's quotes, you know, that she felt like a shell, hollow, flat, can't feel fear, messed up beyond repair. So again, you know, I think at this point, because of what the psychiatrist or psychologist said, Dr. Heilbrun, how he's like, yeah, Lindsay suffered and that's why she did this. So I think, you know, them going through the records like this and saying that like this is how Lindsay was and she was in terrible shape, despair, you know, she almost felt like she wasn't like, you know, a normal functioning human anymore. I think that goes well for the Commonwealth and it goes well for the defense. But who does it fare well towards more? Farewell towards more. Who does it farewell towards more? Okay. Yeah. I would say, I don't know. You can say that like, oh, Lindsay was really messed up and then no one treated her. You can say that Lindsay was really messed up and that's why she unalived herself and wanted to take her kids with her. I don't know. Okay, what else is there? Monkey bread. Oh, I've never had monkey bread before. I've always wanted to try it. It looks really good. Where else? There's some parts where I'm like, I don't know where the fuck we were in the timeline. We were at McLean at some point, and then it seems like he went back to October. I don't know. Cognitive behavioral therapy. So again, Reddington, marched on over to Lindsay, was like, "Are you saying it's her fault that she didn't get cognitive behavioral therapy?" I didn't think that's what the expert was saying, but then he did additionally add, like, you could get a referral if you wanted to, which I thought Lindsay was doing cognitive behavioral therapy. Maybe not, because Reddington didn't say that she was. So I'm assuming, we went through the records. Gelada brought it up. Tisha Dukes brought it up, and they referred her. They, gave her some programs on it or something like that. So maybe Lindsay just didn't think that it would help her. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Beach blanket bingo is in the transcript. Okay. If you're all wondering why beach blanket bingo is in the transcript in that order, in that succession, it's because Mr. Reddington could not say beach body workout. I don't know. So he was like beach blanket bingo. Trying to say that, this is what he's trying to get into the manic episodes, that Lindsay was having manic episodes. She got at 4 a.m. to do Peloton. She did a road race after having a baby. She cleaned the garage, beach blanket bingo. She sold videos online. It was a scam. She lost money. So far though, I don't know where it is said anywhere that she lost money. Apparently the Commonwealth didn't know where that was. And then this expert was like, I don't think she lost money. Zaizal did testify that she lost money though, but it was not in his report. So I don't know. I have no idea. Again, he goes through the symptoms of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depressions, and trying to say that, oh, like, here are the symptoms of, this is what Lindsay suffered from. And don't these just fit in with postpartum psychosis and depression? There's some pushback with this expert here and there. And the same thing was done with Dr. Mack as well, although Dr. Mack was pushing back more. Redirect, quite honestly, nothing really stood out to me. I will probably go back and listen to it again during the lunch break. But I just felt like we just went over what was happening in direct examination. I don't think there was anything crazy profound that Mr. Reddington was able to attack this witness on. There were some here and there, but not that completely stood out to me that I was like, oh, we need to have a cure for it, or we need to hear what, the Commonwealth is going to ask of this witness to, make it look not as crazy. So I don't know. There was nothing too much crazy going on in redirect. She basically just went over what we went in direct examination. There was a question that the Commonwealth asked of this witness, and it was about the over medication versus the adverse medication effects. And he's like, I'm not going to answer that. I'm a psychologist. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I guess what stood out was, was Lindsay worse from September to December, or was she just worse in January? Again, they're trying to show that Lindsay was, getting worse from September to December. Or I guess it was October when she started taking the medications. However, in January, she did report improving sleep, mood. And then also, the Commonwealth was battling back about, Lindsay doing terrible because of Dr. Tufts, and it was the medications. They're trying to say that, well, Lindsay, was suffering from anxiety. She reached out to Dr. Tufts. She sought the medication. It's not like Dr. Tufts went over to her house and force fed her these medications, which I don't know how the jury's gonna feel about that. Recross, go over the MMPI again, how Lindsay was not exaggerating, lying, malingering when they were assessing her, using the MMPI scale or assessment. Dr. Resnick, the expert who testified that we heard a few days ago, or last week, end of last week, leading authority in filicide, and Reddington was like, well, you're citing stuff in his report, and these are outdated. Like, why didn't you, I guess saying that, why didn't you cite the more recent ones? It seems like you're trying to find ways to attack him by using his old reports that are outdated. All right, anyways. Yeah, I mean, Zoom testimonies suck, but, it happens. I'm actually surprised that depositions are also done via Zoom or sometimes. I mean, I get it, travel is hard, but I feel like for depositions, I don't know, it's just better to have them there in person, I don't know. Sometimes what if someone pretends to have technology issues, bad connection, or you're asking something very important, you're getting to something where you're trying to get this person to contradict themselves, and boom, the internet goes out. It's like, oh man. But yeah, it is what it is. We live in this day and age where, there's technology, got to make use out of it. It is very convenient, but yeah, I mean, I would prefer in person too. And I think they try to do in person. It's just, scheduling issues. Maybe there were some expectations that Dr. Mack, for example, wasn't going to come back over the weekend. But yeah. Alrighty, guys. That is it for today. I mean, I think overall, I think Dr. Heilbrun, I think he did a really good job on the stand. One of the strongest witnesses for the Commonwealth. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that was also up there. Maybe. I don't remember. This trial is so long. I don't know. It's like, phew. My eyes are just glazing over here. All right, guys. They are gonna have a lunch break. Oh shit, I only have like 30 minutes. Yeah, we're gonna break until 2:15. I mean, they're usually late anyway, so I think it should be fine. I'll do 2:20. So I'm gonna go find some food. I don't know if we have food here. You know, I don't think I have any food here actually. I forgot to get groceries. All right, guys. Get up, stretch, get some fresh air. All right. Let's take a break from this, case, and we'll start back up again at 2:20. Court is on lunch break. We'll come back with our last witness for rebuttal, and I don't know if the defense is going to give us a rebuttal. It seems like they're not. And maybe closing arguments mañana, maybe Thursday, maybe Friday. Oh. Corgi will be back at 2:20. All right, guys. All right, have a good one. Boom, you can see my not green room. Also, we've been doing coverages for this trial, recaps. Feel free to check out the other videos. If you guys enjoyed the stream so far, hit the like button. If you're new here, subscribe, and yeah, thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate all the conversations. Hey guys, how's it going? How was your lunch break? That was a super short break. Oh, I almost fell asleep. I'm so tired. Oh, I think my camera's crooked. Alrighty, y'all. Let's get back into it. We are in. Oops, I forgot to hit stop record. Oh well. All right, y'all. Day 20. We are going to continue with a new witness on the stand, I believe. And then that will be our last witness of the day. All right. Who is going to testify next? Is it going to be from another doctor? Is it going to be from a lay person? Who's going to be the rebuttal witness? Oh, wait a second. The feds. Hold on. Got the FBI up in here.
And it,
Oh, we got the FBI in here. Let's go over here. Wait, you live in a boat? Wait, what? That's so cool. Sounds fun. Witness number 3 for rebuttal witness. Oh, the Murdoch stuff? Dude. Buck naked on the golf cart. Sweaty cheeks. Lunch break. Witness number 3. All right, so we have Lindsay's parents. We have Dr. Zeisel. We have maybe an attorney or paralegal that's been helping Mr. Reddington, it seems.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Oh, Bubba.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Come up.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr.
All 18 jurors are still there. Wow. Impressive.
Gregory Satoff.
Dr. Gregory Satoff. How do you spell Satoff?
Good afternoon, sir. We'll start right there. Please invite the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch yourself, please.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Hi. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
yes, first name is Gregory. Gregory, last name Satoff, Saathoff.
And can you
last name.
describe for us your educational background?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree at the University of Notre Dame, and then my medical degree, my MD, at the University of Missouri, and then my residency in psychiatry at the University of Virginia.
And can you describe for us your occupation?
Yes, I'm a professor of emergency medicine and public health sciences at the University of Virginia. I also
University of Virginia. Okay, that's a very good school.
see patients in the Virginia Department of Corrections, where I also teach students. And I also serve as the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit in Quantico.
And how long have you been the senior psychiatrist
Quantico.
for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, or BAU?
Since 1996.
And are there other psychiatrists who contract with the FBI for that department?
Well, certainly for the FBI writ large, there are psychiatrists who work with them. But as for the Behavioral Analysis Unit at Quantico, we sometimes have Walter Reed fellows who are psychiatrists. But other than that, I am the psychiatrist for the Behavioral Analysis Unit.
And what does that entail?
It entails working with the behavioral analysis units on crimes and concerns whether it is with children. I'm occasionally asked to consult with the Behavioral Analysis Unit relating to children, crimes against children, also crimes against adults, and also national security issues, and in particular issues relating to threat assessment.
And are you, or do you consider yourself a forensic psychologist?
Psychiatrist, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. And what is the role of a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, a forensic psychiatrist examines issues with mental illness, and it's really the interface of mental illness and the law. Sometimes that can involve criminality. Most often, forensic psychiatrists are engaged in assessing mental status at the time of an offense or competency. But also forensic psychiatrists can consult to institutions or also treat patients within facilities such as jails and prisons.
So that work that you do as a forensic psychiatrist, is that in addition to working with the Behavioral Analysis Unit at the FBI and working?
Oh, you're watching Criminal Minds. I love Criminal Minds. I wish there were more seasons. Did you find out why there weren't more seasons? Apparently the, I don't know, director / producer was spending a lot of money to make the, the scenes more realistic. And at some point they were spending too much. There's too much about perfection. And then what else was there? I'm trying to remember what it was. Netflix didn't want to renew for another season. They were more focused on, I don't know, probably like Love Island or some shit. Because I did remember watching a YouTube video about that, and I was really sad because I really love Mindhunters. Oh, so good.
At UVA and teaching, and your work in the Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
And in terms of your work as a forensic psychiatrist, have you done evaluations and testified on behalf of both prosecution and defense as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified in courts as a forensic psychiatrist?
How much do you make?
Maybe 40 to 45 times, something like that.
And are you board certified in forensic psychiatry?
No.
And why not?
Well, when I finished my residency, I was interested in public psychiatry. And so I also was in the military. And so military psychiatry and public psychiatry in a teaching hospital was very important to me. As time went on, I was consulted by the FBI. They wanted to meet with me based upon a paper that I had published. And by the time I was more heavily involved in forensic psychiatry and particular assessment of individuals, by that point, the way to be board certified within forensic psychiatry would require a one-year fellowship. And at that point in my life, I just did not have the time to be able to devote to a one-year fellowship in addition to the other things that I was doing.
So instead of the one-year fellowship, did you have more on-the-job training as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And as a forensic psychiatrist, have you evaluated subjects for things like competency and criminal responsibility?
Yes, I have. And let me just say also, in addition to on-the-job experience, it's important to get teaching and training. And so I've taken advantage of courses within the Institute for Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy at the University of Virginia, and other opportunities as well in terms of even taking a board review course that was very helpful and quite comprehensive.
So you've had other training other than the fellowship in order to be a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
What about women with postpartum? We know Red's gonna go there. I forgot my water bottle. Let me grab it really quick. And Joe, thank you so much for the resub on Twitch for 60 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. You already know how cross is gonna go? All right, let's tally it up. What is Mr. Reddington going to ask this witness in cross-examination? How mucho dineros, okay? Resume or CV or whatever it is that you call it, as he says. Lindsay's history, treatment, doctors.
And can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done with inmates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done for the Bureau of Prisons with inmates?
Yes. Well, specifically, most of my work has been with the Virginia Department of Corrections rather than the Bureau of Prisons. And since 1992, I guess, maybe 34 years, I have assessed and treated patients within the prison system, both men and women at men and women's facilities. And in that time, I have brought medical students and residents and fellows and taught them. So over the course of my career thus far, I've brought more than 2,500 medical students and residents into the prison system to learn about psychiatry and significant mental illness.
And in the course of your evaluating and treating female inmates, did you have the opportunity to evaluate and treat female inmates who had killed their children?
Yes.
And how often was that would occur, that you would treat that type of patient?
Well, in consulting to a maximum security women's prison, I would say 5 to 7 women who had killed their children.
And in terms of your interactions with them, you said that you evaluated them. Did that involve diagnosing them?
Correct.
And then what did the treatment involve?
Treatment involved working with a team within the system. Prisons have psychologists and social workers and those who are responsible for working with patient inmates. Medication treatment is very important, but also there are important therapeutic aspects. For a number of years, I ran a group in prison because I felt that was important, and my students felt that was important as well.
And in terms of the group you ran, what type of group was that?
It was a therapy group in which individuals were brought together, all who were diagnosed with a significant mental illness, and being able to speak about their experience and also how to deal with issues or how they dealt with issues over and above the medications that they were receiving.
And in your experience in the Department of Correction at the Bureau of Prisons, treating these patients, and also in your experience working at the FBI, did you encounter individuals who suffered from psychosis?
Yes, very much so.
And could you estimate how many patients you have treated who suffered from psychosis?
I'm going to object at this point.
Overall.
Thousands. I spent 15 years running an inpatient admissions unit in a teaching state hospital, and so.
Sure.
Running inpatient admissions unit in teaching hospital. Okay, they're in sidebar right now. How long is the sidebar going to be? A minute and a half? 2 minutes?
Excuse me.
2 minutes. We allowed it in?
Excuse me. Doctor, you were about to describe a hospital that you had previously worked at. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was that, and what type of hospital?
It was a state hospital in Virginia, near Charlottesville, Virginia, where the University of Virginia is. It was a teaching hospital with medical students and residents, and was a facility that dealt with some of the most severely mentally ill individuals who would have been committed to the hospital.
And how long were you at that hospital in that role?
15 years.
And during that time frame, is that when you saw the thousands of patients that you treated with psychosis?
I saw them there.
I wonder what Mr. Reddington was objecting to. What is your purpose? What is your purpose in life?
Yes, but also within the prison system. And of course, during training, during my residency.
Have you ever written any articles about postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And when was that?
We published an article in 1987 relating to 2 cases of postpartum psychosis that I actually saw when I was an intern. One was my patient, and one was one that I consulted on.
And that article that you wrote, was that entitled Postpartum Psychosis Induced by Bromocriptine?
Yes.
What was bromocriptine?
So bromocriptine at
What do you say, 1980 something? I mean, Mr. Reddington can say that, oh, back in the 80s? I mean, things are so different back then. It was a long time ago.
This.
Fair
yes.
point.
And when was that?
An article, we published an article in 1987 relating to 2 cases of postpartum psychosis that I actually saw when I was an intern. One was my patient and one was one that I consulted on.
And that article that you wrote, was that entitled Postpartum Psychosis Induced by Bromocriptine?
Yes.
What was bromocriptine?
So bromocriptine at that time was a medication that was used to inhibit or to stop lactation. Some women would, after birth, make a decision for whatever reason that they were not able to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, was used to inhibit lactation.
And in your treatment of one patient and what you learned of the second patient, did you come to a conclusion that bromocriptine was having some effect of inducing postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And is that what you wrote the article about?
Yes.
So I think Mr. Reddington can say, well, so are you saying that postpartum psychosis, it seems like you said that it could be induced by medications. Okay, well, maybe there's no studies out yet about postpartum psychosis induced by all the different types of medications that Ms. Clancy took.
And eventually, after you wrote this article, were there other studies that cited to your article?
Yes. And let me just emphasize, I was one of 5 authors of that article.
And eventually, was bromocriptine, did people stop using that to stop lactation in women?
Yes. The FDA took it off the market, I believe, in 1994 or 1995. Not just for the reason of postpartum psychosis, but also for other problems, cardiac problems and the rest that bromocriptine sometimes caused in people.
And to your knowledge, was your article with the other co-authors the first article that brought to scientific attention this issue with bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. To your knowledge, was this article that you wrote with others the first article that brought to scientific attention the possible link between bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
That's my understanding. There were a few letters to journals commenting about bromocriptine and a connection, but I think the first article that was written was ours that we wrote about the two women who suffered postpartum psychosis.
Now, you've mentioned your experience in diagnosing and treating psychosis. What is psychosis?
Well, psychosis is, it can take a number of forms. I think we most often think about people who are psychotic as having hallucinations. And so we call those perceptual disturbances. That is oftentimes auditory hallucinations, so people hearing voices or sounds. But they also can be other types of hallucinations as well, not as common in psychosis, such as visual hallucinations or even what we call tactile hallucinations, where the sense of touch is affected, or olfactory hallucinations. Most commonly, it is auditory hallucinations, though, if we're talking about those perceptual disturbances. Now, there are other areas that psychosis can show itself. Delusions are fixed false beliefs. They can be bizarre or non-bizarre. And sometimes people who have auditory hallucinations also have delusions. Sometimes you can have psychosis or someone can be psychotic with just a delusion and no perceptual disturbance, no type of hallucination. And the third area is with regard to thought and how people communicate. So in that part of psychosis, when it demonstrates itself, is that people have a great difficulty communicating with even speech disorganization. They may engage in what we call neologisms, or making up words that have a specific meaning for them, but no one else. And the way that thought is translated either in writing or in speech, oftentimes people who are psychotic
and also have a difficult time with stringing their words together. So what we would call looseness of associations. So really, there are three arenas that psychosis can show itself. Maybe in all three: the perceptual disturbances, the delusions, but also the thought and related to thought and communication. But it's also possible to be psychotic and have just one of those three elements.
And is psychosis its own mental illness or a symptom of mental illness?
Psychosis is a symptom.
And why is it a symptom of mental illness and not its own defined mental illness?
Well, because there are many different possible causes of psychosis. Someone who has a serious medical problem, for example, can actually become psychotic. A brain tumor is one example in which those symptoms of psychosis show themselves. But there are other ways that people can experience psychosis. Some can be secondary to, say, drug abuse. There's certain drugs like cocaine or amphetamines or bath salts that can cause people to have the kind of perceptual disturbances or delusions or problems with communicating, that I talked about. So really, I think it's just important to know that that it is not a cause. It represents a significant finding or presentation. Schizophrenia is one diagnosis where we will see psychosis in a number of forms, but also someone who has a serious mood disorder or schizoaffective disorder or a brief psychosis. So there are many different roads that can lead to psychosis. And so it's important to find out what's originating, because that's how we make the best decisions about how to treat any psychotic symptoms that we're seeing.
And Doctor,
Pandora, thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining the membership, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Did he interview Lindsay, or did he just see the records? I don't know. I have no idea. We'll see. We'll find out soon.
Signs and symptoms of psychosis that are present is...
I think we would have heard... Wait, Satov. Oh! We did hear about him in the trial. Hold on. I wrote it as Satov. Several forensic psychiatrists, 3 retained experts, April 10, April 12, 2026. June 12th, 3rd examiner. So we had Dr. Heilbrun, Dr. Mack, and Dr. Satov. She spoke to Spinelli before that, so he did examine her. If my notes are correct. Dr. Satov. Never told Resnick, Heilbrun, Mack, or Satov that she heard ... Oh, that got objected to. Yeah, so I think he evaluated her.
Is that dependent on the underlying cause, the mental illness or whatever is causing the psychosis?
Yes. When you say dependent, it just is clearly something that is a result of or a manifestation of the illness. For example, there are many different things that can cause a fever, right? And so while a fever is a symptom, it's a presentation that's very significant and can be very significant. What we need to do in medicine and psychiatry is find out, well, what is the cause? Because that is what's going to lead to the most appropriate treatment.
So, for example, an analogy would be a bacterial infection can cause a fever. Bipolar disorder can cause psychosis.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned earlier serious mental illness. What is considered to be a serious mental illness?
Well, serious mental illnesses affect a small portion of the population, a smaller portion, maybe 4%. So people who have schizophrenia have a serious mental illness. People who have bipolar 1, which is manic depressive illness, that is a serious mental illness. Schizoaffective disorder is also a serious mental illness. So while many people can have symptoms of mental illness and can benefit from treatment, either psychotherapy or medication or some kind of combination, there are some that are just really, really profound, and that's a much smaller percentage.
And so serious mental illness, is that sometimes shortened to S?
It would be unusual for him to want to call Lindsay on the stand in his Sir rebuttal if he's given that chance. I don't know how things are done in Massachusetts. I don't remember in the Karen Reed trial if there was a sort of rebuttal after the state presented their rebuttal witnesses.
SMI.
Yes.
Now, is there something called any mental illness, AMI?
Yes.
And what would be in that category of any mental illness?
So any mental illness would be certainly adjustment disorders or anxiety disorders, mild depression, depression without psychotic features, for example. PTSD, which can have significant symptoms, is also something that would go under the category of any mental illness.
Now, were you asked to do a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you were asked to do that by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Correct.
And did you receive direct payment from the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for your evaluation?
No.
Oh, not direct payment. Maybe it was indirect payment. I was like, yeah, get it out of the way now.
How did that payment plan, how did that work between the DA's office and your services?
So I do my work in testimony and the like through the University of Virginia. So my department is the recipient of any funds that come from the work that I do. I get a salary from the university that is not dependent on the number of cases that I am involved with or whatever. So I don't receive payment myself. I see it as part of my job as a professor.
And in terms of your work with the university, does the university have any impact or influence on what your evaluation is or what your conclusions are?
No, not at all.
For your
What's going to be Mr. Reddington's angle for that? You're biased because your university is hired by the Plymouth DA office. Don't you want to keep your job at the University of Virginia? I don't know.
review of Lindsay Clancy, what types of...
Like, he gets a salary. He works for University of Virginia. He doesn't get additional payments for testimony or anything like that. This is just all part of his job.
records and other materials did you review?
Well, they were extensive. They involved significant medical records, not just the psychiatric records, outpatient and inpatient, but also medical records. Certainly the hospital records from McLean, the hospital records from Tewksbury, but also emergency department visits at South Shore and Mass General Hospital. So a significant body of medical and mental health records, both inpatient and outpatient. But in addition, there was a substantial amount of grand jury materials that I reviewed, and videos. For example, videos not only of interviews of individuals, but also in January when the Clancy family went to the museum, where they went to the Cape Cod water park, was able to review those kinds of videos as well. I also...
How come we didn't get to see any video interviews?
Received the reports from both the government, but also the defense. And so those experts who were retained, I had an opportunity to review those. I mean, the list of materials is very significant. CVS records, for example, pharmacy records, and law enforcement records, for example, the police reports and things like that from that day, 24 January 2023, in which the event occurred.
And Doctor, is it typical for you to have such a breadth of records and information, both pre-killing and post-killing, when you do a forensic evaluation?
No, I wouldn't say that's typical. Certainly for any evaluation, it's important to try and obtain as much information as possible. But in this case, I think the amount of information was truly significant. And
you also interviewed the defendant, correct?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you interview her, and for how long?
I interviewed Ms. Clancy on 2 occasions. One was on the 29th of May of this year, and the other was the 4th of June. I believe on the 29th of May, I interviewed her for approximately 6.5 hours. And then the second time in June 4th, it was about 5 hours.
And were those interviews in person or on Zoom?
They were by way of Zoom.
And why were they by way of Zoom?
For personal reasons, I was unable to travel at that time, and so I requested the ability to have an interview by way of a Zoom video platform.
Well, we know what Mr. Reddington's going to say about that.
And that was approved.
And did you find that doing...
Were her and Patrick having financial issues? We haven't heard anything in the trial about financial issues. Didn't they have to fire the nanny? It seemed like the reason why they let go of the nanny was because Lindsay was not returning to work and she would be there to take care of the kids. Now, why they didn't just continue or rehire the nanny afterwards if Lindsay was struggling, I don't know. I think there could be some sort of like embedded shame of having a nanny and you're staying at home and you're not working, right? There shouldn't be, because sometimes you really do need the help and sometimes it is a struggle. But, you know, I can understand the reason why, you know, someone might not want to do that.
The interviews by Zoom inhibited your ability to evaluate Ms. Clancy in any way?
Well, I think there are always limitations when one is not physically present, when one is seeing someone in a video setting. Sometimes it takes longer to be able to get information and establish rapport. Other limitations are just having an opportunity to see the environment, you know, that the individual is in. I have done evaluations in the past using a Zoom format. There are certainly advantages to being in person.
Cheryl Summer, what's your profile picture? What is that? I'm trying to figure out what that is. My daughter is a nanny to a couple who both work from home. They have a newborn and a toddler. Yeah, my friend, when she gave birth to her first child, she was working from home and she would do like the virtual television therapy. And she said it was just really hard because you almost don't really get anything done because a lot of your attention is like needed elsewhere. So it was really tough for her. What? Dolly Parton passed away? She did? How? When? What? Wait, what? I didn't see anything on my feed about that. I guess I haven't looked at my phone lately.
Did you, in your interviews with Ms. Clancy, have any difficulties having her answer questions or establishing a rapport with her?
No, she was very pleasant, very responsive to questions that I asked on both occasions.
Were there any benefits to doing the interviews on Zoom?
Well, one benefit that one doesn't always have with an in-person evaluation is that a platform like this can also save the entire interview, and both video of the interviewer, myself, but also Ms. Clancy. So if someone wants to really understand that the interview and how it went, you not only have a transcript, but you have a video that really demonstrates the course of the interview, how it went, and that can be very helpful. That can be more helpful than if, as a clinician or as an assessor, I am writing notes.
I think Mr. Reddington can say that you can also have that not via Zoom. You could do that in person. You can have it recorded, and there's so many AIs now that do the transcript thing.
Because when you're writing notes, sometimes it's harder to be able to attend to the individual.
I agree to that.
So certainly being able to have a transcript of the interview is helpful, and I think it makes the process more transparent as well, which I think is a positive.
As part of your evaluation in this case, did you also interview what's known as collaterals or other people who knew the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview?
Well, I interviewed Patrick Clancy, also on a Zoom platform.
And after you had reviewed all of the records that were provided to you and the criminal file and all the evidence that was provided to you and conducted these interviews both with Ms. Clancy and Patrick Clancy, were you able to conduct an analysis of all of that material in order to come to your eventual conclusions?
Yes.
And if we could just go through your analysis of this case, and if we could start with, I think what you called in your report, Ms. Clancy's characterization of the command auditory hallucinations.
Yes.
Or did they fire the nanny because Lindsay wasn't going back to work and therefore couldn't afford her with extra income? That could be a possibility. It wasn't mentioned in Patrick's testimony, though, but could be a possibility. She was battling cancer. Oh, really? I didn't know that. She made an announcement a while back. Oh, that's so sad. How old was she? Is she like in her 50s? Patrick was interviewed by everyone. It's his kids. Yeah.
So Ms. Clancy stated to me and some other evaluators that her hallucination, that of an external voice, something coming from outside of her head, occurred when she was standing at the refrigerator. She said that she was in the process of making her children their dinner when she received a call from Patrick Clancy, returned the call, and then as soon as she finished the call with Patrick Clancy, she said that is when she heard the voice. This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself.
So why wouldn't she try to call Patrick back? All right, so this is the timeline that the defense has been saying all along. That, you know, maybe Lindsay continued up and down the staircase after the Apple Watch and after the phone recorded because maybe she put the phone down. Maybe she put the Apple Watch down. Interesting. How come we didn't hear this version from Dr. Mack or from, who's the other one? The one that says, oh, Heilbrun. Interesting.
And so that was what she told a number of us.
A number of us?
There are also other accounts that she made to individuals that were quite a bit different. To Dr. Spinelli, for example, she said that the voice happened at what, 5:10 or 5:15 p.m. as soon as Patrick Clancy left on his errands, and that the voice, she described the voice to Dr. Spinelli as increasing in intensity, but saying, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids before you kill yourself." But also that it was that her children would suffer if she did not do that. When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it had stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children.
Doctor, was there anything about what she reported to you?
So it stopped when she killed the children. Is it that she was still in psychosis, or is the defense going to say that that's when she snapped out of psychosis, she realized what she did, and that's why she tried to end her life?
About the voice that was significant to you in your evaluation, and if so, why?
Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death of, or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
I could stop you there for a moment and ask you.
Oh my God, that is so sad. Okay, so now I'm wondering, is the defense going to say she snapped out of it and that's why she ended her life? If they do go down that route, my question is, why did she not call for help? Why didn't she call for 911, paramedics, Patrick? Or are they going to say that she was still in psychosis and she was in psychosis when she was trying to end her life? I also want to know, was she crying when Patrick found her? No one ever mentioned that. Was she crying? Was she upset? She was obviously in pain. You know, she was mumbling. But did anyone make observations of her crying? And then the jury's got to be thinking, was it more intentional? Because Dawson is killed first. Maybe he's the more rambunctious child. Maybe Cora can sit still upstairs with her younger brother. And then Cora was next because Callan is a baby. He wouldn't be able to do anything anyways. If Callan went second, maybe Cora might come downstairs to see what's going on. Like, why are my siblings down here? Why am I upstairs by myself? I don't know. But that's something that definitely goes through my head. I wonder what the defense is going to say. No, there's no body cam. It's in Massachusetts. It's like, you know, the Karen Reed trial. No body cams, no recorded interviews. I don't know. Maybe things have changed now since in Massachusetts. We need digital evidence.
But that the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
I could stop you there for a moment and ask you, you said that it's unusual that this was the first time that she had heard this voice. Why is that unusual?
Well, she had certainly suffered with symptoms of mental illness, depression and anxiety, you know, most specifically. Anxiety that she had reported to Dr. Tufts in mid-September. And then certainly symptoms that later on included suicidal ideation and also what she said were dark or intrusive thoughts to harm her children that she mentioned to her husband and her mother on, I think, 2 occasions.
And Doctor, you also mentioned that it was unusual that the voice stopped after Callan was killed. Why is that unusual?
Well, I've worked with, compared to other patients that I've treated who have had command auditory hallucinations.
I'm going to object to that. You want the same objection as raised before?
Counsel, can I see it?
What's wrong with that? Why can't he use experience to talk about why he thinks it's unusual or not? Oh, we're catching up. Catching up. Oh no, I don't want to catch up too much. I have many more long sidebars.
Doctor, based on your training and experience.
Brian Walsh case was so hard to follow in Massachusetts. Oh yeah, that was in Massachusetts. Yeah, a lot of our bigger cases in Massachusetts.
In dealing with diagnosing and treating people who have psychosis and what you've learned in all your training and schooling, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice only one time, never before, never after?
No.
And again, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice that's constant rather than intermittent?
No, that is not typical.
And what does it mean, the difference between a constant voice and an intermittent voice?
Well, an intermittent voice would come and go. It wouldn't necessarily just keep playing over and over again as if it were on a tape, which Ms. Clancy told me that it was a voice. It's the same thing in the same tone, repeated over and over and over until she had strangled Callan.
And is it typical, based on your training and experience, for someone to hear?
Why can't we see these recorded interviews? I just want to hear it from her mouth. Like, I do appreciate the experts being here, testifying and giving us their reaccount, but like, sometimes you just got to hear it for yourself, you know? And I wonder if the jury can be like, so I heard that video was entered into evidence. Can we watch it? What's on that video?
Hear command hallucinations and then for them to stop abruptly?
No. Committing the act is not curative of the voice. I've not ever seen that.
And Doctor, based on your training experience, someone in psychosis hearing a voice without accompanying delusions, is that typical?
That would be pretty rare. It's absolutely not typical.
And in talking to Ms. Clancy, did you speak to her about the concerns she had that if she had voiced thoughts of harming her children to providers, medical providers, that her children would have been taken away?
Yes.
And did you see that as a delusional thought?
No. Certainly with the requirements that healthcare professionals have to report any issues that could cause harm to children, for example, as required reporters, it's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing her thoughts of harm could cause her children, certainly an assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So
let's go back.
Reporters, it's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing, for example, healthcare professionals have to report any issues that could cause harm to children, for example, as required reporters, it's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing her thoughts of harm could cause her children, certainly an assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So I didn't see that as irrational, but rather rational, just understanding the healthcare system.
And when reviewing the records and speaking to Ms. Clancy, did you see or notice any delusional statements or beliefs surrounding the hearing of that voice on the 24th?
No, I didn't.
Now, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice and immediately act on it?
No.
And why is that?
I'd like to have a Dobie hearing at this point, Judge, on this. This is...
Oh, Dalbert hearing. To see if he's got expertise in this field?
I'd like to test his qualifications.
I'm going to, same objection, same ruling.
No.
So your opinion
No.
is it's not
No
typical,
Dalbert
correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the defendant told you that when she received the call from her husband at 5:33 and called him back at 5:34, that she was getting dinner ready for her children, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was about to get out of the refrigerator?
Yes. She said she was at the refrigerator and that the refrigerator door was open and that she was getting chicken nuggets out of the refrigerator section for her children.
Now, in your collateral interview with Patrick Clancy, did you learn from him that when he left the residence, the children were already eating chicken nuggets on the couch?
Yes.
Not children. He said Dawson was eating chicken nuggets on the couch. I don't think Cora was mentioned. So when she mentioned that they were getting chicken nuggets, or she was getting chicken nuggets, I was like, oh, maybe she was getting chicken nuggets for Cora. I don't remember Patrick saying that.
And that she was getting chicken nuggets out of the refrigerator section for her children.
Now, in your collateral interview with Patrick Clancy, did you learn from him that when he left the residence, the children were already eating chicken nuggets on the couch?
Yes.
And did Patrick Clancy tell you that Dawson in particular was eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl on the couch?
Yes, that's what he told me.
And is it fair to say that there are crime scene photographs showing a bowl on the couch?
Yes.
And so is there any significance to you in the defendant telling you?
I don't know. I remember him saying that he said goodbye to Cora. He said bye to Dawson. And Dawson was eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch. He never testified about Cora, I don't think. Did he? Do you guys remember that?
That when she got the phone call from Patrick, when he's at CVS, that she's making chicken nuggets versus Patrick and telling you that that had already happened and the crime scene photos showing you the bowl was already on the couch.
Well, it's inconsistent.
And are inconsistencies like that important in your evaluations in cases like this?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, looking at someone's mental status at the time of an offense, it's important to understand what was going on in their mind at the time. And in this case, the widely divergent reports from Lindsay Clancy versus her husband Patrick raise questions about what she is telling me and how things are happening. So certainly that's a cause for significant concern. One of them is not correct in their statement.
And in terms of what you testified about earlier about the defendant on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children, do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he'd be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch.
Oh, there were some bowls on the couch. So maybe that's Cora's bowl?
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as the next.
All right.
They didn't specifically mention Cora, but there are some bowls on there. Okay. Let me see if I can find the picture of the some bowls.
And then giving you one version of what the voice told her and giving Dr. Spinelli a different version of what the voice told her. Is there any significance in your evaluation to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, again, it's markedly inconsistent. Ms. Clancy was very clear with me about the time that the voice started and that it was constant for a period of time until the children were killed, and then it stopped.
I think what Mr. Reddington's going to do, because he did do this with the last witness, that, oh, you interviewed my client 10 hours total, and what, she was in a wheelchair, she's like on a bunch of medications. So I think he's going to say that is it a possibility that she misremembered because of the meds that she was on? We don't know if she was on the low dosages of medication when he was seeing her. I think Reddington's going to try to argue that. All right, let me find the picture. I don't know if he will. We'll see.
And according to Dr. Spinelli's report, Ms. Clancy stated that the voice started much, much earlier, actually, when Patrick Clancy left. And so we're talking about a significant difference in time. And those two just, they don't match. So it's hard to, which version is the one that I should consider.
Now, further along in your analysis, you talk about Ms. Clancy's outward portrayals misleading her family and providers. What do you mean by that, and what did you see in the records and in your interview of her?
Yes. Well, in looking back at her history, for example, with Patrick, she dated Patrick when she was in nursing school. And that was at a time that she was experiencing fairly significant anxiety, according to her, such that she went to a psychiatrist and was treated for her anxiety with Prozac and Wellbutrin and also propranolol. And this was for a fairly significant period of time during their dating, approximately a year. And when I spoke with Mr. Clancy, and also in other testimony and collateral information, he was completely unaware that she was experiencing mental health symptoms at that time that they were dating, or that she was taking medication. And he said he did not learn that she had taken medication, mental health medication, Prozac, Wellbutrin, those are both antidepressants, as well as propranolol, which helps with anxiety, particularly with the kind of presentations that she was doing. But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other aspects too where her portrayal misled.
I mean, they just started dating. I mean, I'm not really surprised if she didn't say like, hey, here are the meds that I'm taking right now to help with my anxiety / maybe a little bit of depression. Well, I guess back then it was mostly anxiety, right?
Others in terms of how she was doing.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well. And for example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023, the photographs that she was sending on Instagram and the like really portrayed.
I found the photo. This photo. I only see one bowl on the couch. I do not see a second bowl, but maybe there's a part of the couch that this picture is not capturing that I don't have. I can show it to you guys. All right, can you guys see it? Is that a bowl? Oh, maybe that's a bowl right there. Hard to see. Maybe that's a bowl. That looks like a doggy bowl. Like, like the collapsible doggy bowls. Oh my God, that scared the shit out of me. I was like, what is that? Baby doll. I guess there's a bowl back there. Although I can't tell if it's like a decorative bowl. That bowl looks kind of large to be giving to a 5-year-old child, but it could be. I don't know. And there's this portion here that's like, oh no, I think that's a bin. I think that's the edge of the couch. I actually can't tell. I can't tell if this bin is on the couch or if it's if it's like a side table. Okay, well maybe there is a bowl back there. All right. I just don't remember that being testified to, so that was bugging me.
Something very different than what she later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers, Ms. Clancy told me that during this period that she was having such difficulty. And
I'm going to go back just a little bit.
But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other aspects too where her portrayal misled others in terms of how she was doing.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well. For example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023, the photographs that she was sending on Instagram and the like really portrayed something very different than what she later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers,
can we see what she was sending on Instagram? Hello, Commonwealth? Can we not see any of this? It's not like I don't trust the experts or someone's, words, but there are things that we would just like to see on our own. Like, for example, when the Commonwealth will recap a text message, I'm like, no, don't recap it. Just read it verbatim or show me it on the screen. You're going to recap it and show us it on the screen.
Ms. Clancy told me that
I don't think there's a family dog. I don't remember a dog being mentioned.
during this period that she was having such difficulty, and that was really starting in October. She started taking medication in October. Ms. Clancy told me that she was having real difficulty with some symptoms and anxiety and the like. Her mother-in-law suggested to her that there was a doctor that she knew named Rose who was willing to talk with her just on an informal basis. And so, as I understand, this doctor made time for her to be seen, not in an official way, not as in a doctor-patient relationship, but just to get an understanding about Ms. Clancy's problems. And that this doctor recommended Lamictal or lamotrigine as a medication that could be very helpful, with regard to the depression she was experiencing, the issues with mood and the like. And so, in looking at Dr. Tuff's notes, there is a note, I believe, on December 1st of 2022, in which they discuss Lamictal as a real possible medication. And then by mid-December, it was really a very, very difficult time. The whole month of December, in many ways, was very difficult. But after this experience,
yeah, we have a question.
So you've talked about the defendant seeing the provider named Rose and getting the recommendation for Lamictal, the defendant talking to Dr. Tufts about the Lamictal. Was there another provider that she talked to about Lamictal?
yes,
And who was that?
that was nurse practitioner Gelada.
And eventually was Lamictal prescribed by one of these providers?
Well, really by both. And when you say talking, it was a written communication and not a verbal one.
And so could you tell from the records whether or not Ms. Clancy filled the prescription for Lamictal?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
Why are we talking about Lamictal? Interesting. I think whenever I think of Dolly Parton, I think of like the glamorous Dolly Parton, hair up and everything. I feel like in my mind, she'll always forever be like in her 50s then. I didn't know she was in her 80s.
Lamotrigine is actually, Lamictal is an anticonvulsant that was approved for bipolar disorder back in the early 2000s, I think 2003, for bipolar disorder. Now it's used for...
That's where they're going with this. Like, oh, okay, well, Lindsay could have gotten Lamictal prescribed by Gelada and Dr. Tufts, and it could have been used to treat for her bipolar disorder.
For epilepsy, but also been found by the FDA to be extremely helpful in depression related to bipolar disorder.
And after receiving the 3 recommendations to try Lamictal and the prescription from Dr. Tufts, which she filled, did the defendant tell you whether or not she took the Lamictal?
She told me that she had decided not to take the Lamictal because she was concerned about the potential for a rash, a serious rash.
And the fact that 3 providers recommended this medication to help her, and the defendant chose not to take it because of the potential of this rash, was that significant to you in any way in your evaluation?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Dr. Tufts had written the prescription and it had been filled. Actually, Nurse Gelada also wrote a prescription for the Lamictal, and Ms. Clancy told her, well, you can cancel that because I already have a prescription of Lamictal from Dr. Tufts. What was concerning was that I don't see evidence that Dr. Tufts was notified that she had decided against the Lamictal. And so that would have given a provider an opportunity to think about something else that also could help in this domain. But yet Ms. Clancy had decided not to take it, but also not to tell the doctor that she had decided not to take it.
Well, doctor, was there also something that you noticed in the way she described, Ms. Clancy described to you, how she was?
All right, let me use the restroom really quick. Okay, rebuttal witness. Okay, this is to address the fact that Tufts did not diagnose Lindsay with bipolar. Gelada was on the path to bipolar. These were things that were brought up by Mr. Reddington. Who was the 3rd provider that prescribed the Lamictal? They just said that I missed it. I don't think there was a 3rd provider. Was there? I thought it was just 2. And I do mention, there was a mention about the rash, but let me use the restroom real quick and we'll talk about it. Let's look up the rash. Who testified about the rash? I think it was, could have been NP Gelada. Let's see. Rash, trash, rash. Okay. Dr. Tuft recommended Lamictal is a commonly recommended. It's a mood stabilizer. Lamotrigine works really well for stabilizer and for depression. However, there is a risk of a rash. So you would typically want to do a slow titration. There are different mechanisms of action, but it works well with Seroquel. I think this is in Dr. Gelada's or nurse practitioner Gelada's testimony. Yeah. Oh, also for Seroquel, sorry, I think I said 400. I said the wrong number the entire time. The FDA recommended dose for bipolar depression for Seroquel is 300 milligrams. I think I was saying 400 this entire time. So she recommended December 16, Lamotrigine, 25 milligrams, Seroquel, 300 milligrams, Valium, 2.5 milligrams. Okay. So I guess 2 things that are happening here. Either someone can think that Lindsay was suffering immensely, did not want to take lamotrigine because of a silly rash. Like, why would you want to take the lamotrigine? It's just a rash, right? The other thing is that, oh, well, there are some people that don't want to take certain medications because they don't want to deal with the side effects. And in this case, it would have been a rash. So I think I can understand it both ways, like why she wouldn't want to take it because of the rash, and then why didn't she didn't she just take it? But I think she was just really, based off what I was seeing, it just seems like she was just really hesitant about throwing in new medications to the mix, especially by the time it was mid-December, and she felt like in the beginning of December that she was overly medicated. And then she had just been discharged from, or not discharged, but she had just been at the ER because it was the worst time of her life. Mid-December, was like December 15. And this conversation about Lamictal happened on December 16 with nurse practitioner Jolada.
Feeling at McLean Hospital when she was there.
Huh? A flesh-eating rash? Oh. I take lamotrigine. It's a very rare rash, and even take rare risk of it being a deadly rash. Oh gosh. That doesn't sound fun.
Versus the description of her feelings in the McLean records.
Yes.
And what was the difference between the two, and how was it significant in your evaluation?
I recall that she told me that her she felt like a zombie. Was very, very significantly affected, and certainly while the records at McLean demonstrate that she was not doing well, there were differences in terms of how she characterized that.
And when a patient is characterized...
Let's go back a little bit. What was the difference between McLean versus...
Ms. Clancy described to you how she was feeling at McLean Hospital when she was there versus the description of her feelings in the McLean records.
Yes.
And what was the difference between the two, and how was it significant in your evaluation?
I recall that she told me that her she felt like a zombie. Was very, very significantly affected, and certainly while the records at McLean demonstrate that she was not doing well, there were differences in terms of how she characterized that.
And when a patient is characterizing how she felt at a certain time in different ways, one to you and in a different way to her actual provider at the time, is that concerning in any way?
Someone also testified with the brain fog too. Who was it? That Lindsay said that she was experiencing brain fog at McLean, but then the nurses took time to observe Lindsay, and she was able to perform tasks very well or something like that, and she didn't have any issues with memory.
Well, yes.
And why is that?
Well, the more candid a patient can be with the symptoms that they're experiencing, the better able the prescriber is to make a determination about how best to treat those symptoms. And also, it can be very helpful in diagnosis as well.
And did you also take note of the appointment Dr. Tufts had with the defendant on January 23rd, 2023 in the records, and the fact that the defendant denied experiencing suicidal or homicidal ideation in that meeting?
Yes.
And how was that significant, if it was?
Well, Ms. Clancy had been looking into alternative treatments and had discussed with Dr. Tufts earlier the potential for esketamine. This is an FDA-approved medication that has to be administered by a doctor within a facility, but it can have rapid positive effects in treating depression. And so in that note, Dr. Tufts wrote that the potential for esketamine treatment or transcranial.
Oh, Sancho, thank you. I forgot about that. Yeah. Rose was a family, was a doctor that family were referred to by the mother-in-law that originally mentioned Lamictal. Thank you. Okay. I had that in my notes. I forgot about Rose.
Magnetic stimulation were ones that they were exploring.
Now, Doctor, did you discuss with Ms. Clancy, or did she describe to you in any detail her ability to suppress her feelings and kind of mold her behavior into what she wanted people to see?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
Well, I believe it was a Christmas time with her family, a morning breakfast, in which she stated she was not feeling well, not doing well, but yet felt the need to act like she was cooking and helping her husband cook. And she questioned why she would do that or engage in that behavior when her family knew that she was struggling and having difficulty. So she used the word fake with regard to just how she was attempting to present to her family. So this was on reflection in talking to me about that behavior at that time.
And did she also tell you about an incident at Spalding Hospital when she was interacting with a friend of hers who was visiting there after she went to Spalding Hospital for rehabilitation?
Wait, I'm so confused. So she had to fake it? So she was asking why would her family expect her to engage in that activity of helping Pastor cook if they knew that she was struggling and having difficulty? So the mother-in-laws? Sorry, the parent-in-laws?
And helping her husband was not, I believe it was a Christmas time with her family, a morning breakfast, in which she stated she was not feeling well, not doing well, but yet felt the need to act like she was cooking and helping her husband cook. And she questioned why she would do that or engage in that behavior when her family knew that she was struggling and having difficulty. So she used the word fake with regard to just how she was attempting to present to her family. So this was on reflection in talking to me about that behavior at that time.
And did she?
Doesn't that help the defense more? That she was feeling terrible and then she would fake it in order to make it not look like she was struggling and having difficulty? I don't know. There was so many things loaded in there that I don't know what angle we're taking with that.
Did she also tell you about an incident at Spalding Hospital when she was interacting with a friend of hers who was visiting there after she went to Spalding Hospital for rehabilitation?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me that this friend who visited was a longtime friend from when they were both really quite young. And that when this friend visited, Ms. Clancy engaged in, trying to remember how she characterized it, gossip, really talking about kind of the old times and catching up basically on news that this friend, I believe her name was Amy Bevins, they had similar or shared experiences. And so Ms. Clancy told me she was upset at Spalding Hospital because this superficial conversation that she had without discussion of the incident of 24 January 2023, that gave an impression, maybe a false impression of Ms. Clancy, and that it hurt the friendship as a result. And she felt that Spalding Hospital had they provided better psychiatric care, better mental health care, she would not have been so superficial in talking with her friend.
Wait, what?
Did she also express anger to you that the staff at Spalding had prioritized her spinal cord?
It hurt the friendship. I thought the friend testified and made it seem like, I don't know, I guess it never really got into afterwards, like if she was still in touch with Lindsay. I just assumed that maybe she was. I mean, yeah, I feel like it would hurt the friendship because you're just like, oh, okay, my friend came to visit and we're just going to act like rainbows and sunshine. And maybe the friend was like, ooh, that was weird. That was kind of weird. All right, not going to hang out with Lindsay again. Interesting. So she was upset at Spalding, but she could have technically brought it up herself. But was she saying that because of the trauma that she endured, Spalding, I guess, did not do a good job at providing Lindsay with better psych care or mental health care, that she was unequipped into talking about what really happened with her children to her best friend? Maybe? But Lindsay could have brought it up. Her sister was the one that said not to bring it up. Yeah, I remember that part. Okay, Lindsay upset with Spalding. Let's see what happens. Or sorry, with Brighams, I guess?
Have been so superficial in talking with her friend.
Did she also express anger to you that the staff at Spalding had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did Ms. Clancy tell you or express anger to you that the staff at Spalding Hospital had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
Yes.
I still don't understand how this helps the Commonwealth.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put into evidence excerpts from the Spalding records showing the mental health consults and treatment of Ms. Clancy.
They may be admitted.
Okay, so she put in something into evidence, I guess, maybe to show that they were focusing on her mental health consult and aspect of that, and not just the spinal injuries, not just the physical injuries. So it's everyone's fault except Lindsay. Why bring up the Christmas thing? The Christmas thing seems like, you know, the reason why she was seen and portrayed as happy, you know, in a better mood was because she had to fake it, which I was like, okay, I think that's up to defense. And then Lindsay being upset that she couldn't talk about what happened with the children because of Spalding, that seems good for the defense. And then her being angry at the staff for prioritizing the spinal injuries and, you know, Lindsay suffering from mental health issues. Isn't that good for the defense too? And I wonder, I'm missing something. This all goes to the bigger scheme of Lindsay molded her behavior to how people wanted to see. That's what they said. It just all goes to like, what the fuck is wrong with this woman in general? The ability to fake it. But then if she was faking it, then wouldn't it be that she was really suffering as bad as she said she was suffering? It would have been different. It was like she was molding her, because like the way they were asking questions and how Lindsay was molding her behavior, it made it seem like, oh, at McLean, she described herself as being a zombie, significantly affected. However, in the McLean records, that's not the way it was characterized. It's like, oh, okay, so Lindsay was doing better than how she described to other people. But then we got into Christmas, we got into Spalding, we got into her being angry at the staff. I'm like, I don't know. Oh, a people pleaser? You think it's entitlement? I think my mental health and behavior sometimes make my friends and family feel better, right? I think that's a bonus for the defense right there. We don't want to just support our loved ones. And I think that also goes to maybe the reason why Lindsay looked like she was having a great time when she was with her children on the surveillance video was because she was faking it. She was putting on a face. But that just helps Lindsay, not the Commonwealth. Or manipulative? Okay, well, we'll see how this unfolds.
And so, Doctor, did you have an opportunity to review the Spalding records?
Yes.
And did you see in the Spalding records that not only a psychiatrist, but also a psychologist and a social worker met with Ms. Clancy while she was at Spalding multiple times?
Yes.
And is there anything about the inconsistency of Ms. Clancy telling you that she didn't receive that treatment or that focus at Spalding versus what the records show that are significant in your evaluation of her?
Unless their angle is that Lindsay continuing to believe that she knew more than the experts that were treating her, that were helping her, the doctors. Maybe that's what they're going at. Because we did hear how Tewksbury, Lindsay's been there for 3.5 years. They diagnosed her bipolar, and she did tell the psychiatrist that she thought that she did not have bipolar, despite her being diagnosed with it and being there for 3.5 years.
Well, it's inconsistent and doesn't match up with that collateral information. So her depiction of the lack of mental health care at Spalding didn't match up with the evidence from Spalding in terms of the documents. Spalding is a rehab hospital, and that is they were really concentrated on the spinal injury, but also did have mental health services available.
And Doctor, moving along in your analysis, did you look into an evaluation?
And you would expect that a rehab place would have mental health services available, because what happens to your mental health when you're trying to learn how to walk again? It probably tanks. It's really painful to do some of these exercises. It's probably really depressing.
Wait, the defendant's decision to send Patrick Clancy on errands on January 24th, 2023.
Yes.
And what stood out to you as significant in what you learned from the records and from Ms. Clancy herself in that area?
I asked Ms. Clancy to tell me about that that afternoon, and specifically that decision for takeout. And as I recall, she told me that she texted her husband Patrick basically to say, what would you think about having takeout? It's been a long day. And a fairly broad, open-ended request, and that he responded positively. And from then, she made the arrangements to look up the distance between their home, and 3V restaurant in Plymouth, but also looking at basically making plans to have the food ordered. And she had texted her husband ultimately and asked him about, to tell her what order to make. And so in looking at the record, it was really reversed. Instead of starting with asking her husband, what would you think about takeout? How about getting takeout? The record shows that Ms. Clancy did a lot of searching prior to that in terms of 3V, the distance, and the like. So there were a number, getting information prior to requesting a text, sending a text to her husband. And in the text, rather than saying, what would you think about takeout, getting takeout, she said, how about getting takeout at 3V? I am, it's been a long day, et cetera. And so this reversal, in terms of what she told me, and what actually we see in the collateral, I thought was significant.
How so?
Well, she told me that the only restaurant that she could remember about getting takeout was 3V. Patrick told me that they had never gotten takeout from 3V. He named West End Grill and Chestnut Grill as places that were in Duxbury and close by that they liked and that they often got takeout from. They had been to 3V and they liked it. They had gone as a family. But they had never gotten takeout there, takeout from 3V. And so presenting not just the idea of
I did look up Weston Grill and Chestnut Grill. Also, when he said that they never ate at 3V, I was like, oh, wait, no, I think he's wrong about that. Because I have heard that Patrick said that they did eat at 3V before, but he meant takeout. And I was like, okay, all right. I was about to jump on that. I was like, I did look up how far it was to Weston Grill and Chestnut Grill. And if I remember correctly, it was like, there was one of the recap videos where I showed you guys where there was a map on there. And I think it was like 4 to 5 minutes. 3V was like 9 or 12. I think it was 12 minutes when I did it. But I'm saying 9 because apparently in the law enforcement report, they did the Google search and it was like 9 minutes. But I got 12 minutes. So I don't know. 9 to 12 minutes.
Takeout. But how about 3V? And she had already done lots of checking about distance and the like. I thought was inconsistent. What I saw from the record was not what she told me in terms of the.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But let's see. CBS, 3V, West Grill. What is this one? Yeah, West End Grill. It was actually near the CVS. And then I don't know where the Chestnut is. I think Chestnut is that in South Duxbury, maybe?
The order in which she made those decisions, and so I saw that as being significant.
And was there a similar scenario with the request of Patrick from the defendant to also go to CVS?
Yes.
And so what was the difference between what she told you about the plan to go to CVS and, or what she told Patrick and what she had done in terms of research?
Well, the research for, I think it was Miralax, which was suggested for Cora's constipation. They had an appointment that morning in pediatrics, and this was suggested that the Miralax and CVS was something that Ms. Clancy looked into sometime after 4 o'clock, but not long after 4 o'clock, and well before she contacted her husband. But that she did not communicate to her husband the importance of picking up Miralax at CVS, who she had called, until really right before he left. So he had planned on going to 3B, driving to 3B, almost 6 miles, to get the takeout. And then she also added on that other errand right before he left.
And so was it significant to you that she had researched the Miralax and looked into CVS an hour before, but just added that that part of the errand on right before her husband left?
Yes.
And why?
Well, it lengthened the trip. It added one extra obligation for Patrick, and that would make for a longer time that he was away.
And moving along in your analysis, you discuss Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt, and you say that it was serious, but required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Can you just repeat that?
Sure. In your report, you describe Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt as serious, correct?
Correct.
And you also state that it required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why you found that it was serious and how you found that it required that sequential decision-making?
Well, I think
So I think that the Commonwealth, when I went back to listen to their opening statements, I don't think that they were trying to say that it wasn't a serious suicide attempt, although that's an impression that we got because they were fighting over and over and over again about whether the injuries were superficial or not. I do think that they were just having their own separate battle about the superficiality of the wounds, because Mr. Reddington said that it was, deep cuts, there was blood everywhere, and they were just going by the testimonies of the doctors that were testifying. So I don't think that was a battle that was happening, because later on, when she said that we weren't arguing that it wasn't a serious suicide attempt, and then we all got really fucking confused, I went back to listen to the opening, and I was like, oh, okay, then it must be something else. And I think this is where we get the explanation with the last witness, finally. But you know what? Can I still blame the Commonwealth? Could they have make it fucking clear in their opening statement? What? It's like a wild goose chase here, I'm like running around trying to figure out what it is that they're trying to show in this case. What is it that they're standing by? Anyways, so I think what they're trying to say, and this is what I forgot who said this. I saw this somewhere. Maybe it was a comment in a comment somewhere in maybe Law and Crime or something. But someone was like, oh, maybe they're trying to show that Lindsay was making rational decisions when she was trying to unalive herself. And that if you're in psychosis, maybe things would be more scrambled, maybe things wouldn't make sense. And maybe it seemed like, either Lindsay had the mental mindset to maybe either be hesitant or stop herself, or maybe something else. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe that's what the Commonwealth was trying to get at. I don't know. But it was just like a random comment out there in the world. Oh, all right. Let's see. DoorDash is so many fees. It's like when you look at the menu, sometimes they, increase the menu item by 30%. And then, of course, the tip the driver. But then there's a service fee. There's what's the other fee that they add on? You guys ever ordered Wingstop before for delivery? A mountain of fees just added on there. But at least on Wingstop, if you order directly, I don't think they bump up the prices. Wait, the fees are crazy. You can get like a $15 thing and it ends up being $30 after you're done paying all the fees and the tip. Okay, all right, let's go back. Sorry. Serious suicide attempt requires sequential decision making. All right, tell us more.
That it required sequential decision making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why you found that it was serious and how you found that it required that sequential decision making?
Well, I think in looking over her records previous to that day, 24 January, she had contacted Aspire twice, the suicide hotline, and spoken to them. And really, as I recall, since early December, had been speaking about suicidal ideation. So this was something that that was significant for her. There was, of course, an assessment that in the emergency department that on the 15th of December. So you look through the record and that you do see that she was concerned about self-harm and suicidal ideation. If we look at the actual day after the children were killed, or after the children were strangled, Callan was still living at the time that EMS arrived. She told me that she got a knife from the butcher block in the kitchen, and then went upstairs and attempted to cut herself. That she also took pills or took an overdose. And I asked her about that, really trying to understand.
And I think, did she crush the pills and put it in the, because Mr. Reddington he alluded to that there were pills that were crushed or something like that in that mug that she had.
No, overall.
Really to try and understand how she accomplished the overdose, because if you're swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult. And so how many handfuls of pills did you take or whatever? And so really to try and understand how she accomplished the overdose, because if you're swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult. And so how many handfuls of pills did you take or whatever? And then she told me that she had slashed the screen and dove out of the window.
Doctor, if I could ask you a question.
Wait, so what was her answer? How did she try to accomplish overdose? How many handfuls did she take? What?
Swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult. Cut herself. That she also took pills or took an overdose. And I asked her about that, really trying to understand.
No, overall.
Then when is something on the stand? I don't know what I said.
Really to try and understand how she accomplished the overdose, because if you're swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult. And so how many handfuls of pills did you take or whatever?
So what's the answer?
And then she told me that she had slashed the screen and dove out of the window.
Doctor, if I could ask you a question. In terms of taking the pills, what did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
Thank you. Sorry, I had to be
I'm sorry.
patient.
What did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
It wasn't really very clear. I was.
Objection. The question, what she said is the question.
Do you recall what she said?
I'm sorry.
Do you recall what she said about taking the pills, whether she handfuls or did something else?
Oh, she did not say that she took handfuls. She did not describe the overdose in any specific terms.
Did she tell you anything about crushing up pills?
Objection. Leading question.
It's already been answered. Next question.
Did she give you any other information about taking the pills?
No.
Also, what would she have used to crush the pills? Did they find any pill residue anywhere? Was that ever mentioned in the crime scene? You guys ever crushed pills before? I've done it for my dogs. It's not easy, but it could be, I guess, if you had the, I don't know, I guess, did she use like maybe like the other end of the knife to crush it? But then when I'm crushing a pill, it's like one pill, maybe at most two. I don't know how big the Seroquel was, but if you're crushing like a bunch of pills, it's a bit laborious. All right, maybe he forgot. Can she be like, hey, do you need to look at your notes? Do you need to look at your records to see what you originally had in your records? All right, let's see. Let me see. Peachy, let me see what you said. Prosecution strategy theory. I think they were playing 3D chess, making Red talk about her suicidality too much thoughts. I was thinking, you know, is it possibility that the Commonwealth did not want to go into specific things that they think Lindsay did because they didn't want to reveal their hands? But I'm like, Mr. Reddington has access to all the expert stuff. But did they think that, you know, they were doing a forehead decision and that maybe they realized something that Mr. Reddington wouldn't realize? I don't know. I feel like they should have made it clear from the very beginning. It would have been easier to understand and less frustrating.
Now, if you could tell us that portion that I asked you about earlier, what is sequential decision making, and how did you see that in her behavior?
Well, as I mentioned,
Also, I thought Mr. Reddington said so himself that the pills were crushed. So why is it an issue when this with this witness?
after strangling the 3 children with the exercise bands, she went up the steps, went to the kitchen, she got a knife, and then ascended yet another group of steps to her bedroom, to their bedroom, and described the attempt or cutting her wrists as well as her neck, and also described the overdose in barely. It was just hard for me to get a good idea about how specifically the overdose occurred, what she did, but she omitted some things that.
It was in the opening statement. She locks the door, she crushes the pills, she tries to take her own life, she gets a knife to slash the wrists and neck, moves the bed away from the wall, windows, opens a window, goes out, and lands on the hard ground. Okay, that was an opening.
About how specifically the overdose occurred, what she did, also steps to her bedroom, to their bedroom, and described the attempt or cutting her wrists as well as her neck, and also described the overdose in barely. Just.
Wait, Mr. Reddington is using a laptop today. What? Usually he's there with like a pen and a notebook. He's got his laptop up there. Doing.
Hard for me to get a good idea about how specifically the overdose occurred, what she did, but she omitted some things that I thought were significant.
And what things did she omit that you think were significant?
Well, she omitted the fact that she had actually crushed the pills, and I found that to be quite significant.
And how did you learn that she had crushed the pills?
I learned after interviewing her husband, Patrick, and he went through that evening and talked about coming to the home and the like, and mentioned that on the bedside table there was a wine tumbler with powdered medication, crushed up medication. There was still some in the wine tumbler.
What the hell happened? We're on day 20, right? I don't know what happened. Okay.
To her bedroom, to their bedroom, and
significant.
And talked about coming to the home and the like, and mentioned that on the bedside table there was a wine tumbler with powdered medication, crushed up medication, that there was still some in the wine tumbler. And I had not.
Yeah, it seems like you're adding an extra step by crushing the pills rather than just taking the pills and then swallowing it. The crushing, maybe she wanted to, maybe she felt like if she crushed the pills, it would absorb into her system faster because they're smaller.
She had not told me that she had actually crushed the medication. And I know that in Dr. Resnick's report, and also in what Lindsay Clancy told me, that she had lemonade in that wine tumbler when she took the overdose.
Oh, wait, doesn't lemonade help? Doesn't like lemonade and citrusy things help the medication absorb faster?
Then when I asked Patrick Clancy, he told me that they didn't think they had any lemonade in the house, that was not typical at all.
And doctor, what is the significance? I'm sorry, were you not finished?
You done with it? Hold on. You done with that answer? All right. Next question.
And so, doctor, what is the significance to you, if anything, of this atypical use of lemonade and the crushed powder in the cup?
You say what is atypical?
I think you just said that Patrick Clancy said it wasn't typical to have lemonade, correct?
Correct.
So is there any significance to you to the fact that there was lemonade in the cup and that there was powder residue in the cup? Or strike that. Was there any significance to the fact that Lindsay Clancy told you that there was lemonade in the cup and that Patrick Clancy saw powdered residue in the cup?
Yes, it made sense that lemonade would be in the cup if you're trying to take an overdose of medication that you've crushed, just because of the bitterness that these pills have. So that made sense. I asked her more about the lemonade, and she told me that it had been in the wine tumbler from the night before.
Ew.
And in terms of the decision-making process, like what types of decisions is she making? Are you referring to, what to take and how to take it and when to take it and when to cut herself, those types of decisions?
Well, crushing pills is really a challenge if you don't have the right equipment, if you don't have like a mortar and a pestle that they might have in a pharmacy.
That's what I was saying. I was like, you could do one, you get like the blunt end of the knife, you go boom, right? And you crush it. But to do like many pills, you just have to do it one by one by one by one. Or if you do have something similar like a mortar and pestle, maybe you could just grind them all at the same time. So we don't know how she did it. Maybe she has Hulk hands and she crushed it with her hands.
And so what I wondered about was that process of crushing the pills to the point that they were powder in order then to put them in lemonade and then drink them. And so that is, to crush pills, significant number of pills into fine powder is not an easy thing to do, particularly if you don't have the right equipment. It's just kind of a laborious process. And she also did not, it was Patrick Clancy who told me about the door being locked, and she told me she did not recall locking the door.
And in terms of Ms. Clancy's ability to execute the strangulation of her children.
Did he ask her if, when the voices went away, is he going to try to opine about whether or not she was in psychosis after killing her kids, and maybe she wasn't in psychosis and that's why she was able to do things methodically? I don't know. I wonder if that's where the defense might go.
Is there anything about how she did it, what she did, that stood out to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
And what is that?
Ms. Clancy told me that she, after the phone call with her husband, she returned the call, that was when she...
He's trying to say that, like, it's not hard and difficult to, it's not hard and difficult to crush pills, but it requires steps in order to do that. Like, having the tools to do it. So, like, if you had a mortar pestle or something that's similar for that, then you could crush the pills. But it's still something that requires you grabbing this item, crushing it together, maybe doing it one by one, maybe do it all at the same time. We don't know the size of these Seroquel pills. I have no idea. But it's not just like, you just do it instantly, right? It requires like maybe possible tools to use. I was thinking, maybe she should use like the blunt end of her knife.
She took Dawson down the steps into...
Or the flat of the knife. You could put it like this and you just go smash it with your hands, I guess.
Her husband's office.
But then again, we did hear that she did not have a crazy amount of Seroquel in her body. It was like 1,800 milligrams versus the 10,000 that expert typically sees in cases where people try to unalive themselves. So maybe if they did the math on that, maybe it's not that many. That's a possibility too.
To strangle him. And I asked Ms. Clancy about what she remembered about what she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps.
Oh my God. Phone call. Okay, so again, door being locked adds another step is I think what the Commonwealth is saying. I didn't think the door being locked was a big deal when I first heard about it a few times. But again, they're saying that like, oh, this requires, I don't know, like steps that she had to take in order to start the process of ending her life and stuff. We'll see.
Ability to execute the strangulation of her children. Is there anything about how she did it, what she did, that stood out to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
And what is that?
Ms. Clancy told me that after the phone call with her husband, she returned the call, that was when she took Dawson down the steps into her husband's office to strangle him. And I asked Ms. Clancy about what she remembered about what she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps and leave his sister and brother upstairs. And was there resistance, verbalization, et cetera, crying? And she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that. The next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora.
Initially, I thought that maybe she took Dawson down into the office because this was the beginning of the trial. I was like, oh, maybe she had resentment towards Patrick. Maybe Dawson was Patrick's favorite. Maybe Dawson was like the eldest son. And maybe she saw it as like this is how I'm going to get back at my husband. And then throughout the trial, we saw no evidence of her being resentment towards either isolating Dawson or the resentment towards her husband. But if she took Dawson into the office because she knew that she was going to strangle Cora next, well, you can't leave Dawson in the middle of the basement. If you brought Dawson into Patrick's office, you can close the door. Cora wouldn't see what happened to her brother. Or if Dawson was crying behind Patrick's locked office door, you wouldn't really hear him as much. All right, I'll go back and I won't interrupt anymore. We'll listen.
What she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps and leave his sister and brother upstairs. And was there resistance, verbalization, et cetera, crying? And she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that. The next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora down the steps, how Cora came down the steps, but then brought her into a different area, kind of a living room area in the basement, and strangled Cora. And then lastly, that she went up to get Callan. And I asked her, I said, where was Callan upstairs? And she said, well, maybe in a playpen, often, she said she couldn't really remember, but then bringing Callan down. And he was the last child to be strangled, all during this time where this voice is over and over again saying, this is your last chance. You have to kill the children before you kill yourself.
Doctor, is there any significance to the fact that this voice is telling her to kill the children, but not telling her how to kill the children?
Yes.
And what is that?
You know, just like adults, children have a will to survive, strong will to survive. I think it's just part of being human. And so I know that Dr. Resnick described Ms. Clancy as acting as if she were a puppet, but the children are not puppets. And just in looking at the Cape Codder video where Ms. Clancy is holding Callan and Dawson and Cora are there, I mean, they both are active. They can walk, they can run. And so to make the determination about
I'm going to object to this.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Camera zooming in on Lindsay. Sidebar. Oh god, don't tell me they fucking ended there.
Yes, please.
Seriously? Come on, y'all got like 10 minutes left. You know what? Ending at 4 o'clock is pretty fucking early, okay? There are courts that we watch, they go to 5. Florida, they go to 6. What is this? Just keep going. It's like, this always happens. We're in the middle of like the Commonwealth, and it's just like, shit happens, it's just like, okay, well.
All right, Doc, you may step down.
All right, doctor, you can step down.
You may step down this time.
step down.
Yes, please. All right, well, members of the jury.
Objection, his answers are too long. I think it's just a very hard and difficult thing to talk about. If I were to assume where he was going with that, you know, he says that the children are not puppets. They're very alive, little human beings. You have that strong desire to live, to survive, right? And when she brought them down, you know, they're walking down the staircase. And then when she's strangling them from behind, it seems, it's not like they're just like limp, right? They're just like a puppet and they're not moving like they're dolls. They're going to struggle. They're going to kick. They're going to cry. They're going to struggle and their arms are going to move and flail around.
We're going to break for today, all right? And in talking to counsel over here, it is anticipated.
I don't know if that's a good break for, I mean, I guess we're already getting into some really deep, heavy testimony. Man, to let the jury leave on that last note, oh, man.
That the evidence will close tomorrow, all right? So I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up in regards to that. Now, the way it works in a case like this is it requires, after the evidence closes, I have to meet with the attorneys and go over some of the instructions. So it's probably, and you've all seen how good I am in my predictions about the schedule, but it's probable that we will be doing closing arguments, not tomorrow, but the day after, all right? So the anticipation is the evidence will wrap up, finish tomorrow, and then we'll start arguments and charge the next day with deliberations that day. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you as much heads up as I can. This is one, well, I don't even want to go where I think about this prediction, but I think it's a good one. So I just kind of wanted to give you some idea of where we are in regards to this. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. You've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all of it. All right, and like I've said before, you haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you're going to have to apply to this. So you still have to keep an open mind. You still have to follow those instructions. Don't read anything about this. Don't listen to anything about this. Don't watch anything about this. And don't talk about it with anyone. You've been so good at following those instructions for all these weeks. I'm just going to ask you to kind of hang with those instructions a little bit longer. And so with that, I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. We will continue with the witness who's on the stand. And like I said, I anticipate that we will, the close of evidence will be tomorrow. Okay? So with all my thanks, as I've done it all the time, thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay?
So we're going to have a really short day tomorrow. I don't know if we'll make it to the lunch period. Dana, Cora fought her mother. Yeah, I think people do believe that. There was also blood at the crime scene where Cora was found. And I don't think they really got into that as to why there was blood. Someone mentioned before that, and this is really sad, but in the Chris Watts case, apparently one of the children had blood because they bit their tongue or something. I don't know if that's true though. That just sounds like a really, really, really sad thing. I know in the autopsy they mentioned that there was some like something going on with like the inner lip, but I didn't really understand. It wasn't really clear to me. But that I wouldn't that wouldn't be surprising.
Court, all right. Chairs, please. This way.
Is it a flash drive for you? It's a flash drive of that video.
I guess like I am a little surprised though. I feel like because we saw her being very, very emotional during the other testimonies, but I'm trying to remember, were they only autopsies? I could have sworn that she was really emotional during testimonies about, you know, how the children died too. But I could be wrong. But I would imagine that, you know, having someone testify and going to these very significant details about how each children died, how she lured them to the basement. It was one by one. You know, were the children resistant? Were they crying? How did they come downstairs? Did they feel weird about leaving, you know, sibling upstairs? I feel like that would just reignite your memories all over again. And I don't know. I probably expect her to be upset and crying, but I don't remember if she was crying during other testimonies, I guess. I could have sworn that she was. I don't know. But she does seem like she's lost in thought right now.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session. Please be seated.
Anything that we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No.
No.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock? Yeah, right. They're going to be here at 9:30. Her meds were adjusted. Possible. That's a possibility. Yeah, we don't know. The only time we heard about the medications that she was on was from the beginning of this year, and they were like low dosages, but she was on like maybe possibly 4 different medications that I don't know if they were on rotation or if they were prescribed at the same time. And that was to treat her bipolar disorder and some other stuff. So I don't know. Don't know what she's on right now. She looks pissed to me. I don't know. She looks like she's just kind of like lost in thought. Alrighty. Okay, guys. So that was our last witness. He's going to continue his direct examination. And, you know, I do wonder, why are there some things that Lindsay divulged to this witness and it wasn't either divulged to the other witnesses or they didn't testify about it? Because here we had Lindsay telling him when the voices started. Yeah, when it started that it wasn't when Patrick left. It was when she got the phone call. She misses the call. She calls Patrick back. That's when she heard the voice. Huh. And then with apparently Dr. Spinelli, who Reddington, I think maybe it is good that Reddington didn't get her to testify. But she told Dr. Spinelli that she heard the voice when Patrick left the house. So again, they're going to go into the inconsistencies. Also, the inconsistencies about what she told apparently someone else at the hospital and Dr. Spinelli and how it's different. And they're like, when there's inconsistencies like that, probably a sign that she's lying. Let's see. What do we have today? Yeah, just a lot of testimony. I did a recap of Dr. Heilbrun's direct examination and cross-examination before the lunch break. After the lunch break, we had this witness who testified. He works for the Fed. He doesn't get paid especially for this case, but he does get paid a salary with working with the University of Virginia, and that's salaried. So this is just part of the job, testifying and being a consultant in cases. He talks about how he treated thousands of people with psychosis. There was no mention of treating women specifically with psychosis, but he did say that he worked at a corrections facility. There's one that had female inmates that killed children. It was like a maximum security prison that he was a consultant. He saw about 5 to 7 women that killed their children. He was working for 15 years at an inpatient admissions unit at a teaching hospital. It was a facility where severely mentally ill people were committed. So this is the guy who has seen many, many, many people suffer from psychosis. Now, it was mentioned in 1987 that there was an article that he published with 4 other people, and it had to do with postpartum psychosis being induced by this medication that helps stop lactation. So when people found out about that, they stopped taking it. He gives a breakdown of psychosis, what it is. And with Lindsay, he did meet with her on May 29th, I think, of this year, and then June 4th. Met her for a total about 11 and a half hours. He did interview collaterals, singular, sorry. Interviewed Patrick. This was all during Zoom, though, unfortunately, because he was unable to travel at this time. Now, what I want to know is the defense going to say that Lindsay snapped out of it after she killed the children? That's why she didn't hear the voices anymore. And that's why she tried to unalive herself. Or are they going to say that she was still in psychosis? Don't know yet. I don't know. But I think they made it seem like she was in psychosis like all day. I don't know if all day also meant after the killings and then after she was hospitalized. He talks about how it was really unusual for Lindsay to stop hearing voices after her children were dead. It was also unusual that the voices were constant instead of being intermittent. Lindsay described it as basically the voice was like a tape playing over and over again, same tone. Although she told Dr. Spinelli that it was a voice that was getting like louder and louder. Also, he mentioned it was unusual that this was like her first time hearing the voice and that this is the only time that she heard the voice. Also weird that her psychosis was not accompanied by a delusion. But he did say that it's rare, but it's not typical. So it's like, okay, is this just a rare, is Lindsay just one of those rare cases? Mr. Reddington at some point wanted a Doppler hearing. He wanted to stop in the middle and I guess to see, how qualified an expert was or this expert was about testifying about certain things. The judge denied it. Lindsay said that when she heard the voice, it was when she was at the fridge getting chicken nuggets for the children, but that didn't make sense because Patrick testified saying that Dawson was already eating chicken nuggets. The Commonwealth made it seem like it was the children that were eating chicken nuggets on the couch, and she talks about the crime scene, shows 2 bowls on the couch. I was confused because they never mentioned Cora, so I went back and listened to it, but then I saw the crime scene photo, and there is maybe a second bowl there. It looks like a large bowl on the other end of the couch. History. Lindsay took Prozac, Wellbutrin, propranolol while in nurse school for like a year. She was dating Patrick during that time. Patrick said he had no idea about that, which I don't think it's a bad thing. I think like if you're dating someone and it's only been like a year that you're dating them or whatever it is, maybe you don't want to talk about all the meds that you're taking. I don't think it's a big deal. They talk about like how she was sending photos on Instagram. It seems to portray what she was really going on the inside. I'm like, okay, I would have loved to see those photos. Why aren't we showing it to us? Lindsay was prescribed Lamictal, also known as lamotrigine. This could have been used to cure her bipolar disorder. And apparently the mother-in-law recommended Dr. Rose, met with Lindsay casually, and she recommended Lamictal. Dr. Tuff also prescribed Lamictal. Nurse practitioner Delata also prescribed Lamictal, but Lindsay never took it. It was because maybe like of a rash as a side effect. And then they got into, this is where I didn't really understand where they were going with this. Like I saw where they were trying to go, but I didn't understand how it fit with the Commonwealth's narrative. So saying that Lindsay, it seems like she would describe her symptoms that were not in line with how people observed her. So they talked about McLean. They talked about, Christmas. They talked about when Lindsay had her friend visit her at Spalding, and Lindsay was upset at Spalding. She felt like it was a superficial conversation. There's no discussion about the incident. It gave a false impression of Lindsay, and that it hurt the friendship. Which I didn't know that. I thought that maybe they were still friends or something, but maybe they're not. She just came to testify. She was angry at the staff because they prioritized her spinal injuries and mental health needs. So I guess that shows that, Lindsay's version of events are different than what's in the records, which is in the Spalding records, Lindsay met with a psychiatrist, psychologist, social worker. They met with her many times, and it was inconsistent. It doesn't match with the collateral information. And then they get into, the method behind Lindsay sending Patrick out, researching the restaurant before sending Patrick a text, and her wanting to do 3V restaurant. There's also the discussion about sequential decision making. So Lindsay, go gets a knife from the butcher block. She goes upstairs. She tries to cut. She tries to overdose. And they were trying to ask how she overdosed, or this expert tried to ask, but he was unable to get a really clear answer. Like he was trying to find out, how many handfuls did you take? Right. He finds out that it was actually the pills were crushed, because from what Patrick said, and then I think in the crime scene photos, there's like powder, and he's like, that's a very laborious thing to do. It's not easy to just crush a bunch of pills. It takes time and energy to do that. Lemonade, same thing. If one were to take lemonade with the pills, is because you're trying to mask the bitterness of the pills. That seems like you're putting thought into it, rather than if you just were to take it with water, I guess. It's like you're not really thinking. You're just like trying to eat the pills because your goal is to unalive yourself. The door locking, I guess it adds another step that Lindsay locked the door before trying to unalive. And then also, having Lindsay go through how she decided to take each children down the stairs, whether or not they were crying, whether or not they were like, oh, like my siblings are upstairs. Like, I don't want to go downstairs. Lindsay apparently didn't recall that, but she did say that she took Dawson first, took him in the office, and then Cora, and then baby Callan. Doesn't recall where baby Callan was. She heard a voice over and over again that was her last chance to kill herself. The witness was getting into testimony about how children have a very strong will to survive, like adults. Dr. Resnick, the defense expert, described her as a puppet, but children are not puppets. Look at the Cape Codder video where Clancy, Miss Clancy, is holding Callan. Dawson and Cora are there. They're both active. They can run, walk, and make a determination about ... and then gets an objection, and then we're in it for the day. So, very heavy testimony today. It really gets into the nitty gritty of what may have happened that day. And the day ends with the camera panning over to Lindsay, and she just looks like she's kind of like staring off to the distance. So I don't know. I mean, you can look at that as she's either dissociating, it's the trauma. You see it as, oh, why is she crying? Or maybe you're just like, oh, she's heard this so many times that, it doesn't affect her. Alrighty, guys. How are we feeling? Thoughts? Questions? What do you think? Federal Express. I'm behind. Faking it. It is her being mad at people outside of herself, mad at the family because she had to fake by making dinner. Spalding is to blame for her being fake with her friend. I don't know. It's just the way they kind of phrased it beforehand. They gave us like a preview of what they were trying to prove, and then I wasn't sure how they all fit in that same preview of Lindsay and her experiencing things that are different than what other people saw. She's crying because she's in jail. She's not in jail. She's at Tewksbury right now, which someone says it sounds like I'm saying Tooth Fairy. They probably edited. Was it Patrick's? You can have someone on a loop. What are you talking about? Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. What if falling on her head may have affected her mentally? Well, she was able to convey to Patrick that she tried to unalive herself, which is what seemed like happened. And she was able to convey that her children were in the basement, which they were in the basement. Is the trial over for today? Yes. They are. Investigate Patrick. Lots of incongruencies. We're just focusing on the evidence in the trial. No side quests yet, although I do have a friend that will tell me about some things from that land. I wonder if they adjusted her meds. Oh, I talked about that. Okay. Pretty sure they bit the inside of their mouths. Yeah, I mean, we saw the crime scene photo of the living room basement, and there is blood on the floor. And it's not like a teeny tiny bit of blood. It's there is blood there. Let me see if I could find it. Yeah, there's blood there. I don't know. I don't see the measure. What's it called? You know how they usually have like little measuring tape next to it? There's none of that. I remember when one mother said she had PPP, her child died of a broken pacifier. The mom did break it. She won the lawsuit. Is it pacifier? Today's testimony was really heavy. Poor jury. The lawsuit feels strange if you lost your 3 children. Many people don't have the strength to do that. I mean, you got your attorneys to file it for you. It's not like you're in there writing the complaint yourself. It could just be maybe, family members are filing on behalf of her. And then they were like, hey, Lindsay, can you give the okay for this? We're going to hire this attorney. And all you need to do is just like sign this. Everyone failed her. Liability takes someone who's taking so many meds they didn't prescribe. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, that's it for today. Dark stuff. Very, very dark stuff. Important to balance all this heavy testimony with, some joy in your life. Take a break. Go outside. Hang out with your lovies, humans, pets, or yourself. Some people are like, I don't like pets. I don't like people. I like me. Like, good. I have a question. Did I ever read the lawsuit to you guys? I thought I did. Someone asked me that earlier, and I was like, I thought I read the lawsuit to you guys. And I was like, wait a second. Maybe I didn't read the lawsuit. I have a copy of her lawsuit and Patrick's lawsuit. It's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. In an ideal world, one clinician would have overseen her. If others were treating her, she should have looked at her records as a boss. I hope one day we move to a system where there is like a one record system. That way, it's not like a bunch of different records. And then, but then again, I guess like maybe it's not good to have that because then there's some people that are in the healthcare field that can be abused. People can access the records. And I don't know if it's all in the system. Maybe it's not safe. Alrighty, guys. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, there's a lot of noise about this trial outside of the courtroom. We're just trying to focus on what's in the courtroom. We haven't really done any side quests, on social media or anything like that. And I did mention this before that, I think if there was something juicy out there, I think Kevin Reddington would throw it in this courtroom and try to distract the jury with as many other possibilities as he can. And he hasn't done that. And he's been doing this for a very long time. So we're just sticking to the trial. But, we'll see. We'll see what happens afterwards. All right, guys. That is it for today. That is it for today. We've been doing recaps for this trial. And tomorrow's the last day. Yay! Well, actually, not technically, because there's still closing arguments. But tomorrow, we're going to be done, okay? They're not going to do closing tomorrow because obviously, Massachusetts, they want to have their early day off, which I don't blame them. Give the attorneys a day, I guess, to recoup and everything. Thursday is going to be closing arguments. But you know what? What if they push to Friday? Nah, I don't think so. I mean, I do you guys think, though, if we have closing arguments, let's say the jury gets like, I don't know, 3 hours to deliberate on that day because they're probably going to leave early. Do you think it's going to go past the weekend? Or do you think that they're going to come back with a fast verdict or a verdict on Friday? Or do you think it's going to be undecided and they'll have to come back on Monday? Actually, we don't even know if the jury, if they're going to be sequestered. There's no mention of that. So if they had to be sequestered over the weekend? Wait, did they sequester the Reed jurors over the weekend? That'd be miserable. That would be miserable. Mr. Reddington did mention that Patrick has since remarried before the trial started. But I don't know. I feel like we haven't seen Mr. Reddington throwing Patrick under the bus. There was one time where he mentioned that he would often go out of town and he would, hang out with friends and stuff like that. But I don't think he was saying it to throw him under the bus. I think he was just saying that, like, Lindsay was alone at home and, maybe that's why she was scared and she wanted to sleep with her mom or something like that. And then the other time he brought up Patrick was it earlier today or yesterday? It was, trying to undermine that maybe Patrick did not hear correctly, or maybe he lied. I don't know if he went as far as lying, but he was basically questioning the witness when the witness said that Lindsay told Patrick that she was trying to unalive herself and the kids are in the basement. So I don't know. And then Mr. Reddington was like, who told you that? Patrick told you that? So those were the only two things that really stood out to me. But I felt like, if Mr. Reddington really thought something was up, something was suspicious, that his client is admitting to a crime that she didn't do, or crimes, I don't think he'll be happy about that. All right, guys. That's it for today, guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you guys tomorrow. We're going to have a short day and that's it. All right. We're going to do a recap for this trial and a lot of stuff. Oh, man. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Take care. If you guys are new here, feel free to hit the subscribe button. Stop by again, say hi in the live streams, and hit the like button. Thanks for hanging out here. Thanks for chatting in the conversation, or and having a conversation. And I will see you guys later. See you guys. Bye. They should always be sequestered, in my opinion. You mean like throughout the entirety of the trial, or just the deliberations part? All right, guys. I'll see you guys later.